It is already too late to question the weight of a crown. The scale of what has been given can only be measured by what is about to be taken. Now the sanctum is breached, and the consequence is here. Although the other rewards were also incredibly generous compared to being bestowed kingship, they basically were not worth mentioning. Yun-Chi immediately tugged Xiao Yun and said, "Hurry and thank the Little Demon Empress." Then he lowered his voice and said, "You shouldn't reject this." Ah! It was as though Xiao Yun had just woken up from a dream. He stuttered in panic, "Xiao Yun, thanks the Little Demon Empress for your grace." "Very good, it couldn't be better that you are willing to accept." The Little Demon Empress nodded delightfully. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that on the surface, the Little Demon Empress was heavily rewarding Xiao Yun. But in reality, she was actually helping the Yun family. Helian Kuang's face cramped up until he finally lost his patience and said loudly, "Little Demon Empress, bestowing kingship is not a light matter, how can? You can stop talking now." The Little Demon Empress interrupted Helian Kuang with her ice-cold voice before he could even finish his sentence. She didn't even look at Helian Kuang as she said coldly, "Didn't you all keep yelling repeatedly that the matter concerning the Demon Emperor's seal is larger than the heavens? And because the Yun family lost the Demon Emperor's seal, it wouldn't be going overboard to even exterminate their entire family. If so, shouldn't returning the Demon Emperor's seal be considered as a contribution larger than the heavens? How is bestowing kingship and granting rewards unsuitable? What but?" The Little Demon Empress' voice was even colder and stricter. She scoffed, "Patriarch Helian, if you risked your life and went to the profound sky continent to save my father back then, if you ruined and broke your family just to bring back the Demon Emperor's seal, and left your only son orphaned in this world, this Empress would definitely bestow kingship upon your son and give him glory for life. Since you didn't, then shut your mouth." Helian Kuang's face immediately became burning red, and he couldn't say another word. Those who were prepared to speak all swallowed their words, and at that moment no one dared to make any objections. The corner of Yun-Chi's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled softly and said, "Yun-Chi thanks the Little Demon Empress for granting my wish. Also, may I ask the Little Demon Empress to give the Overlord pellet to Xiao Yun as well? Currently my profound strength is still low, and I am still far away from reaching the Tyrant Profound realm. I won't be needing the Overlord pellet for a short while, but Xiao Yun has already been half-step from the Tyrant Profound realm for a long time, and it couldn't be more suitable than to grant him the Overlord pellet." "Big brother." Xiao Yun turned over, and his whole face looked moved and grateful. Everyone in the hall was stunned. The Overlord pellet was something that even the Guardian families saw as a precious item, and Yun-Chi just gave it away like that. What kind of a broad heart did he have? The Little Demon Empress said, "It has already been decided that this Overlord pellet is to be granted to you, and you naturally have the right to decide who should own it. If you are willing to give it to Xiao Yun, then you do as you wish. Duke Beoking, grant this Overlord pellet to Xiao Yun now." Duke Beoking stood up immediately and carried a black jade box towards Xiao Yun. As he moved forward, his eyes were stuck on the black jade box, and they were filled with strong envy that he couldn't restrain, while many of the young people couldn't stop from having to swallow their saliva. No one thought that this Overlord pellet would ultimately belong to Yun Xiao, who had been seen as inconspicuous, and was nothing more than people's gossip topic. Compared to other people's shock, one person's joy could not be hidden. Number 7 under heaven. She yelled excitedly towards the family by her side, "Did you all hear that? Brother Yun was bestowed kingship, bestowed kingship. Wow, I knew that Brother Yun is going to become the most amazing person ever. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother. You all kept looking down upon Brother Yun, but now Brother Yun has been bestowed kingship by the Little Demon Empress herself. He is 100 times better than you all. What qualification do you all still have to look down upon him in the future?" Number 7 under heaven held her fists, blew her cheeks, and used her strongest rebuttal toward her elder brothers. Following after, her excitement cooled down, and she became dejected as she mumbled to herself, "But Brother Yun is really pitiful. His biological parents are already. This guy, I can't believe he had such a background." Number 3 under heaven scratched his chin and said with a wry mouth, "Seventh sister, don't be so excited just yet. Now that this fellow's identity is not like it used to be. In addition to the reversal of the Yun family's momentum, I'm afraid that there will be many Duke Palace's princesses going for him themselves. By then he wouldn't even bother with you anymore." "You're talking nonsense?" Number 7 under heaven strongly slapped number 3 under heaven and said angrily, "Brother Yun is not someone like that. He will only like me for all his life. HMPH. I can't believe Yun Zio's past hid this kind of debt of gratitude. No wonder Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru treated him like their own all these years. Even though outsiders spoke a lot of rumors, they still love him and protected him a lot." Greatest ambition under heaven said with realization. Unparalleled under heaven gave number 7 under heaven a look and said with a smile, "With someone like Yun Qi in the future generation, and with the Little Demon Empress promise in front of everyone, the force of the Yun family's ascension will not be in question. Yun Zio, who is being bestowed kingship now, has become the second king after the Demon King. Now, the question isn't whether or not he is good enough for 7th treasure, but if 7th treasure is good enough for him, hey. Unparalleled under heaven laughed in an incredibly mischievous manner. Greatest ambition under heaven scoffed slightly and didn't speak. When Xiao Yun received the black jade box holding the Overlord pellet, his brain was still in a fog. Even after Duke Baoking had stepped back and left, he was still stunned and couldn't speak. The Little Demon Empress said, "Xiao Yun, right now your profound strength is just half a step into the tyrant profound realm. Taking this Overlord pellet can help you make a breakthrough one day and step into the realm of Overlords. The date of the ceremony of bestowing kingship will be picked and held after the grand ceremony. You can step down for now." "Yes," Xiao Yun responded. He then raised his head and asked suddenly, "May I ask if I can give this Overlord pellet to someone else?" The Little Demon Empress said without any emotion, "Since it has been granted to you, whatever you want to do with it. Use it yourself, give it away, destroy it, throw it away, it's all up to you." Xiao Yun thanks the Little Demon Empress. Xiao Yun's expression seemed to be more relaxed and joyous. He carefully held the black jade box and stepped away under the differently expressed gazes of everyone. "Yun Qi, are you satisfied like this?" the Little Demon Empress asked Yun Qi. "Of course I am satisfied. I thank Little Demon Empress for fulfilling my wish." Yun Qi sincerely nodded and said, "If so, what is your second request?" the Little Demon Empress asked. Yun Qi's expression became serious. He stood by Yun Kanghai's body, turned, and faced the 7 patriarchs in the east wing who were unsettled. When he cast his sight towards them, the 7 patriarchs' hearts all tightened simultaneously. Before, they were continuously tossed around by Yun Qi. And at this moment when they faced Yun Qi's suddenly darkened face, they almost became birds that were startled by the sight of an archer's bow. Without disappointing them, Yun Qi raised his arm, pointed his finger straight at the 7 of them, and said in a slow and determined voice, "Helian, Jiufeng, Qiang, Nangong, Xiao, Bai, and Lin, I want the patriarchs of these 7 families, at this hall today, in front of my grandfather's body, with everyone under heaven watching, to kneel and repent to my grandfather, and swear to be loyal to the Little Demon Empress for their whole lives, or else their descendants will be slaves and prostitutes for 10,000 generations." The countless things that Yun Qi had said today had already been extremely shocking, but when he spoke those words, it once again made everyone, especially the people from Demon Imperial City, heavily shocked. He pointed at the 7 patriarchs, and every word was in an incredibly forceful, commanding tone. Moreover, the ones he commanded were the 7 great guardian families' patriarchs. But referring to Yun Qi's actions and words from before, it wasn't all too surprising to people that he would say something like this now. Everyone knew what the 7 families did to the Yun family and to Yun Kanghai. They already confessed it themselves, so morally speaking, they should apologize and ask for forgiveness from Yun Kanghai. As for swearing loyalty to the Little Demon Empress, it was something even more unquestionable. The 7 patriarchs were all gritting their teeth inwardly, and they were extremely angry in their hearts. Everything Yun Qi said and did were enumerating their heavy crimes, stepping on their reputations, ripping off their disguises, ruthlessly reprimanding them as if they were stripped naked under everyone's sight until they couldn't rebut anymore, and there was no place for them to hide from their shame. They knew best about what they had been doing for these 100 years. But to make them kneel and repent to Yun Kanghai in front of everyone, as the patriarchs of their respective guardian families, how could they be willing to do so? Because this would be equal to their 7 families bowing their heads to the Yun family, in front of everyone under heaven today. Helian Kuang's face darkened, forced himself to laugh coldly and said, "Yun Qi, as a little son from the Yun family, you do not have the qualifications to request us to do anything. Patriarch Helian, you are mistaken." Helian Kuang hadn't finished talking, and he was interrupted by Xianxia unrestrainedly. He used an even stiffer and deeper voice than Hellion Quang and said, "I am not asking you, I am commanding you. Request. Heh, the dirty things that you all have done over these 100 years were without good intent to try to collapse our Yun family. You all know clearly yourself. Who were the ones who degraded my grandfather's honor? You all also know clearer than anyone else. You treat my Yun family like this, and you still want my Yun family to ask you. Heh, my Yun family's people are not that cheap, it's a command. Because this is what you owe our Yun family, owe my grandfather. Also," not waiting for them to speak, Xianxia had already raised up the Demon Emperor's seal and roared deeply. "Don't say that I don't have the qualification to command you, because I have the Demon Emperor's seal in my hands now, and if you don't obey today, I will never hand it to the Little Demon Empress." Earlier, didn't you call losing the Demon Emperor's seal a fault larger than the heavens, and that our Yun family, who had lost the Demon Emperor's seal, had committed a sin so great that our whole family should be exterminated? You would crush all your bones if it were for the Demon Emperor's seal, and you could give up your own dignity and honor if it were for loyalty. And now, there is no need for you to risk dying to go to the profound sky continent to retrieve the Demon Emperor's seal. No need for you to risk anything or use any resources. The only thing you need to do is the one thing that you should have done. Do the thing that the ones who have the littlest sense of honor should do to let the Demon Emperor's seal be returned into the hands of the Little Demon Empress, and let the whole illusory demon realm be reborn. I think you 7 great patriarchs of guardian families shouldn't have any reason to reject right. Unless all of the things you have said before, and the loyalty and honor from your mouths were just some meaningless fart. The faces of the 7 patriarchs immediately became stiff and awful, like feces that were air-dried for several days. Not only did Xianxia want them to kneel before Yun Kanghai and repent in front of everyone, he also completely sealed their way out. And what was used to seal their way out were clearly the things that they said righteously when they were stating the Yun family's sins earlier. The 7 patriarchs' faces all darkened, but even after some time, no one stepped forward, nor did anyone speak. They had been forced into such a state by Xianxia. If they knelt down in front of everyone and apologized, it would mean that they bowed down to the Yun family. However, if they refused, they would have fallen into the trap that Xianxia had set, and their reputations, and even their families' reputations might crumble throughout illusory demon realm. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they all waited for someone to act. However, after some time had passed, not one person stepped forward, causing the entire scene to turn extremely awkward. Hey, Xianxia looked at them and laughed mockingly. So it's true, my words have already been clear enough. Regarding the right and wrong in this matter, I think that I have stated it out clearly. Despite this, the 7 patriarchs of the guardian families are actually still indifferent. Everyone seated here is either a lord, hegemon, powerhouse, or a star of the young generation, the pillars of the past, present, and future. Demon Imperial City is the most crucial core of the entire illusory demon realm. This Demon Empress reign ceremony is a valuable experience for all of you, as I believe that at this point, everyone has already clearly seen the true problems that lies within the core, which is Demon Imperial City. All of you should be able to clearly differentiate the right from the wrong, the loyal from the traitorous, as well as who truly deserves the title of the guardian family, and who are the poison that needs to be eradicated. Xianxia's words echoed loudly within the hall. His words were so straightforward that they were 1,000 times sharper than knives. Such words, even the Little Demon Empress would not have put it so directly, as those he targeted were the 7 strongest forces within illusory demon realm, and any one of them would be able shock illusory demon realm, never mind all 7 families. If it were any other occasion, Xianxia would definitely not utter such words, as this was an extremely irrational action. However, right then and there, he shouted without regard. His voice was deafening, as though he wished that the entire populace in illusory demon realm could hear him clearly. Xianxia's words caused numerous people to tremble in fear. Indeed, right now, everyone could already see things clearly. Even so, just how many people would dare give a reply in front of the power and influence of the 7 great guardian families? However, just as Xianxia had finished speaking, an agitated and elderly voice rang from the back of the seats. Well said. This elderly voice that came from the back caused everyone to be shocked. The 7 patriarchs' gaze grew concentrated as they looked towards the source of the voice. And at this time, the elder who spoke flew forward and landed beside Xianxia. The elder wore a simple gray robe, with both his hair and beard already snow-white. The signs of old age were carved all over his face, and even his back was slightly bent. Seeing this elder, a commotion broke out within the hall, and many people called out his name in shock among the heroes that were gathered within the Demon Imperial Hall. The hegemon of a region could only be considered average. However, this elder could most definitely not, because he was the region lord of the biggest city in illusory demon realm other than Demon Imperial City. Sky Demon Region's region lord Xianxia. He was already 1,400 years old, and in terms of seniority, he was even higher than the late Demon Emperor. When the late Demon Emperor ascended to the throne 1,000 years ago, he was already the region chief of Sky Demon Region, and even now, he was still the region lord. Among everyone present, he was the only person to have served under 3 generations of demon emperors. In terms of seniority, no one in the Imperial Demon Hall could match him. Xianxia's temperament was famous for its righteousness. Serving as the region lord of Sky Demon Region for 1,000 years, he was highly respected within the Sky Demon Region and even the entire illusory demon realm. Even the late Demon Emperor treated him with great respect, and naturally, the Little Demon Empress followed suit. He was one of the few people that existed outside of Demon Imperial City who had words that carried the same weight as those of someone from a guardian family. However, Xianxia usually gave off the impression of someone who was calm and composed, and no one had expected his angry howl and step forward today. "Region Lord Qin?" The Little Demon Empress looked at him in shock as she revealed her respect, which she rarely showed. Xianxia took a step forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "I plead the Little Demon Empress to pardon this subject's offense. However, as a subject of illusory demon realm, this old subject has some things that he must do, as well as some things that he must say." When Xianxia had finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and knelt on one knee towards Yun Kanghai's body. He said in shame, "The old Xianxia is here specifically to ask the Demon King for forgiveness." Yun Qi hurried forward, stretching a hand out to try to support him up. "Old senior. This is..." Xianxia waved him off and remained kneeling, strongly refusing to stand up. A century ago, a guardian family patriarch personally traveled 5,000 kilometers to seek this old one to talk about the Demon King's sins, and wanted this old one to garner support from the entire Sky Demon region to condemn the Demon King and force the Little Demon Empress to punish the Yun family for their wrongdoings. Otherwise, the illusory demon realm would be chaotic. The old one has lived in vain for more than 1,000 years and was actually easily blinded and scolded the Demon King for an entire century. Not only had I destroyed the prestigious name of the Demon King within the Sky Demon region, I nearly turned him into a sinner that destroyed illusory demon realm. This old one has failed the Demon King, failed the late Demon Emperor and Little Demon Empress, failed the Yun family, failed Sky Demon region, failed everyone in the world. Xianxia's words were unaffectedly filled with sorrow and regret. Every word he said was filled with deep emotion, and everyone that heard them felt their hearts trembling. When he finished, his aged eyes were already glinting with tears. Yun Qi lowered himself and replied in gratitude, "Old senior, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, you did not know the complete truth then and were deluded by some villains." "No," Xianxia shook his head, "a mistake is a mistake. Even if this old one were to kneel to the spirit of the Demon King for 10 years, it would definitely be what is deserved." He looked towards Yun Qi and cupped his hands together and seriously bowed. "Child, this old one really needs to thank you. If it were not for you allowing this old one to see the truth, providing this old one with the chance to repent my sins, when I pass on, how would I even have the face to meet the Demon King? How would I even have the face to meet the Demon Emperor?" Yun Qi hurriedly held onto Xianxia's arm and said, "Old senior, you mustn't do this. I am just a small junior and am not deserving of your great courtesy. Not only is senior righteous, you are as broad-minded as the ocean. Even if you had been wrong for 100 years, I believe you did not mean any harm. The Demon Emperor and Grandfather in heaven would definitely not blame you one bit." Xianxia looked at Yun Qi and nodded joyfully. "You are undoubtedly the Demon King's grandson. This old one has seen many young and talents throughout life. Yet, not one of them is comparable to you. Honestly speaking, this old one has been worried about the future of illusory demon realm for the past century. However, now that the Demon Emperor's seal has been returned, and a junior that has even impressed this old one has appeared in illusory demon realm, even if I were to pass on now, I would definitely rest assured." Yun Qi shook his head and said, "This junior does not deserve such praise from senior. No, you do deserve it. A thunderous voice came from midair, and a burly man with a black beard landed beside Qin Zheng. He directly knelt down with one knee towards the body of Yun Kanghai. South Sun City Lord Lei Yunjian is here specifically to seek the Demon King's forgiveness. I have firmly believed that I have never done anything wrong, but today, I found out that for the past century, I, Lei Yunjian, had been blind and am worse than a beast. Just as Yun Qi was about to speak, numerous figures appeared in midair at the same time and landed near Yun Kanghai's corpse, and all of them knelt down towards him. South Border Commander Zhao Zhenjai is here to seek the Demon King's forgiveness. Yellow Wind Region Lord Xian is here to seek Senior Demon King's forgiveness, thinking back to my actions and words for the past 100 years. I deserve to die in shame. North River Region Lord Dan Hayakong has failed the Demon King, has failed the late Demon Emperor for the past 100 years. I have been blinded in both my eyes and my heart. Ever since Sky Demon Region Lord Qin Zheng had moved, more and more people left their seats and knelt down in front of Yun Kanghai, repenting their mistakes in front of his body, from 1 to 10s to hundreds to thousands, and finally 10,000. Within less than 15 minutes, the previously filled seats of the Demon Imperial Hall were now nearly empty. The area designated by the Little Demon Empress as the battle arena was now filled by waves and waves of people, all in front Yun Kanghai's body, kneeling down on one knee. Nobody had expected to see such a scene. For the past century, the loyal and courageous Demon King, who even gave up his life for illusory demon realm, had been treated as a sinner who had committed a heinous crime. Countless people had criticized, insulted, and even spread the bad rumors through their own regions. Now that the truth had been revealed, and seeing the Demon King's body, anyone who knew shame and had even a little conscience would feel greatly ashamed of themselves. But in front of the 7 families, who had clearly come out as the enemies of the Yun family, who would dare step out in front of everyone and repent in front of Demon King's body even if they were ashamed. However, when Qin Zheng became the first person to step out, the situation changed drastically. More and more people came forward, and towards the end, those who did not step forward to admit their crimes had become strangers. Sitting down, they felt uncomfortable as though they were being criticized and looked down upon from everywhere in the end. Not only were there city lords, region lords, and commanders, even the hegemons of great forces were all kneeling in front of the Demon King's body, repenting. The situation was completely out of control. As Duke Huai stood there, his face became stiffer than a corpse's, and his body trembled continuously. Before the Demon Empress reign ceremony, he had thought that everything would be under his control. However, because of a certain Yun Qi, nothing went according to his plans, and it started becoming extremely unfavorable. Even in his dreams, he had not expected that things would develop in such a way, being the hegemons of an area. They had a chance to become the voice that caused the entire illusory demon realm to condemn the Demon King and the Yun family. And they could similarly cause the entire illusory demon realm to praise the Demon King and the Yun family. Furthermore, due to the guilt of the past century, Yun Kanghai and the Yun family's good name would be restored quickly, and it might even rebound several times. At that time, the support the Yun family gained from the public would be sufficient to allow them to stand firmly. Tears welled up in the eyes of everyone in the Yun family. Yun Qinghong stood up and slowly gestured. Yun Qinghong, thanks everyone. Qin Zheng looked up and said with a sense of loss, "We were only admitting our mistakes and repenting over the major sin we committed. Even if Patriarch Yun were to blame and chide us, it is undoubtedly justifiable, so why do you need to thank us?" Instead, Qin Zheng suddenly turned around and looked towards the 7 patriarchs who were standing there. His gaze immediately turned cold. "Helyang Quang, it was you who personally came to find this old one all those years ago, and it was also you who made me use the entire Sky Demon region to apply pressure on the Little Demon Empress. The one who greatly incited the public's opinion within Sky Demon region was also your Hellion family. At that time, this old one had naively believed that your Hellion family had only wanted to punish the Yun family to quell the public's outrage, and was only doing so with the big picture of illusory demon realm in mind. However, from what I have learned today, all of this was obviously for your personal gain. You only wanted to slander the Yun family and Demon King. Now that the truth is out and the Demon King's body lays here, your Hellion family are obviously the ones that needs to apologize to Demon King the most. Why are you still standing there indifferently? And the rest of you, You 7 patriarchs have already personally admitted that you've worked together and spread false rumors about the Demon King within illusory demon realm 100 years ago, which led to the Demon King being scolded by the masses. You all have caused a generation of heroes to be lowered to being grave sinners for an entire century. Why is it that, when facing the Demon King's body, you are all unwilling to admit your mistakes and repent? Even though all of us have made mistakes too, we knew how to admit our mistakes and repent. Is it that your prestigious guardian families do not have the demeanor to do so? You guardian families have power that is as vast as the sky, and no one dares to offend you. However, today, if you do not apologize to Demon King, not only would this old one look down on you, I would clearly inform the entire Sky Demon region how you all act. This old one is already half a step into his grave. I'm not afraid of your revenge. Qin Zheng's words that were deafening and filled with rage were targeted straight at Helian Kuang and the 6 other patriarchs. When he finished speaking, an elder beside Qin Zheng shouted as well. This old man agrees with what Region Lord Qin has said. If you all do not apologize to the Demon King, it would be shaming your family's 10,000-year-old prestigious name. Yes, you 7 families need to apologize to your senior, the Demon King. Even Region Lord Qin, this venerated senior, has taken the initiative to step forward and apologize before all those present. So as the main perpetrators, in addition to the matter concerning the Demon Emperor's seal, what reason do you have to refuse? Aren't you afraid of becoming the laughingstocks of the realm? Patriarch Qiang, back in the day, your Qiang family sent people to our southern sea region to proclaim the sins of the Demon King. But now that the truth is out, it would not be seen as excessive if your entire clan were to kneel in front of the Yun family and apologize. Could it be that right now, you are not even willing to acknowledge your mistakes to the remains of the Demon King? Do you not feel the least bit ashamed or guilty when you are faced with the corpse of the Demon King? If that is truly so, even though all of you are part of the guardian families, we will still look down on you. Not a single person who was able to gain admittance into this demon imperial hall was a fool. What they had seen and heard too today were 2 clearly divided factions. Duke Huai, who was deliberately trying to provoke dissent, and the exaggerated arrogance of the 7 patriarchs and their suffocatingly obvious allegiance to him. Furthermore, all of this was painstakingly exposed by Yun Qi, piece by piece. So how was it possible that the crowd would not smell anything fishy by now? The thing that stood out the most was that the 7 families had ganged up to fiercely oppose the Yun family. This was coupled with the fact that the same 7 families had also instigated and pushed for the Demon King and the Yun family to be found guilty. It was definitely premeditated, and it might even hide some kind of scheme that they did not dare think too deeply about. Under the driving impetus of the 7 families 100 years ago, all the hegemons here became accomplices and chess pieces, even to the extent of becoming sinners who defiled the name, loyalty, and devotion. These hegemons had failed the descendants of the Demon King, so how could their hearts not be filled with anger and regret? However, the other party still consisted of the 7 great guardian families, so they could not afford to offend them. But when someone raised his head, the rest corresponded as well, and the situation had naturally become completely different from before. Qin Zheng's words were just like a drop in the ocean, yet they generated a tsunami of waves. All the region lords, city lords, and hegemons stared at the 7 families with undisguised outrage as they exchanged heated words with each other. For a period of time, the entire Demon Imperial Hall was filled with voices denouncing the 7 families. The sound of this criticism grew more and more deafening and more ferocious. The faces of all the 7 patriarchs twitched violently. A sheen of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Their hearts felt like they were being weighed down by a 30,000-kilogram boulder. Even if they were to be severely reprimanded and scolded by the Demon Emperor himself, they would not feel as much pressure as they were feeling now. If they were to pick any random person out of all of the people who were criticizing them right now, that person would have no choice but to bend his head to them. But if all the people whom they originally regarded as lesser mortals banded together, they represented the will of the entire illusory demon realm and all the people in it. Duke Hua, what should we do right now? The 7 patriarchs hurriedly sent sound transmissions to Duke Hua, while each and every one of their bodies became matted with sweat. They were incomparably clear that given the current situation, making a single misstep today would cause the prestigious reputations that they had held for 10,000 years to drop like a rock. The situation was so severe that it was possible that they would be targeted by the entire illusory demon realm if they made a mistake. Duke Hua had practically ground 2 of his teeth into fragments. All these years of scheming had resulted in Duke Hua possessing a greater power base than that of the Little Demon Empress. But his movements had always been slow and restricted, mainly because the will of the people was something that he could only dream of having over the past few years. Today's Demon Empress reign ceremony, when all the heroes of the realm were gathered, was the excellent opportunity he had always been waiting for. He had genuinely staked all his ambitions on today, but who would have thought that before he could make a single move, Yun Qi would smash his plan into the ground. But it did not stop here. In the instant that he was caught unawares, the will of the people had shifted to the Yun family, and the 7 guardian families that he had acquired at great expense had become the enemy of all those around them in the blink of an eye regarding the Yun family's 100 years of vilification. Not only were they unable to expel the Yun family from the ranks of the guardian families, they had even evoked the guilt, remorse, and wrath of all the heroes of the realm. And not only did the hearts of the people, the one thing he wanted to grasp the most, not sway towards him. Instead, they sided completely with the parties opposed to him. His plan had just begun, but it had been completely ruined and even made him look extremely miserable and wretched. This was a result that he had not even dreamed would happen. He ground his teeth together and exclaimed in an incomparably deep voice, "What else can we do? Hurry up and apologize to that corpse, or are you waiting to drown to death under the curses of everyone under heaven?" Now that things have come this far, apologizing to Yun Kanghai's corpse was something they had to do no matter what. If not, the consequences would be so severe that even as a guardian family, they might not be able to bear it. So at this moment, the 7 patriarchs simultaneously gnashed their teeth and made their way through the multitudinous crowd as they flew towards Yun Kanghai's body, after which they knelt down with incomparable difficulty. The Demon Imperial Hall fell into a hush, and the gazes of all the people were concentrated on the figures of these 7 people. For Helian Quang and his 6 compatriots, these gazes were akin to the looks given to criminals who were being judged, and it was extremely unbearable for them. The 7 of them had never dreamed that they, as patriarchs of guardian families, would actually fall into such a predicament one day. Helian Quang gnashed his teeth fiercely, and after that, he gave a violent exhale, putting all his effort into portraying a calm and serene facade. He bent his head towards the body of Yun Kanghai and declared, "Most revered Demon King, this junior was initially unable to see the forest for the trees, and in a moment of folly, this junior presumptuously thought that he was acting on behalf of the entire illusory demon realm. But this junior would never have imagined that he would commit such a grave mistake instead, so this junior humbly seeks forgiveness from the most revered Demon King." Even though Helian Quang had sought forgiveness, he had made his sin sound extremely trivial. The words from his mouth muddled it to become something that was done for the sake of illusory demon realm. Yun Qi gave a cold, silent laugh, but he did not speak. Chiang Bailey, Jiufeng Kui, Bai Yi, Nangong Yan, Xiao Zifeng, and Lin Gian all followed suit and strode forward to seek forgiveness. The words that they shouted out were exactly the same as the words uttered by Helian Quang. When the 7 patriarchs had risen to their feet, their faces were so black that it looked like they had climbed out of the bottom of a pot. They shot glances at Yun Qi through the corners of their eyes, as they all wished to tear him apart with their bare teeth. Even though it was clear that the admittance of guilt on the part of the 7 patriarchs lacked conviction, because they had bowed their heads towards the body of Yun Kanghai for all to see despite their status as the patriarchs of the guardian families. No one could utter any further condemnation against them. Yun Qi silently looked at Yun Kanghai's peaceful corpse as a sour feeling invaded his calm heart. "Grandfather, the rehabilitation of the Yun family cannot be accredited to me, if not for the fact that you stubbornly defended the Demon Emperor's seal to your dying breath for 100 years. If not for your loyalty and righteousness that is reflected by the sun and the moon, even though I have immense ability, I would still not be able to cause the Yun family to gain the hearts of the people. It was grandfather who used his own life to allow me to see the light of day again. Yet what I can do for grandfather is only this much. It is not even a fraction of the affection that grandfather had showed to me. Haha, the 7 patriarchs have personally gone down on their knees to acknowledge their sin against the Demon King. Even though it was something that had to be done, it has clearly demonstrated the broadness of the hearts of these 7 patriarchs, as well as their noble bearing. Duke Huai said as he stood up with a serene expression. He calmly praised the 7 people who had clearly committed a grave mistake, and who were blatantly despised by all those who were present here, and his demeanor was like that of a person who was completely uninvolved in the current messy state of affairs. He looked towards Yun Qi and said in a steady voice, "Yun Qi, the 7 patriarchs have disregarded their own dignity and have gone down on their knees to acknowledge their sins against the Demon King. This has been in complete compliance of your wishes, so now it is time for you to return the Demon Emperor's seal to the Little Demon Empress." "It looks like Duke Hui's memory is not that good," Yun Qi blandly said as he slanted his eyes. "I had said it before very clearly. If you want me to return the Demon Emperor's seal, these 7 people must first kneel in repentance in front of my grandfather. And after they have done so, they still need to swear loyalty to the Little Demon Empress once more. I certainly did not see any of them swearing loyalty towards the Little Demon Empress." Duke Hui's brows were pinched together as he declared in a low voice, "Yun Qi, on the account that you are not only our junior, but also the descendant of the Demon King, this Duke and the 7 patriarchs have tried to be patient and accommodating with you in every possible way. So do not presume, lest you be too overbearing." Duke Huai and the 7 patriarchs were definitely being patient, accommodating and willing to compromise. But as long as one was not blind, you could tell that they were doing so under duress. It was only after Yun Qi's methodical coercion that they had no choice but to be accommodating and willing to compromise. In the eyes of everyone else, it was a small matter indeed to make the 7 patriarchs swear allegiance to the Little Demon Empress for all to see, because as members of the guardian families, being loyal to the Little Demon Empress was their duty in the first place. But Duke Huai was extremely aware of Yun Qi's true motive. Yun Qi wanted them to swear their loyalty once more. Furthermore, the oath he wanted them to swear was the venomous oath. "If we were to rebel, then our descendants will be slaves and prostitutes for 10,000 generations." If they swore such a venomous oath, it would undoubtedly pierce a poisoned needle through the heart of these 7 patriarchs. And if they continued to follow Duke Hui's uprising, they would undoubtedly curse themselves and their descendants. And because all the heroes of the realm were present to bear witness, the entire illusory demon realm would remember the venomous oath made by these 7 patriarchs. This not only sickened the 7 patriarchs, it also sickened Duke Huai. If the 7 patriarchs refused, then it undoubtedly announced to all the heroes of the realm that they had something to hide. At that point, it would not even have to be Yun Qi. Anybody who had a glib tongue could take the opportunity to smash an indestructible basin of shit on top of the heads of all the 7 patriarchs. Yun Qi's move had put them in a position where if they advanced, it was sickening, and if they retreated, it was still sickening. It was even more malicious than the curse of a devil. "I am being too overbearing." Just as expected, the moment that Duke Huai opened his mouth, Yun Qi's counterstroke promptly followed. "May I venture to ask Duke Huai, in what way have I been too overbearing? As the patriarchs who lead their respective guardian families, for them to swear loyalty to the Little Demon Empress is originally the only right and proper thing to do. They have been loyal to the Demon Emperor's clan for 10,000 years, and right now I am only asking them to swear an oath to reaffirm their loyalty. It is not only giving them an opportunity to once again express their loyalty to the Little Demon Empress, but it is also to allow the Demon Emperor's seal to return to its rightful owner. This is simply the most simple thing to do under heaven. It is not the least bit excessive or disagreeable. So how can you say that I am being too overbearing?" Duke Huai's chest rose and fell violently. He was aware that Yun Qi was going to say such a thing, and he was also aware that in front of all the heroes of the realm, he could not refute a single word that he had said. The guardian family's existence revolved around their loyalty to the Demon Emperor's clan. This was common knowledge for all the people within the illusory demon realm. If any of the guardian families betrayed the Demon Emperor's clan, they would undoubtedly earn the condemnation and enmity of the entire illusory demon realm. Duke Huai's mind whirled, and he reluctantly said, "All the guardian families have been loyal to the Demon Emperor for a whole 10,000 years, and the whole world knows that none of them have wavered. Yet you would force these 7 patriarchs to swear such a venomous oath. It is evident that you are slighting them and calling their loyalty into question. HMPH, all the so-called oaths that are sworn in this world will forever only be empty words. If they were truly perfidious, even if the oath they swore was 100 times more venomous, what effect would it have?" "Duke Huai has indeed hit the nail on the head," Yun Qi said as he nodded his head and gave a dry laugh. Since this venomous oath is only a string of empty words, then if just casually shouting out these empty words would not only profess one's loyalty, but also cause the Demon Emperor's seal to return to the hands of the Little Demon Empress, I think that not a single person would have reason to reject. Am I wrong? So why did Duke Huai just accuse me of being too overbearing then? Duke Huai was left completely speechless. Ha! Yun Qi gave a cold laugh. If I requested for them to represent their entire clan when they swore this oath, it would indeed have been rather forceful. After all, even though they are the patriarchs of their families, they would be unable to represent and decide the will of every person within their clan. However, my request was merely that they themselves swore that oath. If these 7 patriarchs were truly loyal to the Little Demon Empress, even if this oath was 10,000 times more venomous, they would still remain calm, and not a hint of hesitation or alarm would creep into their hearts. Instead, they would cheerfully use this as a pretext to express their undying loyalty towards the Little Demon Empress in front of all the heroes of the realm. If even this simple request causes conflict and bewilderment, then isn't it telling all of us present that you have something to hide? Because if you swear such an oath, you would actually be cursing yourself. Not only that, without waiting for Duke Huai or the 7 patriarchs to respond, Yun Qi suddenly extended his hand and pointed his finger towards Duke Huai as he said with tightly furrowed eyebrows, Duke Huai, I simply cannot understand why you would speak out against this. An act which is not only mind-numbingly simple, but also beneficial towards the illusory demon royal family. As an illusory demon royal duke, you should be rejoicing in such an act. Yet you keep speaking out against it. Could it be that Duke Huai, Yun Qi's words stopped right there, but anyone who heard it would understand the meaning of his words. After a short pause, Yun Qi's expression and tone changed and he said, Duke Huai, I may only be a lowly junior, but there is something that I need to warn Duke Huai about. In illusory demon realm, if anyone betrays the Demon Emperor, even if it is a member of the guardian families, he would at most be despised by all. But Duke Huai, you, and all of the members of the royal family who are present, if you have harbor any rebellious thoughts in your heart, even the heavens would not be able to overlook it. The expressions of all the members of the royal family seated in the east wing turned ashen, and Duke Zhang exclaimed in a deep voice, Yun Qi, what do you mean when you say such a thing? Duke Zhang, is it truly so hard to understand? Yun Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he replied in an incomparably solemn tone, Everyone here knows that in the beginning, the first Demon Emperor conquered the whole illusory demon realm and brought it out of an era of endless chaos and ushered in an era of peace and calm that has lasted for 10,000 years. In the beginning, the ones who accompanied the first Demon Emperor through all his battles as he united the illusory demon realm were the 12 guardian families. 10,000 years ago, the 12 guardian families were the arms of the original Demon Emperor. In the 10,000 years that have passed, they have always been the protective walls surrounding the Demon Emperor. So it could indeed be said that they have covered themselves in glory. The position and prestige that the 12 guardian families have today is indeed something that they deserve. But all of you members of the royal family, it is only because you have inherited a portion of the Demon Emperor's bloodline that you have been treated as the highest nobility since your birth, possessing the grandest positions, having access to the best resources, and living in a lap of luxury that the common man would never hope to enjoy even once in his lifetime. Furthermore, none of you needed to contribute anything, and neither did you leave behind any legacy of blood and glory on the field of battle. All that you have is due to the fact that you have inherited the bloodline of the Demon Emperor's clan. Therefore, all that you have is due to the favor of the Demon Emperor's clan. You can enjoy all of this with a clear conscience, but none of you must ever forget who was the one that gave this to you. Furthermore, there cannot even be the slightest hint of treachery in your hearts. If not, you will simply be ungrateful and treacherous as you try to bite that hand that fed you. Even the heavens and earth will not be able to tolerate your actions. Right now, the Demon Emperor's clan is going through the greatest crisis it has faced in the last 10,000 years. The previous Demon Emperor has died, the Little Demon Emperor has died, and now only the Little Demon Empress is left to prop up everything by herself. But because she is a woman, she was ceaselessly questioned. All of you who belong to the illusory demon royal family have enjoyed 10,000 years of favor from the line of the Demon Emperor. And now, when the line of the Demon Emperor has sunk into an unprecedented predicament, isn't it the best time for you to repay the line of the Demon Emperor? If at this time, Any member of the royal family harbors treachery in his heart, instead of committing his all to protect and assist the little demon empress. Then they truly have no conscience left in their hearts, and they are even lower than dogs and pigs, ugly and shameless wretches, who will surely be struck by heavenly lightning. Duke Huai's lips turned purple as both of his hands quivered slightly. His chest nearly burst open. This was the most malicious insult he had received in his entire lifetime, and what was even more painful than suffering this insult was the fact that he couldn't even retort. On the surface, it was a reminder, but in reality, it was a direct slap to Duke Huai, and a resounding slap of abuse to the faces of the East Wing's Duke palaces, causing all the dukes and families on the West Wing to become dumbstruck. As for those dukes in the East Wing, every one of their faces was uglier than the next. And in this kind of situation, some Duke palaces had even begun to regret attaching themselves to Duke Huai. Not only were Xianxia's words a huge scolding, they were also a set of incomparably heavy shackles, looping over their disloyal ducal bodies, and causing them to feel so unwell to the point that they wished to die. Duke Huai and all you various dukes, is there anything wrong with what I Xianxia said? If there's anything wrong, please point out my error. Xianxia said in an extremely slow manner as his gaze swept the East Wing. Duke Huai, Duke Zhang, and all the most imposing dukes of the East Wing were in absolute silence. Not a single one of them spoke out to retort or berate. At this time, their current state of mind was as though they had been fed feces. Not only could they not spit it out, they also could not resist, and had to unanimously nod and admit that it was right for them to be fed feces. The little demon empress had been silently watching Xianxia since the very start, with a complicated expression of confusion apparent in her eyes. In this demon empress reign ceremony, she was originally prepared to answer everything, but she didn't expect that everything that she originally believed would happen did not occur. This grand ceremony had become Xianxia's one-man show. Even Duke Huai, who the guardian families were powerless against, who she herself would describe as scary, had been soundly defeated by the Xianxia who had come out of nowhere, while also caused 7 world-shaking guardian families to nearly become fools. Beneath her gaze, Xianxia suddenly turned around and faced her, then raised the Demon Emperor's seal in his hands once more, saying, "Little Demon Empress, please excuse Xianxia's previous stubbornness. Xianxia shall now return this Demon Emperor's seal to the Little Demon Empress." After he finished speaking, he slowly advanced and offered the Demon Emperor's seal to the Little Demon Empress. The two's gazes were relatively close, and the image of a naked young girl's jade body within the water that night surfaced in Xianxia's mind unconsciously. A strange expression immediately flashed through the depths of his eyes, and even the corners of his mouth twitched afterwards. The Little Demon Empress' razor-sharp eyes caught that trace of lewdness in his eyes, and an ice-cold killing intent instantly appeared in hers, causing Xianxia to nearly shiver in coldness. She didn't immediately take the Demon Emperor's seal, and instead asked calmly, "You're not going to continue pursuing the request you put forth just a moment ago?" "No need." Xianxia shook his head and continued, "The Demon Emperor's seal is originally an object belonging to the Demon Emperor's clan. Returning something to its rightful owner is just something you do. It was just that this Demon Emperor's seal bore proof of my grandfather's loyalty and life. What my grandfather paid, in addition to how he had been treated, just made me unable to let go so easily, so earlier. I used the help of the Demon Emperor's seal to make the 7 patriarchs apologize to my grandfather, and at the same time, remind a few people to never forget their duty and never lose their sense of morality. As a descendant of the Demon King, I don't want to see the thing my grandfather used his life to defend be met with the conspiracy of some wicked people. Since I've already reminded these people, it's already enough. Otherwise, if there were people who hesitated and were unwilling to pledge loyalty after the end of this ceremony, wouldn't it disgust the Little Demon Empress and the entire world who is loyal to the Demon Empress?" Xianxia casually said a few words, but they were no doubt several knife stabs toward some people. The Little Demon Empress extended her hand and gently took the Demon Emperor's seal with a tranquil face, her movements ever so careful and light as she clasped it in her hands. However, the Xianxia who was close to her still saw a slight turmoil in her eyes. Since she was the only surviving member of the Demon Emperor's bloodline, no one truly understood what losing the Demon Emperor's seal meant to her, and no one knew how her heart throbbed at the moment. After sensing the burning temperature and pure golden crow aura of the Demon Emperor's seal, she closed her eyes softly and then turned around, walking back to the imperial throne. In front of the throne, the little demon empress turned around, hands grasping the demon emperor's seal. Her white, slender fingers and smooth wrists looked as beautiful as the world's purest jade stone within the shine of the demon emperor seal's clear firelight. However, in the entire demon imperial hall, only Xianxia would be the one to have the thought to admire the little demon empress hands. The demon emperor's seal that has been lost for a century has finally returned. This is a hugely fortuitous event, largely accredited to the Yun family, and no one can deny that. With regards to the Yun family's huge service, this empress will reward them greatly. As for the injustice the Yun family had bore within these 100 years, this empress will also give them a proper compensation. As for all the rights and wrongs buried within this empress will also definitely investigate this thoroughly. The little demon empress gaze swept the great hall, and the expressions of all those who had come in contact with it became sluggish. Even their breathing had instantly stilled. With a shift of her arm, the demon emperor's seal disappeared within her hands, and she said, "This empress had previously made an oath in front of my royal father's memorial tablet that I would use any and all means to retrieve the demon emperor's seal, and that once I retrieved it, I would hold a memorial service for the late emperor. This empress cannot violate the oath I promised to my royal father. This reign ceremony will be suspended for today. Everyone, please return to your residences. The ceremony will continue in 3 days." The little demon empress' sudden declaration to temporarily stop the ceremony caught everyone off guard. But it still seemed to be within reason. It seemed quite reasonable and fair that the little demon empress immediately wanted to hold a memorial service to inform the late demon emperor, and the little demon emperor that such an important item like the demon emperor's seal had returned. Moreover, the little demon empress also needed time to digest and think about how to respond to everything that had happened today. For the time being, the demon king's remains shall be with the Yun family. Once we've selected an auspicious date, we will hold a burial ceremony using the highest standard of the royal family. Furthermore, when the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley will open again in 15 days. At that time, the Yun family will also be permitted to choose 30 people to enter. I'd assume the other families and duke palaces have already made preparations. The Yun family must also make their preparations as soon as possible within these 15 days. During these 3 days, this empress needs to meditate to pay homage to my royal father. No one is allowed to disturb me, even if it is the greatest of all matters. Everyone may disperse. We'll discuss these matters in 3 days. After the little demon empress finished, she didn't wait for anyone to respond before she enveloped her entire body in flames with a wave of her long, dark gray sleeve. When the flames totally scattered, her silhouette had already disappeared in place. The little demon empress' clean, abrupt departure left everyone staring at one another, not knowing what to do. Xianxia was also stunned. He had already set up the prelude perfectly. The demon emperor's seal would thereby give the little demon empress power when in her hands. She could now easily suppress the public disruption Duke Hui's faction caused, and at least not allow them to blindly act with gusto for the time being. However, once she obtained the demon emperor's seal, she had actually chosen to suspend the demon empress reign ceremony, and even left so bluntly, just to pay homage to the late demon emperor. With the little demon empress disposition, this kind of action shouldn't have been plausible. Once the little demon empress left, the great hall immediately broke into discussion. Yun Qinghang stood up and looked at his father's body at the center of the hall with a sorrowful heart. "Everyone, let's go. We should bring my father back home." Yun Qinghang's soft sentence caused every elder to lose all control. As if they had gone mad, they charged to the heart of the great hall and fell down in front of Yun Qinghai's body one after the other. "Patriarch! Oh, Patriarch!" Considering their endless emotions, how could they even bother to take care of their appearances and prestige? They shouted in sorrow and wailed, no longer able to control their bawling. It could be said that they had experienced the fiercest joy and sadness of their entire lives today. Thinking back to when they received the news of his death 100 years ago, and everything the Yun family had suffered since then, even if they possessed the strongest willpower, they were unable to keep their emotions from rioting. Yun Duanshui pays respect to the young patriarch. Second elder Yun Duanshui bowed deeply at Xianxia, his face revealing agitation and respect which he only revealed when facing Yun Qinghang and Yun Qinghai. Previously, we did not know that the young patriarch had returned and showed negligence and disrespect. Our actions were truly punishable by death. What is second elder saying? Just as Yun Qi was about to go forward to support Yun Duanshui up. He had already been surrounded by the Yun family elders and disciples who paid their respects in unison. We pay our respects to young patriarch. Today, Yun Qi had reversed the ominous fate that was originally destined for the Yun family and also helped eradicate an incoming storm. Everyone among the people that were in the Demon Imperial Hall today was so shocked that they thought he was a deity, especially the Yun family members. Although he was only in his 20s and had only returned to the Yun family for 3 short months, everyone was paying their respects willingly and were completely convinced. A few elders and disciples who had treated him with disrespect usually were now filled with fright. You're indeed the Demon King's grandson, the son of the Yun family patriarch. Although this old one has lived for 1,000 years, he has finally seen what a truly outstanding human is like today, exclaimed Qin Zheng thoughtfully, standing by Yun Qi's side. Regent Lord Qin is too kind. Yun Qinghong bowed respectfully. This junior thanks Regent Lord Qin for your righteous speech. Regent Lord Qin does not need to worry. If the 7 families dare to take revenge on you, I will not sit back idly. Ho-ho, this old one is only trying to repay his sins. If Patriarch Yun does not blame me, I'll be of utmost gratitude already. I definitely do not deserve your thanks. Qin Zheng waved it off as he replied with a smile. As for Patriarch Yun's concerns, there's no need. This old one will probably enter his grave in a few more decades. There's no need for them to do anything against this old one. Congratulations to Patriarch Yun for reuniting with your beloved child. With such an heir, the Yun family's return to former glory is only a matter of time. A Regent Lord came forward to congratulate Yun Qinghong. I disagree with Regent Lord Yue's words. Young Patriarch Yun is only 22, and he filled us all with admiration. With Patriarch Yun and Yun Qi in the Yun family, and given the Little Demon Empress high regard and promise, the Yun family would definitely grow beyond its former glory, ha ha ha. Brother Lin's words are true. Patriarch Yun, congratulations. The various heroes all congratulated Yun Qinghong in succession, because all of them had realized that the Yun family was now abruptly making a meteoric rise. Yun Xiao had been bestowed kingship. The Yun family received Little Demon Empress, promise. Yun Qinghong's severely injured body miraculously recovered. Their lost glory was about to be restored, and it would greatly increase as well. More importantly, the Yun family had gained a young patriarch which had caused all of them to be in awe. It would be difficult even if the Yun family did not want to be back on the rise. Even though the Yun family's strength was currently the weakest among the 12 families, at this point in time, no one dared to imagine how much the Yun family would grow in the near future. The Yun family was being swarmed by all the heroes of the land, and behind them, many people were pushing frantically just to have a few words with Yun Qinghong and Yun Qi. Duke Huai looked on coldly with a sullen look that seemed to have been permanently plastered on his face, causing him never be able to relax. Yun Qi. Despite the grinding sound produced by his teeth, he had managed to utter out 2 words that were filled with hatred and coldness with much difficulty. He had prepared and tolerated for so many years just for this one day. But in an instant, it had all gone to waste. He had only executed the first part of his plan, and yet with just this step, he had stumbled. Not only had he allowed Yun Qi to gain all the limelight, but he had been disgraced shamefully, and even had to pay a large amount of purple vein divine crystal. Duke Huai, what shall we do now? Duke Zhang walked over and asked softly. Looking at Yun Qi, he was similarly grinding his teeth. They all knew fully well that today's failure had only been because of Yun Qi, just him alone. Duke Huai gritted his teeth. As his chest rose, a breath of cool air seeped through his teeth. Let's go! Duke Huai turned his sullen face around. Ignoring everyone, he walked towards the exit of the hall rigidly. Seeing his actions, the 7 patriarchs who were initially distracted rose with the Duke palaces and walked to the exit depressingly. I bid Duke Huai Palace and the 7 patriarchs farewell. Duke Huai had only taken a couple of steps when Yun Qi's loud voice had rang behind him. Yun Qi stared at the back of Duke Huai's figure, glanced at the 7 patriarchs and laughed. However, there is one matter of which I, Yun Qi, need to remind you. Regarding the purple vein, divine crystal you lost to my Yun family, please deliver it to our Yun family residence on time. The entire illusory demon realm would probably know about this matter soon. So I think that the prestigious Duke palaces and guardian families would not throw away their most basic trust and face in front of everyone, just over a few kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal. Right, Duke Huai's footsteps paused, and his body remained frozen for 3 breaths of time before he forcefully suppressed his urge to immediately kill Yun Qi without any regards for anything else, and continued to silently walk out of the Demon Imperial Hall. HMPH? Looking coldly at the figure of Duke Huai leaving, Yun Qi snorted coldly. The killing intent Duke Huai had emanated previously was something that he had felt clearly. In just one day you have offended so many people. Furthermore, they are the top powerhouses of illusory demon realm. Jasmine laughed coldly. It sure suits your personality that seeks death no matter where you go. This matter concerns my grandfather's honor and will. Even if I have to dig my own grave, it's not something that can be avoided. Yun Qi sighed before continuing, relaxed. However, compared to the danger I faced 2 years ago within the primordial profound arc, this is nothing. When he finished speaking, Yun Qi frowned and muttered to himself. Just why did the Little Demon Empress halt the ceremony immediately after she received the Demon Emperor's seal? As the Yun family strode out of the Demon Imperial Hall, 4 elders personally carried Yun Kanghai's body with slow and careful steps. The rest of the Yun family crowded around them as they escorted the body out of the hall, with every one of their expressions respectful and solemn. When they had entered the Demon Imperial Hall, they had drawn the attention of everyone in the hall, and now that they strode out of the hall, even though all eyes were still fixed on them, those gazes carried something different from before. Brother Yun, tomorrow evening, this Su will come along with Patriarch Yan to pay you a visit. Su Xianxia sent a sound transmission to Yun Qinghang. Yun Qinghang gave a faint nod of acknowledgement in the direction of Su Xianxia and Yan Zijing. He was well aware of what they wanted to discuss. Chair, what are you thinking about? Yun Qinghang slanted his head and looked at Yun Qi while asking. After they had left the Demon Imperial Hall, Yun Qi's brows had been faintly furrowed, and it was clear that he was pondering something. Yun Qi briefly raised his head and replied, I am thinking about why the Little Demon Empress suddenly stopped the ceremony and why she left right after. If it were only for the reason that she wanted to use the Demon Emperor's seal to pay homage to the previous Demon Emperor, it simply does not make much sense. Yun Qinghang blandly laughed. Even I feel a little astonished, but the Little Demon Empress is definitely someone who does not deal with things frivolously. If she does something, there is definitely a reason for it. But since she does not want to let other people know, we do not need to think too deeply. Yun Qi slowly nodded his head, but after that he suddenly asked, Father, I heard from Xiao Yun that it is a rule that the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley will only be opened once every 5 years. But is this opening decided by the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley itself, or is it decided by the Demon Emperor's clan? Of course it is the former, Yun Qinghang said. There is an enormous flame seal at the entrance of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. This flame seal was not set up by the illusory demon royal family, but by the Golden Crow, divine spirit after the original Demon Emperor had obtained the legacy of the Golden Crow. No one can forcibly break this seal, and this seal disappears by itself for 24 hours at a fixed time every 5 years. This is also the time when the illusory demon royal family and the guardian families enter to grow stronger. 24 hours later, the seal would reappear once more, and at the same time, all of the people within the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley would be expelled from within unless, of course, someone had died within it. Ah, so that is the case. Yun Qi nodded his head, but a thought flitted through his mind, so he continued to ask. So that is to say that, until the seal dissolves by itself at that set time and date, there is no other way to enter the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, including those who possess the bloodline of the Demon Emperor. Yun Qinghang nodded his head once more. Yes, the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is home to fire spirits, lightning spirits, and mysterious treasures of heaven and earth. Anyone who enters the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley will receive relatively enormous rewards. But if one tried to unrestrainedly gather resources, that person would be harmed by the origin energy of fire and lightning. The reason behind the 5 years of sealing of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley after opening is to allow the fire spirits, lightning spirits, and mysterious treasures to regenerate. No matter who it is, they will not be allowed to enter during the period that it is sealed. At least in these 100+ years that I have been alive, I have never heard of anyone being able to enter the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley when it has been sealed. Ah! Yun Qi rubbed his jaw with one hand for a while, and the suspicion that was nestled in his brain grew even heavier. Before, in the Demon Imperial Hall, All the people had witnessed his unyielding posture and also witnessed his power, which had swept through all of the young heroes. He had even uninhibitedly lambasted Duke Hui's faction in front of them. But only he knew the truth. From the moment he had entered Demon Imperial City, he had been cautious and on his toes every step of the way. Especially now, since he had thoroughly offended many of the great powers and individuals of high status and ability today, he had to be even more cautious from here on out. He would not dare to leave even a single blind spot or suspicion uncovered. Despite pondering on this matter for a long period of time, he still could not make any headway, so he decided to give it a rest. He patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Xiao Yun, from today onwards you will be the impressive and awe-inspiring King Xiao. In the history of the entire illusory demon realm, after our grandfather, you are only the second person to have ever been made king. How does that feel?" Ever since Xiao Yun had stepped out of the Imperial Demon Hall, his footsteps had become light and erratic, and until now, he still felt like he was in some kind of dream. After hearing Yun Qi's words, his feet came to a halt and he replied in a rather lost voice. This is actually all due to Big Brother's efforts. I'm kind of at a loss for what to do right now." "Haha." Yun Qi laughed and replied, "You don't need to worry about this. Once you have completed the ceremony of bestowing kingship, you will naturally know what you will need to do." After that, he lowered his voice to a whisper and whispered merrily, "And after you have been made a king, your status will be even higher than that of seventh sister's father, so the matter between you and her should no longer encounter any obstacles." He. Xiao Yun gave an awkward laugh, but his expression immediately clammed up after, and he continued in a worried voice. "Big Brother, Duke Hui is an extremely terrifying person, and after today, he definitely hates you from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, I am afraid that the Hellion family and the rest of the 7 families will look for an opportunity to harm you. Brother Yun." At this moment, the clear and light voice of a young girl rang out from behind. With a whoosh, Xiao Yun spun around and he immediately saw number 7 under heaven, who was scampering over to his side. Behind her was the heroes of the Under Heaven family gathered together, all of whom had differing expressions on their faces, along with the 6 brothers of the Under Heaven family. "Seventh sister," Xiao Yun called out while he excitedly and nervously stood in place. Yun Qingheng and Mu Yuru also halted their steps, and they wore faint smiles on their faces as they looked at them. "Brother Yun, you've become King Xiao now. You're simply too awesome. Congratulations." Number 7 under heaven practically skipped all the way over to Xiao Yun's side with a face filled with elation and joy. If it was like before, with her father present, she wouldn't even dare to give her salutations to Xiao Yun. And before the opening of the grand ceremony, every time the Under Heaven family had strode past the Yun family seats, she was not even able to exchange a word with Xiao Yun. But now, with the reputation and the fate of the Yun family undergoing a complete reversal, coupled with the fact that Xiao Yun's origins had been exposed, and he had been made King Xiao, the situation had naturally become completely different. Cough, cough. Greatest ambition under heaven's face stiffened like a board. He shot Xiao Yun a ferocious glare and decided to directly ignore him, but he did not drag number 7 under heaven away from him. Instead, he let his eyes linger on Yun Qi for a long while, and then he declared in a deep, lamenting voice, "Brother Yun, this son of yours is simply incredible. He is stronger than all 6 of my sons put together." Greatest ambition under heaven's words caused the 6 brothers of the Under Heaven family to grimace. Yun Qingheng gave a light laugh and replied, "Brother under heaven, do not say such things." The reply was short, but it was not too self-effacing. Because the greatest source of pride in his life came from his own son, why would he be willing to use his own words to modestly deny such praise? After seeing Yun Qi today, greatest ambition under heaven was deeply and sincerely moved. Before, he had vehemently opposed his own daughter courting the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Xiao, and a small part of the reason was the feebleness of the Yun family. But his main objection was the possibility that Xiao Yun had come from the profound sky continent. Now the real young patriarch of the Yun family had returned, and when he looked at Yun Qi, the idea that had filled his thoughts was actually this. If 7th Treasure was able to marry this kid, even if she were a concubine, I would still be willing. "Ah, Brother Yun, pardon me for asking, your injuries and your wife's injuries were suddenly healed. May I ask just which expert did this?" "My elf clan has always prided itself on being extremely skilled in the healing arts, but we were helpless in the face of your injuries, and we were always under the impression that no one under heaven could treat them. But seeing that you have made a full recovery today, I am simply too curious as to which person could actually have such transcendent skills." He used the words transcendent skills to describe the person who had helped the young Kinghang and his wife make a full recovery, and these words came from the patriarch of the under heaven family of all people. But those who knew the severity of the injuries suffered by Yun Kinghang and his wife knew that it was not in the least bit exaggerated to use those words. If it were before the Demon Empress reign ceremony, no matter who asked, Yun Kinghang would keep it hidden. But at this time, he gave a faint smile instead, and his eyes turned towards Yun Qi, and he said in a calm and proud voice, "To tell you the truth, the poison and injuries that had plagued Yuru and me for so long were treated by Chair." Before this, they had no choice but to conceal this matter, because they did not want anyone to notice Yun Qi. Now Yun Qi's profile was so high that it could not be any higher, and he had also completely and utterly offended Duke Hui's faction. So there was no meaning in further concealing any information. Instead, if he just openly spoke the truth, it would possibly bring benefit to Yun Qi. As expected, once Yun Kinghang spoke those words, greatest ambition under heaven's face showed unconcealable shock, and behind him, the jaws of the 6 brothers of the under heaven family all gaped wide open. They were unable to close them for a good long while. All of them were extremely clear on just how terrifying the poison that had invaded Yun Kinghang's and Mu Yuru's bodies was. If this were told to them by anyone else, they would all have refused to believe it. But these words had come straight from the horse's mouth, so even if greatest ambition under heaven did not want to believe it, it was not possible. Once they thought back to all the information they had received lately, before Yun Kinghang made his recovery, he had not been in contact with other people. And the only change was that a foster son, Yun Qi, had appeared by his side. Greatest ambition under heaven exhaled deeply, and it was only then that he could suppress the shock that had surged from the depths of his heart. He eyed his surroundings and did not pursue this matter any further. "Brother Yun, thank you for your honesty. But the walls have ears in this place, so we shouldn't dally any longer. Even though Duke Hui suffered a complete and crushing defeat today, by no means will he back down. Now that Brother Yun has made a full recovery and the Demon Emperor's seal has been returned, the Little Demon Empress will have a much greater ability to stand against him. As for what will happen from today onwards, I will pay a visit to your house tomorrow so that we can further discuss things there." Yun Kinghang faintly nodded and did not speak any further. "Seventh treasure, let us be off." Greatest ambition under heaven glared at Xiao Yun and directly dragged number 7 under heaven along as he prepared to leave. "Ah! Seventh sister." All of a sudden, Xiao Yun remembered the most important thing, and he hurriedly shouted after number 7 under heaven to get her to stop. After that, he hurriedly rushed to her side, and in his hand was a delicate white jade case. And once this white jade case had been taken out by him, it immediately attracted the gazes of all those around him. Because this was the white jade case bestowed upon him by the Little Demon Empress, and inside this case was the Overlord pellet. "Seventh sister, this is the Overlord pellet that the Little Demon Empress bestowed upon me. I am Jiv, giving it to you." "Ah!" Number 7 under heaven's eyes grew into saucers, and with a light cry, she subconsciously covered her mouth with her hands. Behind her, her 6 brothers all wore incredulous expressions on their faces, and one could even see turmoil broiling about in greatest ambition under heaven's eyes. This was not some common medicinal pellet. This was the Overlord pellet that was a mythological existence to the masses. The Overlord pellet that even the guardian families and duke palaces would drool over and covet. After taking this Overlord pellet, Xiao Yun would immediately become an Overlord, and his progress would be rapid. He would truly become supreme amongst all of his peers. But he actually gave this Overlord pellet to number 7 under heaven, with no hesitation whatsoever. Yun Qi stood there silently nodding his head, his face filled with approval. Given the insight he had into Xiao Yun's character over this period of time, this kind of action that would be regarded as world-shaking by other people was actually something that was not unusual at all when it came to Xiao Yun. Or else, why would the little princess of the under heaven family still be so dead set on him despite the vehement objections? "You want to give this Overlord pellet to our 7th sister?" Number 5 under heaven asked as he stretched his neck, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Yun's origins had already been exposed for all to see, and he had become the benefactor of the illusory demon royal family. Furthermore, He had been made king by the Little Demon Empress, and his current status was completely different from before. He was no longer considered as ill-matched with number 7 under heaven, but now he was actually high above her. Despite all that, he was still willing to take the initiative and give away the extremely valuable Overlord pellet to number 7 under heaven. And this Overlord pellet was so valuable that it would even cause division between father and son, brother and brother. So right now, unless one was blind, anyone with eyes would be 100% certain on whether Xiao Yun's feelings towards number 7 under heaven were real or fake, whether they were light or heavy. Amen, amen. Xiao Yun immediately nodded his head. Seventh Sister's profound strength is right now at the very pinnacle of the Emperor Profound realm, and this Overlord pellet would be most suitable for her. Seventh Sister, once you eat this Overlord pellet, you can become a true Overlord. Then, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Number 3 under heaven's jaw hit the ground, and no words came out of his mouth for a while. The other under heaven brothers were no different. They asked themselves if they had obtained this Overlord pellet before they had become Overlords, they would definitely not be willing to hand it over to someone else, even if that person was their own brother. But the newly crowned King Xiao Yun actually, number 7 under heaven alternated between being moved and elated. She was more convinced than anyone else that even if he had been made a king, he would still be her brother Yun. She shook her head and pushed the white jade case aside. Brother Yun, this is something the Little Demon Empress bestowed upon you. I don't want it. But the Little Demon Empress said herself, once it has been bestowed, it has become my property and I can give it to whomever I please. After seeing number 7 under heaven reject his gift, Xiao Yun replied in a rather anxious tone, Seventh Sister, right now it is the most suitable time for you to use it. I'm going to break through very soon anyways, so even if I use it, it will be a waste. HMPH, I don't believe you. Number 7 under heaven pushed the white jade case aside once more, and she smiled merrily as she replied, Brother Yun, even though you are older than me in age, you are at the same profound realm that I am at. So it is clear that you are a teensy-weensy bit lousier than I am. If anyone is gonna make a breakthrough first, it's gonna be me, so you should just behave yourself and eat it. I forbid you from pushing it to me again. But, the Overlord pellet that others could not even obtain in their dreams was now being pushed back and forth by these two people. Yun Qi took a step forward, grabbed the case which held the Overlord pellet and said, Both of you, stop pushing it to each other for a moment. Since Xiao Yun wants to give this Overlord pellet to Seventh Sister and Seventh Sister also wants Xiao Yun to use it for himself, then I have a suggestion. Hand the Overlord pellet to me first. When I go back, I will divide it into 2 perfect halves with the same amount of medicine in each half. If the both of you each eat 1 half, wouldn't that settle everything? Split it in 2. Everyone's faces revealed shock, and number 1 under heaven said, Brother Yun, you might not know this, but this Overlord pellet is not an ordinary pellet. Although its ingredients are easily obtainable, it is extremely difficult to produce. Trapping the medicinal properties within the Overlord pellet is even more difficult. Normally, when the pill is formed, it is quickly and carefully consumed to prevent the medicinal properties from dissipating in case something happens to it. Splitting the pellet into 2 would likely destroy the Overlord pellet. The others also had a look of deep thought. However, Yun Qi replied with certainty, Brother under heaven does not have to worry. I have some mastery with regards to refining medicinal pellets and have absolute confidence that nothing would happen to this Overlord pellet, nor would its medicinal properties dissipate one bit. Xiao Yun had long since possessed blind confidence in Yun Qi, and after what happened today, his blind confidence in Yun Qi had only soared higher. He immediately nodded and replied, If Big Brother says he can do it, it's definitely not a problem. If I can share the pill with Seventh Sister, it would be the best of Big Brother. I'll have to trouble you then. As he spoke, Xiao Yun handed over the white jade box to Yun Qi. For Yun Qi to suggest such a thing, he must have his reason. After receiving the Overlord pellet, he immediately kept it. His confident demeanor caused the members of the Under Heaven family to be immensely shocked. Thinking of how he completely cured Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru in the short span of a few months, and thinking about his earth-shattering performance today, it seemed that anything extraordinary that happened around him was actually not that exaggerated. Number 7 under heaven's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yun Qi and said, I believe that since Big Brother Yun dared to say it, he can definitely do it. Big Brother Yun, this young sister is full of admiration for you now. Next time, do tell me some stories about yourself, okay? Yun-Chi laughed heartily. No problem. After you and my brother Xiao Yun tie the knot, we will be one family. At that time, there's no reason why I wouldn't agree to such a small request. His words were obviously targeted at greatest ambition under heaven. But when number 7 under heaven heard it, she was elated and replied with a smile, Big brother Yun, this is something you personally said. It's a promise. Cough, cough. Greatest ambition under heaven was suddenly embarrassed as he pulled number 7 under heaven over. You're a girl, is this appropriate? Cough, brother Yun, we shall take our leave. On the day of the Demon King's burial, do inform us. When the under heaven family left, an agitated shout came from a distance behind them. Grandson, grandson, ayo, my grandson. Among the 12 patriarchs now, Mu Feiyan was the oldest, most senior, and most prestigious. He was usually stern, which has caused people to fear him whenever they saw him. However, his face was currently flushed as he approached like an excited little child, and he was even visibly flustered, as evidenced by his footsteps. Yun-Chi turned around and knelt down without hesitation. Yun-Chi pays his respects to grandfather. No, 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 good grandson, quickly get up. Hearing his words and seeing his actions, old man Mu was immediately ecstatic and even nearly cried. He hastily went forward to help Yun-Chi up and assessed him from up close. The redness in his face became deeper and deeper. Good, good, good. After saying good 3 times, old man Mu grabbed Yun-Chi's hand and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. My grandson is back. This is my, Mu Feiyan's, blood-related grandson, ha 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 ha. The 3 brothers Mu Yubai, Mu Yuking, and Mu Yukong followed him at a normal pace. However, the eldest, Mu Yubai, who usually stood at the vanguard, was currently trailing behind for some reason. His face even revealed a mess of emotions. Father, look how agitated you are. Aren't you afraid you'll be laughed at? Mu Yuru asked with a smile, her eyes showing signs of tears welling up. Ha 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 ha. This old man is in a good mood today. Whoever wants to laugh can laugh. Old man Mu waved it off and laughed once again. That bunch of old fogies always like to gloat about their grandsons in front of this old man. Now that this old man's grandson is back, let's see who still dares to talk about their grandson in front of this old man. Compared to this old man's grandson, their grandsons are simply too inferior to be seen. Ha 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 ha. Even in his dreams, Mu Feiyan desired to quickly get grandchildren, but until now, his wish was unable to be fulfilled. Now that he had a grandson, he was obviously over the moon. Furthermore, this grandson of his was simply too outstanding. Among the young generation within illusory demon realm, there was probably no one that could compare with him. It had been a few hundred years since he was so elated. Thank you, grandfather, for your praise, Yun-Chi said with a smile. Cough, cough. Mu Yuking touched his chin and said with a grin, Heh heh heh, good nephew. Your uncle has grown up under your grandfather's black face since youth. This is the first time I've seen the old man praise someone like this. However, you do indeed deserve the old man's praise. It's true, it's true. Mu Yukong nodded strongly. You must see whose nephew he is. It's always been said that the nephew follows the uncle. With such an outstanding uncle like me, our good nephew having such outstanding results today is only natural. Piss off! Mu Feiyan stared and waved them off. In an instant, a cold wind blew Mu Yuking and Mu Yukong some distance away. 2 good-for-nothing brats. When you were young, you 2 added up would not even be able to compare to my grandson's toe. Stop embarrassing yourselves in front of my grandson and go play with your sandcastles on the side. Mu Yuking and Mu Yuru's faces instantly turned bitter as they stood there, not daring to reply. Mu Yuru laughed and said, Father with chair here at least give some face to second and third brother who are his uncles. Chair, come and greet your uncles properly. Amen. Yun-Chi nodded, walking to the front of Mu Yuking and Mu Yukong and bowed. Nephew Yun-Chi greets his 2 uncles. Amen. Mu Yuking and Mu Yukong revealed the demeanor of an elder and enjoyed it comfortably. Yun-Chi's excellence was something they all witnessed today. To have their nephew reveal such a talent that shook the entire illusory demon realm, they began to foster in their hearts a strong sense of pride. Mu Yubai stood there without saying anything, but he finally could not bear with it any more as he ran over and roared. What 2 uncles? What do you mean by 2 uncles? Is this daddy here not your uncle? Or are you treating this daddy as a transparent person? When Mu Yubai's roar had just finished, Yun-Chi had not yet managed to react when Mu Feiyan appeared in front of him. He stared widely, and with a thunderous voice, he scolded Mu Yubai. Mu Yubai? My grandson has been lost for 20-odd years, and after many difficult experiences, he had only managed to return today. As a senior, not only did you not show signs of appreciation, you actually scolded him. Also, why do you keep using this daddy? You're very imposing now, eh? As he spoke, he turned to Xianxia and immediately became amiable once again. Good grandson, you don't have to be afraid. Since he was young, this brat did not know the limits of heaven. If he dares to roar at you like that again, grandfather will help you cripple his legs. When Mu Feiyan shouted the words, Mu Yubai, all the hairs on Mu Yubai's entire body stood on end. Hearing old man Mu's scoldings, which sounded like a tiger's roar, he did not dare to utter a word and merely stood there with his head hung low, not daring to even breathe slightly louder. Old man Mu had always been absolutely strict within the Mu family. He had been very thorough about it on these three young masters of the Mu family especially. Mu Yuru laughed secretly as she walked forward to appease the situation. All right, father, big brother is just agitated. How would he bear to scream at Chair? Chair, quick, come over to greet your first uncle. Xianxia stepped forward and respectfully said, Nephew greets first uncle. Seeing Xianxia's respectful face and the fact that he did not mention anything about the matter regarding swearing brotherhood, Mu Yubai's expression calmed down immediately and a huge weight was lifted in his heart. The address of first uncle was comforting and he instantly said seriously, Amen, good nephew. Then, what was worse was that Xianxia had followed up by saying this, first uncle, regarding the matter about swearing brotherhood. Mu Yuking and Mu Yukong could not control in an instant and burst out laughing while Mu Yuru covered her mouth as she laughed. The veins on old man Mu trembled and the corners on his mouth twitched. Before this afternoon, he had steeled his resolve to make Xianxia his sworn brother, and this matter was known by all within the Yun and Mu families. When he found out that Xianxia was actually his nephew, he almost went to find a hole to hide himself. Mu Yubai glanced carefully at old man Mu's expression as he forcefully resisted the urge to send Xianxia flying. He tapped Xianxia on the shoulder and laughed dryly like a madman. Ha, 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 ha. Being nephew and uncle is definitely better than being sworn brothers. Ha, 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 ha. Nephew, the fact that you are able to return as your uncle. I'm extremely glad. Although Mu Yubai appeared to be laughing dryly, he gritted his teeth in secret. If this was exposed, the heroic name of Mu Yubai would probably become a laughingstock. There are many people here and it's unsuitable for a long conversation. Chair, you've already been back for 3 months and have yet been to Grandpa's house for a visit. No matter what, you must follow Grandpa back to the Mu household today and look at the place where your mother grew up, and also let Grandpa take a good look at my wonderful grandson, old man Mu said. As he spoke, he was already holding onto Xianxia's arm, unwilling to let go. His usually strict and cold eyes were currently filled with anticipation and love, which made it hard for Xianxia to refuse. All right. Yun Qingheng gave some thought and nodded. Chair has already been back for so long, and it's not right that he did not manage to return to his mother's family for a visit. Yuru, let us follow Chair and Xiaor back for a good gathering. That's great, Mu Yuru nodded happily. Although it was just the simple word gathering, it caused everyone's heart to sadden. Xianxia was already 22, and this was his first proper gathering in his entire life. Good. Old man Mu's voice trembled slightly as he held Xianxia's hands and walked in great stride. Come, let's go home. Great elder, I shall trouble you to escort father's body back first. We will return at dusk. Yun Qingheng instructed Yun Weishan, and the rest simply before bringing Mu Yuru and Xiao Yun along with the Mu family. North of the Demon Imperial City, in front of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. A massive flame profound formation was at the front, spinning slowly. In the middle there was the golden image of the Golden Crow flashing, and each time it flashed, it released a golden flash of fire that no one could look into directly. The profound formation was only 30 meters in diameter yet. It secured the only entrance to the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Even if all the high-leveled monarchs in illusory demon realm worked together, there was no way they could break through it. The high temperature it released caused ordinary profound practitioners to be unable to even get close to it. To the illusory demon realm, this was a forbidden ground. Other than once every 5 years, when the seal of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was released, no one typically dared to get close to it. However, at this moment, there was a dark gray and petite figure that appeared quietly in front of the Golden Crow profound formation. The person who had arrived at the entrance of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was precisely the Little Demon Empress. She stood in front of the Golden Crow profound formation with her gray sleeves swaying gently. She lifted up her arms, then slowly held up the Demon Emperor's seal. At that moment, the light that the Demon Emperor's seal released became even deeper and hotter, and it started to flicker slowly. The frequency of the flickering was completely synchronized with the silhouette of the golden crow in the center of the profound formation, as if it developed some kind of resonance. The little Demon Empress reached out her left hand and gently cut her long, delicate fingers. Instantly, a drop of bright, red blood flew out from the tip of her finger and fell on the Demon Emperor's seal. At that moment, the Demon Emperor's seal flickered in flames, and a reddish-gold flame ascended and surrounded the Demon Emperor's seal in raging fire, and didn't go out for a long time. The little Demon Empress stretched her fingers, danced lightly, and at that moment, another drop of blood flew out from in between her fingers, painting a red trail as it flew directly towards the Golden Crow profound formation. It landed on the silhouette of the Golden Crow in the center of the profound formation. A ball of the same reddish-gold flames started burning in the center of the profound formation. The little Demon Empress held the Demon Emperor's seal, flew up, and in the instant when the Demon Emperor's seal touched the center of the profound formation, the two balls of flames that were burning because of her Demon Emperor's blood merged together. The Demon Emperor's seal made a hissing noise, and the Golden Crow profound formation was also making hissing noises. Following, the two balls of merging flames suddenly flew out at the same time. The profound formation sealing the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley also began to speedily dissolve at this moment, until it was gone completely. The only entrance for the path to the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was completely revealed in front of the Little Demon Empress. The eyes of the Little Demon Empress were calm like the surface of water. She put away the Demon Emperor's seal. Her small body emerged as a gray shadow that normal people's eyes couldn't even detect, and she went into the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley without making a sound in another half of a month. It would be the opening period of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. In the time of 5 years, it had already replenished a large amount of fire spirit and lightning spirit within it. The ground in here was red, but the sky was purple. Within sight, countless flames were swaying, and countless thunderbolts were hissing. Occasionally, there would suddenly be a sea of flames bursting up more than 30 meters high, or bolts of roaring thunder falling down, even though there was only a Golden Crow profound formation between here and outside. It was like the laws and construction of the two worlds were completely different. The Little Demon Empress moved at full speed, heading north in a straight line. She let the flames and lightning strikes entangle her, but no matter how the flames and lightning raged, they couldn't harm her at all. Some of the fire spirit with mid-grade consciousness felt the aura around her would run away hastily and didn't dare to get close. The Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was incredibly vast and broad. The Little Demon Empress focused all of her power on her speed without holding anything back. Her speed was so fast, just like suddenly flickering lightning. But even so, after more than 2 hours, she was still in the world surrounded by lightning and flames and couldn't see the end of it. After a full 4 hours, the wall of a hill that was covered completely by reddish-gold flames appeared in front of her. The Little Demon Empress body turned and landed in front of the wall of the hill. In front of her was a Golden Crow profound formation, extremely similar to the one sealing the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Except this profound formation was a third smaller, and the silhouette of the Golden Crow was even deeper. The Little Demon Empress' cold, lonely eyes finally appeared in an instant of commotion. This place, it was not the first time that she had been here, but this time, her state of mind was completely different than before. In the past, she only had helplessness and desire, but this time, in her hands, she held the Demon Emperor's seal that had returned. Holding the Demon Emperor's seal, the Little Demon Empress stopped hesitating, slowly stepped forward, and just as her body touched the profound foundation, the Demon Emperor's seal flickered in flames, and a ball of fire burst and spread out, covered the Little Demon Empress, and brought her body slowly into the profound formation. The world in front of the Little Demon Empress immediately changed. From the world of lightning and fire, she stepped into a world without edge filled with a golden color. Holding the Demon Emperor's seal, the Little Demon Empress knelt on one knee and said in great respect, "Illusory Demon Royal Family's 12th Emperor, 11th Inheritor of the Golden Crow's bloodline, Xiao greets the Golden Crow Divine God." Ha 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 ha. Just as the Little Demon Empress finished speaking, a reckless woman's loud laughter sounded in this golden world. This sound was as if it was from in the sky, but it was also as if it was close by her ear. Even though the Little Demon Empress' profound strength was high as level 5 in the sovereign profound realm, her vital energy and blood shook under this sound. Your illusory demon royal family has been late for 100 years. You finally arrived today, but it's only a woman. Looks like this noble one's fate with your clan has come to an end. Why did you still come here for? The woman's voice was like vicious flames. Her words confused the Little Demon Empress, who raised her head and said, "Father and brother were both in trouble back-to-back 100 years ago, and the Demon Emperor's seal was also lost for 100 years. It wasn't found until recently, so we were late for 100 years. Even though I am a woman, I am the only direct descendant of the Demon Emperor's bloodline, and I inherited the pure Demon Emperor's blood. May the Golden Crow, divine God, please grant me the Golden Crow's record of the burning world and the ancestral bloodline to revive the Demon Emperor's clan. Grant you the Golden Crow's record of the burning world and the ancestral bloodline. Ha 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 ha, you really are pitiful and naive. Didn't you hear what I had said just now? As soon as you entered here, I knew that my fate with your clan was finished. What is the meaning of Golden Crow, divine God's words?" The Little Demon Empress locked her eyebrows and said without understanding, "What do I mean? You really are completely naive. Your Demon Emperor's clan has had 10 generations of Demon Emperors for the past 10,000 years, and the 10 generations of Demon Emperors were all men. There had never been a woman. Did you really think it was only a simple coincidence and the common customs of men being superior to women? HMPH, looks like you didn't know that with a mortal body like yours, only men can bear the Golden Crow ancestral blood." The Little Demon Empress felt as if she were struck by lightning. Her whole body was trembling slightly, and she said, "Why? Even though I am a woman, my heritage is directly of the Demon Emperor's clan. It doesn't matter if you are a descendant of the Demon Emperor's clan. It is simply because you are a woman," the flame-like woman's voice said ruthlessly. "Men's body is yang and women's body is yin. With a mortal woman's body, it is tolerable to control normal profound flames. Even Phoenix's flames or Vermilion Bird's flames would be okay. But my Golden Crow's flame is the world's fiercest yang fire. There cannot be any existence of yin. You only have a thin trace of the Golden Crow's bloodline at the moment, and you are already suffering from the burn day and night. You are in pain, and your life has been shortened greatly. If you bear the ancestral bloodline, your internal blood flow would be completely messed up, and you will suffer in pain for all your life. On top of that, you are still a virgin, so the vital yin is still in your body. If you accept the ancestral blood within 3 days, the flame energy of your bloodline will explode, and you would die in flames within 5 days. Little Demon Empress. It was true that the illusory demon realm's 10 generations of demon emperors were all men, but no one thought that it was strange, because having a man as emperor was always normal. On the contrary, it was abnormal for a woman to be the emperor. All of the illusory demon royal family's people knew that the Golden Crow's bloodline would harm the body of women, especially the Demon Emperor's Empress, who has the direct bloodline. The Empress always pass away before the Demon Emperor, and none of their lives surpassed 1,000 years, without exception. The Little Demon Empress naturally knew all of these, but she absolutely did not think that, as a woman, even as a woman of the Demon Emperor's bloodline, she could not bear the ancestral blood, and could not even cultivate Golden Crow's record of the burning world. All of the hopes were dashed, as if ice-cold water from a freezing fountain was poured ruthlessly on top of her heart and soul. She was stunned for a long while, thinking about the situation the Demon Emperor's clan was in right now, and mumbled without giving up. Could it be? Is there really not any possibility? Golden Crow, divine God, you also have the body of a woman. Ha 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 ha. The flame-like voice laughed insolently. How can a divine body be compared to your mortal body? The possibility, HMPH, it's not none at all, but that would mean getting the nourishment of a man's vital yang who has the phoenix or vermilion bird's bloodline. But in this illusory demon realm, no one has the power of the phoenix or vermilion bird. Therefore, there wouldn't exist a man like that. Give up and leave. When the Golden Crow mentioned phoenix and vermilion bird, it was obvious that there was in deep disdain. The Little Demon Empress lowered her head and closed her eyes. She didn't speak for a long time, and she was not willing to leave. The flame-like woman's voice sounded again. Don't live in a fantasy. Do not wish for me to help you anymore. I am the isolated being of the Golden Crow's bloodline and soul, under the will left by the Golden Crow. I can never leave this place. From 10,000 years ago, I have already granted your Neon Sparrow's clan 10,000 years of riches and honor. and made you the Demon Emperor's clan for 10,000 years. Since our fated relationship has reached an end, it is heaven's will. Leave. As for this Demon Emperor's seal, the day you die, when the Demon Emperor's bloodline dies, it will naturally disappear. After the Golden Crow's soul's voice vanished, the golden world instantly collapsed. Surrounding became the world of lightning and fire once again. The Little Demon Empress was still kneeling there, and she couldn't move or speak for a long time. As if she had lost her soul, the Mu family had welcomed the most lively day in more than 100 years. When Xianxia agreed to go back to the Mu family together, Mu Feiyin immediately sent a sound transmission back home, and the whole, large Mu family from up to down had been busy. It was several dozen times busier than when the Little Demon Empress visited. The Mu clan's location was larger than the Yun family by more than 1.5 times, and on top of the Yun family's recent descent, the Mu family had more momentum than the Yun family. Old Man Mu led the way and dragged Xianxia through the door. The whole way, he was laughing loudly and he looked very energetic. The Mu family's disciples were all stunned and couldn't speak. They even suspected that the patriarch, who usually was calm and prestigious, had been possessed by some ghosts or spirits. Mu Feiyin led Xianxia himself on a tour around the Mu family. On the way, he couldn't stop talking and laughing loudly, as his saliva flew everywhere like stars. It scared all of the disciples of the Mu family, as if they had saw a ghost during daytime. After taking a tour of the Mu family, it was almost evening. Mu Feiyin brought them into the courtyard, and without any hesitation, took out all of the jade ginseng tea that he had been saving for several hundred years and couldn't bear to drink himself. When the 3 Mu brothers were holding the teacups, all of their hands were shaking. A single ounce of this jade ginseng tea was already invaluable. Normally, when the 3 brothers snuck a sniff, they would be scolded harshly by the old man. Today, thanks to their nephew, they were able to drink it. Come, Chair, this is a greeting gift from grandfather. Hurry and see if you like it. Mu Feiyin put an ice jade box that released cold air into Xianxia's hands while laughing. Thank you, grandfather. Xianxia received it and directly opened the ice jade box. In the box that was as big as his palms, there lay a small, narrow, long crystal that was only as large as his pinky. Just from looking at it, it seemed to be no difference from a normal icicle, only that the cold aura that it was releasing revealed an indescribable, mysterious feeling. When seeing this icicle, the eyes of the 3 brothers of the Mu family all popped out, and they spat out the jade ginseng tea that was in their mouths. It was followed by a hissing, roaring noise, as if pigs were being slaughtered. Ah, frost crystal of absolute heaven. Even though it only looked like a small icicle, it was evident from the reaction of Mu Yubai and the rest of them just how precious and powerful this icicle was. Mu Feiyin disregarded the reactions of his 3 sons, and he said with a full smile on his face, "This item is called the frost crystal of absolute heaven, and it is one of the inherited treasures of my Mu clan. Even though it looks fairly unremarkable when you encounter a crisis, break it apart. The released energy will instantly congeal into an incomparably hard crystal ice barrier which will persist for 6 hours. Once you are within that crystal ice barrier, no one should even think about trying to harm you, because even if that terrific grandfather of yours was still alive, even he would not be able to break it. There used to be 3 of these frost crystals of absolute heaven, but now there is only 1 left. The other 2 were used to save 2 of my predecessors' lives," Mu Feiyin said in a rather proud tone. This item would form into a protective barrier that even a high-level sovereign would not be able to break apart, and it would even last for 6 hours. Xianxia's heart leaped. This was a genuine and proper life-preserving artifact, as long as he had it on his person. It was like having 1 more life to spare. If this was during a matter of life or death, even if no one came to help given his current physique, a protective barrier that lasted for 6 hours was more than sufficient for him to help him recover both his health and his profound energy. This was truly a treasure that he could not reject. Mu Yubai practically stammered as he exclaimed, "My venerated father, this frost crystal of absolute heaven, didn't you say that you were prepared to give it to my eldest son?" But once these words left his mouth, Mu Yubai instantly regretted them. Sure enough, once those words had been spoken, Mu Feiyin's eyes instantly narrowed as he glared at Mu Yubai. "Oh, you still dare to mention the matter of grandsons to me? Where are my damn grandsons? Where? The frost wolf that this old man had reared 100 years ago already has tens of offspring. But you 3 useless bums haven't even produced a fart between the 3 of you in the same amount of time." causing this old man to lose all face in front of that bunch of old fogies for 100 over years. This grandson of mine has now completely restored my dignity. So what objections do you have to me giving him a gift to celebrate our first meeting? Mu Yuking and Mu Yukong panikedly threw their hands in the air. Venerated father, those words were spoken by Big Brother just now. We didn't even say anything. In fact, giving this frost crystal of absolute heaven to elder sister's son is simply way too appropriate. Our venerated father is truly wise. The corner of Mu Yubai's eyes violently twitched, and he didn't dare to say anything for a good long while. He knew that his venerated father had so desperately desired a grandson that it drove him into a tizzy just thinking about it. And now that he had that desired grandson, he would definitely spoil him immensely. But the way he spoiled this grandson was simply outrageous. On the very first day, he had brought out all of the good stuff that he had hid in his chest. In comparison, as the eldest son, he practically had no position to speak of. However, given Yun Qi's illustriousness, the treatment shown to him by his venerated father was not something that was hard to accept. Mu Yuru's pair of phoenix eyes had long ago become a pair of slender crescent moons as her smile covered her face. She was extremely clear on just how precious this frost crystal of absolute heaven was, and if Mu Feiyan were to give it to her, she would reject him with a fair amount of terror. After all, this was one of the inherited treasures of the Mu family. But since it was being given to her son, and it would give her son yet another life-saving treasure, she did not have any intention of rejecting it at all. Instead, she smiled brightly and said, "Chair, hurry up and thank your grandfather." "Thank you very much, grandfather." Naturally, Yun Qi would not reject it either, so he accepted the frost crystal of absolute heaven. At the same time, his heart pulsed with gratitude. He knew why Mu Feiyan unhesitantly passed a treasure as valuable as the frost crystal of absolute heaven to him. Today, he had thoroughly offended Duke Hua and the 7 guardian families, sowing hatred and also giving them a motive to kill. Given the strength held by Duke Hua, even the Yun and Mu family together would not be able to guarantee that they would be able to protect Yun Qi from harm. So this frost crystal of absolute heaven could allow Yun Qi to survive once he met any danger, an absolute protection for 6 whole hours. A simple sound transmission relaying his location would allow them to rush to his side and remove the danger. "Ha ha ha!" Mu Feiyan guffawed loudly and did not look pained in the least. "As long as you like it. That's enough. We are amongst family here. You do not need to thank me." However, Mu Feiyan's face grew somber and he said in a rather worried voice, "Chair, there is something that grandfather has to say. Today you were brave and you were smart. Your ability and charisma were undeniable. Not only did it revitalize the prestige of the Yun family, it also handed a crushing defeat to Duke Hua, whom even the Little Demon Empress was helpless against. But you pitted yourself against Duke Hua's factions as well, and you even greatly rebuked and humiliated the Hellion family and the other 6 guardian families. Even though it was neatly done and felt extremely refreshing, it was also something you really shouldn't have done." Once he mentioned today's events, everyone's faces grew grave. Mu Feiyan continued, "This man, Duke Hua, is someone who thinks deeply and has astonishing ability. The amount of power he has gathered is huge, far beyond what you have imagined. If not, given that the Little Demon Empress is well aware of his ambitions, why do you think she has never been able to expose him or tried to rush into things indiscriminately? Originally, you could have behaved in a tactful manner today, but instead you have thoroughly angered the other party. Right now, he must hate you from the bottom of his heart and also be filled with murderous intent towards you. Even though he might not go so far as to oppose you openly, he will definitely launch numerous attacks at you from the dark." Mu Yubai nodded his head sagely. "Chair, your grandfather is right. Even though you covered yourself in greatness today, you attracted a huge amount of danger to yourself as well." Yun Qi just blandly laughed instead and replied, "A blade hangs over the character of tolerance. It is only when you can tolerate what common man cannot, that the world can be at peace and that you can become a person above all other people. These are the words that the master who taught me my medical skills said to me often, and it also used to be one of the creeds that guided my life. However, in the end, my master was killed by those that he had tolerated and accommodated all his life. Mu Feiyan, Yun Qinghang. It was only then that I truly understood that the blade that hangs over the character of tolerance was something that would not only cause me pain and suffering, but it might even cost me my life one day. So rather than being restrained by it, I'd rather force it onto my enemies." Even though Yun Qi smiled, Every person could hear from his voice an apathy and bitterness that could only come from one soul. They found it hard to believe that these words actually came from the mouth of someone who was merely a young man of 22 years. What they found even harder to fathom was the amount of trials and tribulations that he had to undergo to have the mentality and the success that he had today. For a period of time, everyone fell silent and not a single word was uttered in retort. Then Xianxia continued, "Duke Hua is extremely difficult to deal with. This is something that I understand. He is wild with ambition, and he is definitely the man behind the present decline of our Yun family. If it had been just the matter of whether he thought to kill me, I wouldn't have had any reason to hold back. On the contrary, he is a person that is exceedingly cautious, and these kinds of people are often excessively prudent and prone to overthinking. Today, I have not only completely offended him and the other 7 families, but I have even humiliated them for all to see, without even leaving a shred of dignity for them to cling onto. Besides provoking him to kill me, he will also be thinking about whether my attitude is due to ignorant recklessness, whether I am courting my own doom, or whether it is because I have something to rely on. Moreover, he suffered a crushing defeat at my hands today, and every attack he launched against me was met with multiple counters from me. In this case, he would naturally eliminate the possibility of it being the former, and he would think that the reason for my unbridled behavior is because I have someone strong enough to back me up, and that it is a support so strong. I would not fear his reprisal, coupled with the ability that I have shown, my profound arts which far surpass what anyone else knows, and my ability to sneak into illusory demon realm from profound sky continent without raising a single alarm. This will boundlessly magnify that probability in Duke Hui's heart, and even now, he must suspect that I have an extremely powerful master supporting me, someone who might surpass the boundaries of the mortal world. Because of these misgivings, Duke Hui will not jump the gun, and until he has completely ascertained my entire background, it is unlikely that he will take any action against me. Mu Feiyan eyed Xianxia with an extremely astonished gaze. He had clearly only met Duke Hua for the first time today, but he was able to have near-flawless understanding of Duke Hui's temperament. Duke Hui was indeed someone who was excessively cautious and prudent, so unless he was absolutely certain, he would not make any rash moves. He was filled with ambition, and the strength that he gathered had long ago exceeded that of the Little Demon Empress. But he had waited instead of taking action, all for this day originally. He had absolute confidence in how today's events would play out, but in the end he had met Xianxia, and it had ended in utter defeat. "That was well said," Mu Yuking exclaimed. "Truth be told, even this uncle of yours is quite certain that you have an extraordinary saint as a teacher. If not, you wouldn't be so absurdly strong, and you would not be so cocky in front of Duke Hui." Yun Qinghang did not speak. He faintly nodded his head instead. "Chair's words are indeed correct," Mu Yuru said. "Duke Hui will definitely have the same suspicions, so that will restrain him to some extent. Moreover, the majority of the people today will also think the same thing as well. But today, Duke Hui was heavily rebuked by Xianxia, and he has definitely never suffered such disgrace in his life before. A cornered beast will do something desperate. I'm just afraid of that, so I think that it is best that we be extremely careful regardless. In regards to this, I am not the least bit worried," Xianxia said as he smiled instead. "If it was anyone else, there would indeed be a large possibility that the other party might do something out of desperation. But this is Duke Hui we are talking about. If he was easily provoked, he would not have the power he holds today. So let's just let him merrily bear that blade that hangs above the word tolerance. From now on, I will not only not hide within the house, I will even swagger about ostentatiously. I have 99% confidence that he will not make a move against me, at least not in the short term." Yun Qinghang nodded his head. "I approve of what Chair has just said, given Duke Hui's temperament. Even though he will have an extremely strong urge to kill Chair, he will not make any moves in the foreseeable future. Moreover, Xianxia now has the frost crystal of absolute heaven protecting him. Even if he is attacked from the shadows and faces mortal danger, he will be able to safely escape his predicament. Yes, I just hope that it is so." Mu Feiyan brows furrowed slightly as he gave a brief nod of his head. "I have actually made a terrifying deduction regarding Duke Hui," Xianxia suddenly said in a serious tone. "Terrifying deduction?" Xianxia's brows sank and his voice dropped to a low whisper. "I suspect that Duke Hui's ambition was not born only after the previous Demon Emperor, and the Little Demon Emperor met an untimely end. But it had been something that had been in the works for a long time, even during the reign of the previous Demon Emperor. Furthermore, it was a scheme hatched together with the profound sky continent. Ah! Yun Qi's words was like a thunderclap that descended from the heavens, and it caused Xiao Yun to involuntarily cry out. What? The expression of Mu Yubai and his two brothers abruptly changed. Yun Qingheng stood up swiftly, and his arms moved as fast as lightning as he released roiling electricity which surged in the air. In a split second, the surrounding area was covered in an incomparably strong soundproof barrier. Even though they were inside the Mu family household, and they were even in Mu Feiyun's own courtyard, but the matter which Yun Qi was discussing was far too serious, so these words definitely could not be heard by anyone else. Continue. After he had set up the soundproof barrier, Yun Qingheng looked at Yun Qi and said in a low voice. Yun Qi found that even though Yun Qingheng and Mu Feiyun wore grave expressions on their face, they were not overly shocked, so it was clear that they had long ago formed their own suspicions. He inhaled lightly and continued. There are 4 reasons for my suspicions. The first reason is that when profound sky continents suddenly invaded illusory demon realm all those years ago, their objective was to steal the demon emperor's family treasure, the mirror of samsara. However, before this, profound sky continent and illusory demon realm had no dealings with each other. They merely knew about each other's existence. So why would they suddenly know about the existence of the mirror of samsara? And what was even more strange is this. Even though the mirror of samsara was the inherited treasure of the demon emperor's clan, but no one knew what it could do. Since no one knew what it could do, it has been a useless object for the last 10,000 years. Yet the people from profound sky continent spared no expense in trying to steal it away. It's as if someone had told the people of the profound sky continent of the existence of the mirror of samsara, and then deliberately lied or exaggerated what it could do, for the purpose of inflaming their greed and ambition. And this person can only be someone from illusory demon realm. The second reason is that this place is clearly the territory of illusory demon realm. Yet the invaders from the profound sky continent could directly storm demon imperial city. Moreover, they could come and go as they pleased. Even if demon imperial city had made abundant preparations, they were still able to escape with no casualties every single time. It was as if they knew the entire demon imperial city and even all the plans that had been laid out like the back of their hand. The greatest possibility is that they had a spy within demon imperial city. And this spy not only lived in the demon imperial city, but was even someone who had an extremely extraordinary status. The third reason, 100 years ago, my grandfather brought 10 grand elders of the Yun family with him to rescue the previous demon emperor, 11 high-level sovereigns. This was a force that was sufficient to shake the entire world. 11 high-level sovereigns acting in concert. Even if they were unable to rescue the previous demon emperor, they should still be able to retreat without a loss, or at the very least, I do not believe that there is any power in this world that can detain 11 high-level sovereigns acting in concert. However, grandfather told me that once they had entered profound sky continent, they had immediately been entrapped in the heavens might soul-suppressing formation. And the heavens might soul-suppressing formation, which was powerful enough to seal the profound energy of 11 high-level sovereigns, would definitely have a staggering rate of energy consumption, even if it was only set up for a single breath. So there was no way that it could have existed there all this while. Instead, they had already known where and when grandfather and the others would arrive, and so they simply set the formation up and idly waited. That is to say, that before grandfather and the others had even left for profound sky continent, someone used some sort of method to inform those people at what time and which location grandfather would arrive at. And only a power that is not inferior to that of the Yun family would be able to know the precise movements of grandfather and the rest, and also be able to send a sound transmission that could cross such a vast amount of distance. The fourth reason is that the death of the Little Demon Emperor is simply too suspicious and fishy. During today's grand ceremony, even though I claimed that he was extremely disappointed with the guardian families, and so he personally left to save the previous Demon Emperor. But in fact, I definitely do not believe that the Little Demon Emperor would do something like losing control due to alcohol and personally rushing into the profound sky continent. Even if he wanted to do so, he would have left behind an heir with the Little Demon Empress first. If not, he would personally destroy his own Demon Emperor's bloodline. As the son of the Demon Emperor, how could he possibly do such a stupid thing? The Little Demon Emperor's death is very likely due to an assassination. Yun Qi raised his head and enunciated each word slowly. And all of this evidence points to only one place, Duke Huai Palace. Alishu, a blade Chinese letter hangs over the character of tolerance Chinese letter. Even though Yun Qi called it a deduction, if one combined the 4 reasons that he had established, it was clearly extremely close to the truth. Regarding 3 of the points that Yun Qi had raised, Yun Qinghang and Mu Feiyan had long ago harbored the same suspicions. All these years, they also could not understand just how 11 of the strongest members of the Yun family acting in concert were all brought to ruin in the profound Sky Continent. No matter how strong the 4 sacred grounds of the profound Sky Continent were, they might have at most defeated them and forced them to retreat, but it was not plausible for all of them to die in the first place. It was only today that they found out that when Yun Kanghai's expedition entered the profound Sky Continent, they were immediately ensnared by the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation, which sealed profound energy. Yun Qi's words were 100% correct. The Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation could suppress 11 high-level sovereigns, but the amount of energy it consumed every second must have been incomparably huge, to the extent that it would be beyond the imagination of common people. So it was definitely not possible that the formation had been there all along, rather. It was clear that they had been tipped off on when and where Yun Kanghai's group was arriving. Just this point alone was enough to prove that there was definitely a traitor within Demon Imperial City. And this traitor could only be from Duke Huai Palace. So that is to say that the ones who caused the deaths of the previous Demon Emperor and the Little Demon Emperor, the main culprits behind the calamity that struck our illusory demon realm, were not those so-called sacred grounds of profound Sky Continent, but was Duke Huai Palace instead. Mu Yubai smashed the ground with his fist, and when he stood up, his entire body was quivering with anger. I had originally believed that the ambition of Duke Huai Palace had only been conceived once the Little Demon Emperor died, and the line of the Demon Emperors was broken. But I never would have thought that it was actually. Mu Yuking gnashed his teeth in anger. Their entire clan enjoyed the favor of the various demon emperors for several thousand years, but in the end they actually perpetrated such a heinous disaster against illusory demon realm, a crime that cannot be tolerated by heaven or earth. If all of this is true, then Duke Huai Palace is simply unforgivable. Just from the 4 reasons that Chair has established, it is already impossible for it to be false. Mu Feiyan's chest heaved violently, and his tiger eyes flashed with fury. Even though I had made similar conjectures on occasion in the past, I had always lived in self-denial, because I was absolutely unwilling to believe that a Duke Palace would perform an act so heinous that it would anger both men and gods, an act so heinous that even the heaven and earth would not tolerate it. But I would never have thought that they were actually truly such bastards all along. For the sake of their own ambition, they caused the death of the previous Demon Emperor and the Little Demon Emperor, and even caused the death of Yun Kanghai, caused the Demon Emperor's bloodline to be broken, caused the entire illusory demon realm to be plunged into terror for 100 years. Mu Feiyan grew more and more agitated as he spoke, and his breathing grew more and more fraught due to the fury and sorrow in his heart. Once Yun Qi had explained why Yun Kanghai's group had fallen, he then knew that those hazy conjectures he had made for the past 100 years, but were unwilling to believe, were actually true. All these years, they had hated the 4 sacred grounds of the profound Sky Continent to the bone, and the entire illusory demon realm had viewed profound Sky Continent as a land of devils, only to realize today that the devil who had brought calamity to illusory demon realm was actually someone from Demon Imperial City itself. It was actually someone from the illusory demon royal family. Just who could have imagined this? Just who? Even those powers who had aligned themselves with Duke Huai Palace would definitely not have thought that Duke Huai Palace was the main culprit behind that evil deed. Xiao Yun's eyes had widened into full moons, and he was completely dumbfounded. The words that he had just heard, every single one of them resounded in his ears like heavenly thunder. Yun Qinghang's hands had tightened into rigid fists, and a low cry came from his lips. Causing the death of the Demon Emperor, causing the death of my father, causing the Yun family to fall into such dire straits, this grudge and hatred has made it so that we cannot live under the same sky any longer. He raised his head and continued in a steady voice. However, if that is the case, this ambition should not have been born within Duke Huai, but it should have been conceived in another person instead. When profound Sky Continent had made its initial thrust into illusory demon realm, Duke Huai was only 30 years of age, so it is impossible that he had that level of ambition or shrewdness, and it is even more impossible that using his own strength, he could collude with profound Sky Continent without anyone noticing. So the one who had colluded with profound Sky Continent was. Mu Feiyan and the others were jolted by those words, and Mu Yukong exclaimed in alarm, "Could it be Duke Hui's father, Duke Ming?" But Duke Ming had always treated everyone with incomparable kindness. His behavior was low-key, and even if he met common folk, he did not put on any airs of royalty. He had always been loyal and devoted to the previous Demon Emperor, and he had always been at the Demon Emperor's beck and call, and he completely lacked any interest in fame and profit. Over 100 years ago, when Duke Huai was 37 years of age, he could barely wait to foist his position as the head of the Duke Palace onto his son, so he could travel the world and relax. And from then on, he showed no interest or concern regarding the state of the world. His casual nature and his simple life was well known throughout the entire city. He kept such a low profile that many people have already forgotten this name, so how could it be him? Mu Yuking said in disbelief. Mu Feiyan had fallen into a daze, but he suddenly spoke up. Initially, I had always admired the temperament of Duke Ming, and we were on extremely good terms with each other. But there was one time that I went drinking with Yun Kanghai, that he told me solemnly, and in no uncertain terms, that I should only maintain my friendship with Duke Ming, but I should absolutely never turn my heart towards him. I asked him for an explanation, and he said that Duke Ming was simply too placid, that he was placid to the point where he had always made Yun Kanghai feel like there was something off with him. He also pointed this out, that if Duke Ming truly did not care about the things of the world, then why did he cultivate his profound strength to such a high level? Was Duke Ming extremely strong? Yun Qi asked hurriedly. That's right. Mu Yubai nodded his head and his face had turned green. In that generation, the Demon Emperor was the strongest, Yun Kanghai was second, and Duke Ming only lost to these two individuals in terms of profound strength. His current cultivation should already have surpassed the Demon King in his prime. Ah, Mu Feiyan gave a long sigh. It was just that I simply could not approve of the warning that Yun Kanghai had given me all those years ago. Even when Duke Huai had made his ambitions known, I had never placed any suspicion on him. At most, I had only railed to the heavens that Duke Ming had left behind an unfilial son. Yun Qi's brows jumped. Grandfather, do you mean that? All these years, you have never seen Duke Ming at all? That is right. Mu Feiyan nodded his head. Before the previous Demon Emperor had met with disaster, Duke Ming had already passed the lordship of his Duke Palace over to Duke Huai. After that, he bid farewell to the previous Demon Emperor, claiming that he wanted to live a life free from care and worry, and that he wanted to travel all over illusory demon realm and enjoy his retirement. He never appeared once since then, whether the line of the Demon Emperor had met misfortune or Duke Huai had shown his ambition. In order to get him to stop Duke Huai, the Little Demon Empress and I spared no efforts in trying to track him down. But it was all for naught. Indeed, with how big illusory demon realm is, give his power. If he did not want anyone to find him, no one would be able to do so. And now, the previous Demon Emperor and the Demon King have already departed, and the Little Demon Empress Golden Crow bloodline has yet to be awakened. So given Duke Ming's strength, he is already fully deserving of being called the strongest in illusory demon realm, and none can compare. After he said these words, Mu Feiyan's breathing clearly became sluggish, and the faces of everyone present had turned a lot uglier in an instant, as a cold suddenly blanketed their entire bodies. The clearer the truth was, the more terrifying it became. Duke Huai's power had already swelled to the extent that the Little Demon Empress was unable to fight him. But now, there was the incomparably shrewd and powerful Duke Ming who was added to the mix, causing the already untenable situation to teeter even closer to the abyss. This shadow that enshrouded the Demon Emperor's clan and even enshrouded the entire illusory demon realm, just what could they do to fight against it? The room had fallen into a solemn silence, and the only sound left was the sound of breathing. After a long time, Mu Feiyan let out a long sigh, and his brows furrowed deeply. So it looks like the only hope we have left lies in the awakening of the bloodline of the Little Demon Empress. If the bloodline of the Little Demon Empress awakens, what will her power rise to? Yun Qi asked. Yun Qinghang said unhesitantly and calmly, every time a Demon Emperor awakens his bloodline, he would also learn the Golden Crow's record of the burning world, and after that his power would be unrivaled throughout the illusory demon realm. 1,000 years ago, the previous demon emperor awoke his bloodline when he was at the 4th level of the sovereign profound realm, and his profound strength directly jumped to the 9th level of the sovereign profound realm. The little demon empress' current strength is at the sovereign profound realm level 5. So after her bloodline awakens, at the very least her profound strength should jump to the peak of the 9th level of the sovereign profound realm. Moreover, with the Golden Crow's record of the burning world, she would even be able to take on someone who was at the sovereign profound realm level 10. At the same time, her awakened Golden Crow flames will also have the property of greatly suppressing the members of the royal family who only have traces of the Golden Crow bloodline. At that time, even if it is Duke Ming, he won't be the Little Demon Empress match either. Ah, so that was how it is. Yun-Chi showed faint surprise on his face. From his previous understanding, every time a demon emperor used the demon emperor's seal to enter the Golden Crow's ancestral land, their profound power would soar into the heavens, and they would become unrivaled under heaven, as it turned out. These words were not the least bit exaggerated after all. Now that the Little Demon Empress had received the demon emperor's seal, she could also enter the Golden Crow's ancestral land, and it was just so happened that the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley would open in half a month's time. Since the Little Demon Empress will receive such a massive boost in power once her bloodline awakens, then if... Yun-Chi said as his brows sank, if I were Duke Huai, I would think of every and all means to stop the Little Demon Empress from entering the Golden Crow's ancestral land that was within the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. That's right. Mu Feiyan nodded his head, and his gaze grew dark and severe. So half a month from now, on the day that the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley opens up, I will gather up all those bunch of old fogies and personally escort the Little Demon Empress to the Golden Crow's ancestral land. Demon Imperial City, Duke Huai Palace. When Duke Huai had returned to his palace, his expression was as tranquil as water. But once anyone within the palace approached him, they would involuntarily break out into fierce trembling, and it caused them to withdraw in fear as their heartbeat soared. Your Highness, the old master requested that you see him immediately after you have returned. The moment Duke Huai stepped past the palace gates, a person, who had the complexion of yellow wax and had a short horn growing out of his head, stepped forward to greet him in a low voice. His appearance was extremely similar to the venerable stone dragon whom Yun Qinghang had heavily wounded. After hearing the two words, Old Master, Duke Huai's brows jumped, and he faintly nodded his head and quickly strode inside. After he had taken a few stops, he suddenly stopped and inclined his head to ask, How are Ye's injuries like? The man with the complexion of yellow wax replied, His Highness Hu Yi's injuries were more serious than previously imagined. The energy that had smashed into his body was extremely tyrannical, and even now it has not fully dissipated yet. I am afraid that Duke Huai will have to be in convalescence for a minimum of 3 months. Duke Huai's brows faintly tightened. He did not say a word and silently worked into the middle of the courtyard. Duke Huai opened the barrier and entered the secret passage, finally stopping at a wide, pitch-black pearl curtain. Behind the pearl curtain, one could vaguely make out the figure of a black figure. Duke Huai knelt to the ground and closed his eyes as he said, Royal Father, you do not need to say a single thing. I have already gotten a complete account of today's events, said a low and deep voice that came from behind the inky pearl curtain. This voice was of an indeterminate age. It seemed to float down from the heavens, but at the same time it possessed a gloomy coldness that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell. Yun Qinghang made a full and sudden recovery 2 months ago, and he recovered all of his profound strength. I had originally believed that it could only arise from a variable that we had never taken into account of before. But who would have thought that his son actually? At the mention of Yun-Chi's name, given Duke Huai's temperament, he could barely stop his teeth from gnashing together in fury. Today's humiliation, today's disgrace, today's defeat. They were all something he had never experienced before in his life. The outcome of today's events cannot be blamed on you. Yun Qinghang's son is incomparably brilliant. He even brought back the Demon Emperor's seal and the body of Yun Qinghai. So even if I was present at the ceremony today, it would still have been tough to avoid a loss. The voice behind the pearl curtain continued. Failing to carry out the plans we had made for today is only a secondary concern. The most serious concern that we have right now is that the hearts of the people have turned towards the Yun family. Since it has come to this, we will not be able to make any careless movements for the next 20 years at least. I want to personally take Yun-Chi and rip him into a million pieces. Duke Hui said in a voice filled with hate. Such careless words. I believe this is the first time I have ever heard you utter them. It looks like this time you were met with complete and utter defeat. The voice behind the pearl curtain was as calm and cold as the boundless black night as it said, "He is exceedingly cunning, yet he dares to act in such an unbridled manner, so he definitely has something to back him up. In this world, the most fearsome enemies are the ones you cannot fully grasp. Before you have fully investigated his background, it would be extremely unwise to take any action against him, whether obvious or covert." "I fully understand," Duke Hui said as he ground his teeth together. "I have already sent instruction to mobilize all our spies and fully dig out all of his secrets, especially the sect he belongs to, and also how he arrived from the profound sky continent to this place. No, now is not the time to do such things." The voice behind the curtain became even colder and sinister, and a cluster of crimson-black flames suddenly lit up the darkness. It seemed like a ghost flame that was gently swaying in the abyss. "I have summoned you for one purpose, and that is to kill someone." "Kill who?" "The Little Demon Empress." "What?" Duke Hui fiercely raised his head. "Right now is the best opportunity. We will have to assassinate the Little Demon Empress." A horrifyingly cold laugh rang out. "Furthermore, she will even personally deliver the opportunity to us herself. Right now, not only is she alone, she is also within the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley that no one will approach. She thinks that just because she got the Demon Emperor's seal, she can awaken her bloodline, naive. You are not allowed to alert anyone else to this matter. The fewer people, the better. To guarantee that there will be no slip-ups, I will personally accompany you, and I will make sure that she dies without a trace." Ha. At the sound of that wild laughter, the crimson-black flame flickered frantically, and a dark and sinister wind blew, causing the pearl curtain to rattle incessantly. Demon Imperial City, Mu family residence. Even though the truth is far more terrifying than what we had previously known, based on our present circumstances, there is no need to be too pessimistic, Mu Yubai said as he furrowed his brows. For the past 100 years, the main reason why Duke Hui Palace was able to gather so much power and allegiance is due to the Little Demon Empress. Firstly, it is because she is a woman. Secondly, it is because she did not have the Demon Emperor's seal. Because of that, there was no way to awaken her bloodline, so she did not possess the awe-inspiring power of a demon emperor that was able to oppress everyone. Furthermore, she had no qualified successors. So once Duke Hui Palace displayed sufficient power and presented them with the appropriate threats and temptations, the convictions of those Duke Palaces and Guardian families would naturally be shaken. But now the world has witnessed the Little Demon Empress receiving the Demon Emperor's seal, so it won't be too long before she awakens her bloodline to become unrivaled under heaven. At the moment, those powers who have aligned with Duke Hui Palace are already beginning to feel frightened and restless. Furthermore, during today's events, Yun Qi won over the hearts of all heroes of the realm, causing them to side with the Yun family, while also hinting towards Duke Hui's ambition. As a result, Duke Hui Palace will definitely not dare to act recklessly for at least the next 20 years, unless they want to live with the wrath of the entire realm directed against them. That is indeed the case. Mu Yuking and Mu Yukong nodded their heads in agreement. Yun Qinghong took one look at Yun Qi's expression and he said, "Chair, it seems like you do not think that things will pan out this way." Yun Qi raised his head slightly, then said in a bland voice, "However, if the Little Demon Empress were to suddenly die, then the threat posed by the Demon Emperor's seal and any other worries that Duke Hui Palace had would instantly disappear." Yun Qi's words caused everyone to sit up straight. Yun Qinghong replied, "So you are worried that Duke Hui Palace is going to try to assassinate the Little Demon Empress?" "That's absolutely impossible," Mu Feiyin said with a large flourish of his hand. "Even if Duke Hui Palace possessed a strength that was 10 times stronger, and even if you were to give Duke Hui himself 10 times more guts, he will still definitely not dare to make a move against the Little Demon Empress. The Little Demon Empress is extremely strong herself, and the number of experts she has at her side are like clouds in the sky. Even if it is Duke Hui Palace, assassinating the Little Demon Empress is a task that is harder than climbing to the heavens. On the contrary, the Little Demon Empress has long looked forward to the day that Duke Hui Palace attempted to assassinate her, because once she is able to grab hold of some proof, she would be able to openly make public of Duke Hui Palace's ambition and convict them of the crime of regicide, causing them to be ostracized by the whole realm. What Duke Hui wants is to become the Demon Emperor and rule all under heaven. He does not have the capability or the guts to do something that would arouse universal condemnation. I understand the point you are making. Yun Qi's brows still remain knit together. What I am worried about is that if the Little Demon Empress is by herself, they might seize the opportunity and do the deed without leaving behind a single trace. That would be a complete disaster. That will naturally not be possible. Mu Feiyin waved his hand again. Given the wisdom of the Little Demon Empress, she will definitely not present such an opportunity to Duke Huai Palace. The Little Demon Empress normally does not go beyond a 150-kilometer radius of Demon Imperial City. Even if she does meet danger when she is alone and outside the city proper, the resulting profound energy vibrations will be sufficient to alert the entire Demon Imperial City. Yun Qi was naturally extremely clear on this particular point. When he had seen the Little Demon Empress for the first time that night, just a simple wave of her hand caused an area that was 5 kilometers wide to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Given the strength of a sovereign, an all-out fight between them would cause profound energy vibrations that would extend beyond 500 kilometers. But Mu Feiyin's words still failed to reassure Yun Qi regarding this matter. He pinched his eyebrows and he spoke as his mind continued to churn. The first day I came to Demon Imperial City, I heard Xiao Yun tell me that lightning and fire within Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was very thick, and there were even many lightning spirits and fire spirits living within. Is it a world where the natural laws are different from the outside world? That is right. Yun Qingheng nodded his head. The existence of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is something that goes beyond all historical records. The public explanation has always been. In ancient times, the divine beast Golden Crow descended upon the illusory demon realm, and the present Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is its initial resting place. After it left, it also left behind a spark of its divine soul and its bloodline legacy. Using its incomparable divine strength, it created a semi-autonomous world where its resting place used to be, a world where the laws of fire are completely bent. As for why that place has lightning spirits as well, it has always been a mystery, and the legends generally speak of there being a powerful, mysterious treasure which contains the essence of lightning. So that is how it is, since it is a semi-autonomous world which possesses different laws from the outside world. Those fire and lightning spirits cannot escape from the world at their convenience. Any profound energy vibrations and explosions will also not affect the outside world, and no one will be able to send any sound transmissions to the outside world from the inside as well. Are all of my assertions correct? You are indeed correct. Yun Qingheng nodded his head as he understood what Yun Qi was thinking. Chair, are you worried that the reason the Little Demon Empress suddenly called off the ceremony and left the premises is so that she could go to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley by herself? Yes, Yun Qi nodded heavily. The Little Demon Empress has endured 100 years of danger and pressure. Her greatest desire is to awaken her own bloodline and attain unparalleled profound strength. Today was the Little Demon Empress 100-year reign ceremony. All the heroes of the realm were gathered, and the entire scenario had shifted in her favor due to my actions. Yet when she received the Demon Emperor's seal, she immediately and abruptly announced that the ceremony was over, and she immediately left after that without any explanation. The reason that she gave, that she wanted to use the Demon Emperor's seal to present a sacrifice to the late Demon Emperor, is a reason that I am unable to accept. I have thought of many, many reasons, but the only reason that I think is plausible is this one. In order to prevent any new problems from arising after she had received the Demon Emperor's seal, she chose to waste no time and proceed to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley in order to awaken her bloodline. Also, even though she had left in a hurried and decisive manner, she still mentioned that there was still half a month to the opening of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. These words were completely unnecessary, and rather it seemed like she was deliberately reminding everyone that Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was only opening in half a month's time, in order to conceal the fact that she was now able to open Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley by herself. Yun Qingheng's brows arched, and now he finally understood why, after the ceremony had abruptly stopped, Yun Qi would suddenly ask him whether Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley could be independently opened, and whether there were other ways to open it. He looked at Mu Feiyin and said, "Father-in-law, have you ever heard of a secret method that the Demon Emperor's clan has which can forcibly open Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley?" Mu Feiyin furrowed his brows in thought, but he slowly shook his head. "I have never heard of such a thing." Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley has always opened and closed autonomously, and the barrier sealing Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is something that no one would be able to break. During the 10,000-year reign of the line of the Demon Emperors, there hasn't been a single Demon Emperor, or anyone else for that matter, who has been able to enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley while it is still closed. So this particular worry of yours should be a superfluous one. There are no absolute things in this world, Yun-Chi declared solemnly. The reason why it has not happened in the past is because the line of the Demon Emperor had never been plunged into crisis like it has been today. So there was never any need for them to forcibly enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Furthermore, because of the respect they had towards the land of the Golden Crow, they would not barge in without a good reason. But that does not mean the Demon Emperor's clan would not have any means of forcibly entering within. If there was really such a method, even if us guardian families do not know about it, it does not mean that none of the Duke Palaces are as clueless as us either, because they are also part of the illusory demon royal family, so they will naturally know some secrets that pertain to the royal family itself. And even if all the other Duke Palaces do not know of it, it does not mean that Duke Huai Palace would not know. When Duke Huai Palace first started their schemes, the first thing they would do is to use any and all methods to completely uncover all of the secrets and hidden cards possessed by the Demon Emperor clan. In this period of time, they have been able to cause the deaths of the late Demon Emperor and the Little Demon Emperor. They have also divided the strength of the guardian families while causing the line of the Demon Emperor to be left with only the Little Demon Empress. Yet through all of this, they are still able to hoodwink the entire illusory demon realm. I have to admit that even though the methods of Duke Huai Palace are extremely evil, they are also excellent at what they do. I definitely believe that they have the ability to ferret out the secrets of the Demon Emperor clan that no one else would know. The strength of Duke Huai Palace was something that no one could deny, especially after they had peeled back the truth today. Everyone was alarmed to find out that Duke Huai Palace was far more terrifying than what they had anticipated. Yun Qinghang said with sunken brows. So what you are worried about is that the Little Demon Empress may just know a method to forcibly enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. So she abruptly stopped the ceremony to immediately head over there. In order to not alert anyone to her plans, especially Duke Huai Palace, she went by herself, however. Duke Huai Palace may very well know this secret as well, and after guessing where the Little Demon Empress was headed to, they would follow in behind her in order to assassinate the Little Demon Empress. Yes, Yun-Chi slowly nodded his head, even though it is only a guess. If by any chance that guess is correct, then the Little Demon Empress is in extreme danger. Once the Little Demon Empress dies, the Demon Emperor's bloodline will vanish forever. And once that happens, the strongest Duke Huai Palace can openly and uprightly assume the mantle of Demon Emperor. Ha ha ha. Even though Yun-Chi's words were exceptionally solemn, Mu Feiyan laughed out loud instead. You are truly worthy of being called my grandson. Your intellect is simply brilliant, and you are even more meticulous and prudent than that Duke Huai. However, this worry of yours is still rather unfounded, no? Mu Feiyan continued in a carefree voice. Chair, even if your guesses are completely correct, and the Little Demon Empress did indeed know a method to forcibly enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley and went by herself, even if it turns out like what you have just said, that Duke Huai Palace also knows about this method, guessed her location, and sent experts to follow her into Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. The Little Demon Empress had left immediately, so no matter how fast Duke Huai Palace can react, they would only be able to enter after her. Given the power of the Little Demon Empress, she has definitely entered the Golden Crow's ancestral land before they would be able to catch up. The Golden Crow's ancestral land is restricted to only those of the Demon Emperor's bloodline who also carry with them the Demon Emperor's seal. Once the Little Demon Empress has entered that place, even if the people from Duke Huai Palace all grew 3 heads and 6 arms, they would still be helpless to do anything to her. If they tried to forcibly enter, it is even more likely that it would arouse the ire of the Golden Crow's soul. They would all be reduced to ashes. Once the Little Demon Empress emerges from the Golden Crow's ancestral land, she will have awakened her bloodline, and she will also possess the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. So even if the entire Duke Huai Palace was mobilized, they wouldn't even be able to do a thing against her. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about this. The Little Demon Empress may not have stopped the ceremony because she wanted to pay her respects to the late Demon Emperor, but she definitely has a special reason for it, and she also has her reasons for not telling us as well. If she really went to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley to awaken her bloodline as soon as possible, in order to get rid of all the restlessness and uncertainty, then that is also an extremely good thing. Compared to the guesses of Yun Qi, the words of Mu Feiyin were orderly and reasonable. There was not a single flaw to be found in his logic. If the Little Demon Empress had really wanted to go to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley to awaken her bloodline as soon as she possibly could, then she definitely did so at the greatest speed possible, without pausing to take even a single breath. Yun Qi also silently considered Duke Huai's reaction after the ceremony had ended. He had left in complete fury, and his murderous intent towards Yun Qi overflowed. But his footsteps were not hurried in the least when he had left. While his eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred, they also did not have a trace of anxiousness within them. If Duke Huai was going to act as he had guessed, then he should have left with the greatest speed, since preparing his forces would definitely take some time. Could it be that all of his guesses and worries were really just a product of an overactive imagination? Since they were at the Mu family household, they naturally could not avoid being fiercely detained by Mu Feiyin for a family dinner. Once the time had come to leave the Mu family residence, the curtain of night had already been draped across the sky. The streets of Demon Imperial City had begun to quiet down, and it seemed to be even quieter than before. Yun Qi's feet came to a sudden halt not even 500 meters since they left the gates of the Mu family residence, and he sincerely said, "Father, Mother, Xiao Yun, go back without me first. I want to make a trip to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley myself." "Ah, why?" Xiao Yun said with a face filled with shock. Yun Qinghang pinched his brows. "Are you still worried that your guesses will come to fruition?" "Chair, didn't your grandfather already tell you that even if your guesses are all correct, the Little Demon Empress still wouldn't be in any danger?" Mu Yuru said gently. "Grandfather's words are indeed absolutely correct. However, I just have this horrible premonition," Yun Qi said as he furrowed his brows. Premonition? Xiao Yun asked. "I have never suspected my instincts," Yun Qi solemnly declared, "because it has saved my life countless times." Xiao Yun said with a clueless face. Yun Qinghang sighed heavily, but he did not stop Yun Qi. He gave a brief nod of his head and said, "Since that is the case, Yuru Xior, go home first. I will accompany Chair to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley." "No need." Yun Qi hurriedly raised his hands. "Father, I am only unable to hold myself back from verifying my own guesses and instincts, that is all. It's not like I'm going to do anything dangerous or some urgent and important matter. So you should just let me go by myself." After today's ceremony, the rest of the Yun family are definitely still agitated and restless. Moreover, grandfather's body has only just been properly returned home, and everyone must be waiting for father to come home and organize things. It is definitely not the time for you to leave the city. But right now, Duke Huai Palace hates you to the very bone, and the 7 guardian families, along with many of the Duke Palace, harbor ill will towards you as well. If you go all by yourself, it is simply too dangerous. How about letting mother come with you as well?" Mu Yuru said in a voice full of worry. Yun Qi knew that they would definitely be worried over his safety and said with a relaxed expression, "Please do not worry, it isn't so easy for others to follow or detect me." Once his voice fell, he withdrew his presence and quietly activated hidden flowing lightning. In an instant, his profound energy aura was like smoke being dissipated by a breeze. It swiftly weakened, and within the span of 2 short breaths, his aura actually disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yun's mouth gaped open, and he was unable to close it for a good long while. The gazes of Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru also trembled as shock spread across their faces. This, Big Brother's profound energy aura actually completely disappeared. Xiao Yun yelled in a low voice as his eyes widened into saucers. Yun Qi was clearly standing in front of him, yet he couldn't feel a single wisp of profound energy coming from him. He closed his eyes, but he actually could not even detect Yun Qi's existence. It was as if the Yun Qi standing in front of him was only an illusionary shadow. Despite Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru's cultivations, they could only feel a faint sliver of energy that could only be described as a silk thread, and this was despite them focusing on detecting him. Furthermore, Yun Qi was only 3 steps away from them. This degree of concealment, if it were in a normal situation, even if Yun Qi was hidden within a 30-meter radius from them, they still might not be able to detect him, even if they were mighty practitioners at the sovereign profound realm. Yun Qi faintly laughed and said, This profound art is called hidden flowing lightning, and it can almost perfectly conceal one's presence. Furthermore, activating it uses very little energy. After all, its method of profound energy concealment is not through forcible suppression. Instead, it locks one's energy within the body and does not interfere with your profound strength at all. So even when you are being concealed, you can always exert your full strength if you have to. To think that this world actually had such an unfathomable divine skill, Yun Qinghang could not help but exclaim. Despite the heights he had scaled and all that he had seen and heard, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful concealment technique in his life. At the same time, his concern over Yun Qi's safety had been reduced by a great deal. Since you are so insistent, go ahead with your plans. Just remember to prioritize your safety and go and come back swiftly. Yun Qinghang did not try to restrain Yun Qi any further. In these short 3 months that he had known him, he had come to understand that Yun Qi was not someone who let others easily interfere with his decisions. Moreover, in regards to Yun Qi, he had long ago already formed a confidence in him that even exceeded the confidence that he had in himself. Father, mother, do not worry. Do not forget, I also have the frost crystal of absolute heaven that was given to me by grandfather, so even if I really encounter any danger with it around, nothing will happen to me, Yun Qi said with a relaxed expression. Mu Yuru's face was still filled with worry, but she no longer tried to persuade Yun Qi to do otherwise. She simply said in a soft voice, "With this concealment ability of yours, it would actually be safer for you to travel on your own. Even though Mother believes that you will definitely not come to harm, but I just can't stop worrying." Now. That's enough. Chair is far more incredible than we had ever imagined. Yun Qinghang consoled Mu Yuru as he patted her shoulders. After that, he suddenly took a step forward and pressed his finger in the spot between Yun Qi's brows. Following a flash of dull, purple, profound light, he slowly retracted his hand, and a clear image appeared in Yun Qi's mind. This is where Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is located and what its entrance looks like. Yun Qinghang said, "Once you have reached that place, if the sealing profound formation is still there, then you should make haste and return. If the sealing profound formation has disappeared, you must definitely not make any reckless moves, and you must send a sound transmission to me at first notice." "Yes, I understand." Yun Qi nodded his head. Also, Yun Qinghang hesitated for a moment, but continued speaking anyways. "Even though I have absolute confidence in your ability to protect yourself, even if it is for the sake of not letting your mother worry, send a sound transmission back to us every hour. If I have not received your sound transmission for more than an hour, I will immediately make my way to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley." "Understood. I will definitely not forget Father's words." Yun Qi nodded his head once more. He knew that even if he had full confidence in himself, and even if he had just demonstrated the mighty hidden flowing lightning ability, they would still worry about him regardless, because they were his father and mother. "Then go," Yun Qinghang said as he nodded with a faint smile. Those ordinary and light-hearted words pierced the depth of his heart and carried an inexplicable warmth, causing his heart to warm all over. "Father, mother, Xiao Yun, I'll be back soon," said Yun Qi as he rose into the air and spun around. And before anyone could feel a trace of profound energy in the air, he was already 30 meters away. "Chair, you have to be careful." As she watched Yun Qi's figure swiftly vanish into the night, the hand that Mu Yuru used to hold Yun Qinghang's hand involuntarily tightened. "Husband, Chair, he will definitely be okay, right? Do not worry, he is only going to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley to confirm his suspicions. He's not going there to fight anyone. Besides, his ability is probably even stronger than what we have seen or imagined so far, so he definitely won't be in any danger," Yun Qinghang said as he comforted her. "I know, it's just that." Mu Yuru raised her hand and pressed it against her chest while she said rather despondently, "It's just that my heart is still beating really quickly, and I just have this feeling that—" There. Don't let your imagination run wild," Yun Qinghang said while smiling. "Our child has already returned for 3 months. Now that he's left for a short period of time, your heart has been reduced to a complete mess. Don't worry, Chair will return almost as soon as he went. All we need to do is go home and calmly wait for his return. You never know, he might even be back before midnight." In order to be as stealthy as possible, Yun Qi only traveled at half of his maximum speed, but that was definitely not a slow speed. Under the cover of night, and using the hidden mirage lightning to conceal his figure, he traveled in towards the location that Yun Qinghang had detailed for him and pressed westward. Why is your heart suddenly so set on that little demon empress? Jasmine asked all of a sudden. Is it once again because she is a beauty, so it caused your base, lecherous instincts to stir once more? Jasmine's words caused Xianxia's body fiercely contort in midair. He yelled in a low voice, "Of course not. It's because nothing must happen to the little demon empress. If not, the current situation in Demon Imperial City will be thrown into complete upheaval. The Duke Palaces and Guardian families aligned with Duke Huai Palace will be on Cloud 9, whereas my Yun family will definitely have to endure a miserable and heavy oppression. Before long, there may even be a possibility that the Yun family will no longer exist. This thing must definitely never come to pass. Even if it's only a guess, it's highly likely that it will concern the life and death of the little demon empress. No matter what, I need to confirm it because I will not risk even the slightest chance of it happening." Even though Xianxia had explained it in an incomparably sincere manner, and his argument was sound and logical, Jasmine still replied with a disdainful cold laugh. HMPH, and is the fact that you saw her naked body also one of those important reasons? Xianxia was clear that his status as a lecher in Jasmine's heart was something that was impossible to erase. He chose not to bicker with her any further and instead looked forward while thinking carefully to himself. Could it be that it was also part of the reason, after all, he had certainly taken full advantage of her that night? Cough. "There is a piece of good news that I want to tell you," Jasmine said in a bland voice. "What? Half of the devilish poison within my soul has already been cleansed." "Half? Is that true?" Xianxia's spirit was shaken and joy involuntarily lit up on his face. From Xianxia's tone, Jasmine could tell that he was subconsciously happy about it. She let out a light sigh and continued, "From the time I have known you until now, it has already been 6 years. The devilish poison in my body is without a doubt the deadliest poison in the boundless universe, yet half of it was purged within a short 6-year period. The sky poison pearl is indeed worthy of its name. HMPH, and if not for the fact that I was frequently and personally forced to act, it might have taken a lot shorter than that." "That's great," Xianxia said as he rejoiced. "The less the devilish poison there is left in your body, the easier it is for the sky poison pearl to suppress and cleanse it. To go from the state of having the poison inundate your body to only half of it being left in your body in less than 6 years. The remaining half should only require about 2 to 3 years to be completely cleansed away." "No," Jasmine gave a dry laugh as her eyes narrowed. "Given the speed at which the sky poison pearl has cleansed the poison, the remaining half should only require about a year or so to be completely purged from my system, of course. That is with the condition that I don't use my profound energy at all during this period of time." 1 year? This was indeed good news. "So this means that you will be able to make a full recovery 1 year from now?" "Far from it," Jasmine replied with a cold laugh. "It will only mean that the devilish poison will be completely cleansed in a year's time. Don't forget, right now, I am only a spirit body that needs to be attached to your lifeline and your body in order to exist. If I want to make a full recovery, I need a profound core that is of the Tyrant Profound realm or higher, 35 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal, and also the netherworld Udambara flower. Don't tell me that you've forgotten all of this." "Of course I haven't forgotten," Xianxia said hurriedly. "What I meant was that once the devilish poison is purged from your system, does it mean that you can use your profound energy anytime you want?" "That is right," Jasmine replied in a voice that was devoid of all emotion or color. "Are you preparing to borrow my power recklessly without restraint when that time comes?" "No, not really," Xianxia said. "I am just thinking if you will be able to search for the purple vein divine crystal and the netherworld Udambara flower by yourself when that time comes. After all, you are so powerful. If you searched for it yourself, you would definitely find it much faster than I would." "I cannot," Jasmine said indifferently. "My soul is not attached to you in such a simple manner, but it is actually entangled with your lifeline. Before my body is reconstituted, I will not be able to stray too far away from you or leave you for too long. If not, the strength of my spirit will irreversibly weaken." "That's good then," Xianxia let out a small sigh of relief. "Jasmine, I am just afraid that 1 year from now I might wake up one day only to find that you have quietly left by yourself. If that were to happen, I would definitely be very lonely and sad," Xianxia said gently as he looked forward. Jasmine gave a cold laugh. "These kind of words that are used to coax girls, did you actually vainly think that it would have any effect on me?" "HMPH, once I have made a complete recovery, I will indeed leave immediately. However, you do not need to worry. I won't quietly slink away. Before I leave, I will do as I had promised you before, and I will impart my star god profound art to you. After all, I am your master, and it was also you who saved my life. At that time, whether it is in illusory demon realm or in profound sky continent, no one will be able to be your opponent, and you can live a completely carefree life. You can show off to your heart's content, and if you want anyone to bow their head towards you, they will have no choice but to comply. You will have as many women as your heart desires. But after that, we will naturally not owe each other a single thing, and we will never meet again. The night breeze welcomed him as it brought faint refreshment. Jasmine's words clearly told him. The day that she made a full recovery would also be the day that she would make him unrivaled under the heavens. These were 4 words that seemed to spring from the depths of pure fantasy. Since Jasmine was the one who said it, it was true beyond a shadow of a doubt. But this did not bring any joy to Xianxia, nor did it make a smile bloom on his face. He did not speak any further. Instead, he welcomed the night breeze and headed directly westward. And before he knew it, he had already left the confines of Demon Imperial City. The sky grew darker and darker. The night was exceptionally dark today, and no stars could be seen in the night sky. A dark cloud floated by, covering up the crescent moon. In an instant, the entire world became as dark as blank ink, and when one stretched out his hand, he could not see his fingers. Even the air became exceptionally heavy, as though it was using the surrounding darkness to predict something. Tonight really is overwhelmingly dark, Xianxia muttered to himself. As he looked into the sky, the cloud layer was not dense, which signified that there was also almost no chance of rain. After some time, the clouds that shrouded the moon slowly floated away, and dim moonlight shone down. In front of Xianxia, the figures of 2 towering peaks appeared vaguely in the distance. Under the darkness of the sky, they looked like 2 giants that depended on each other to stand. The entrance to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley laid where the 2 towering peaks crossed paths. In the area 50 kilometers around it, there was no sign of humans, and only a few profound beasts were seen. "I'm almost there," Xianxia called out in a low voice. His body started to descend. His speed slowed down, his aura weakened greatly, and even his eyebrows knitted slightly. From the message Yun Qinghang had sent to his mind, he learned that the seal at the entrance of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was personally set up by the soul of the Golden Crow. The profound formation was 30 meters tall and was constantly emitting a golden profound glow and a scorching aura. In the darkness of the night, even if one was several kilometers away, the golden glow of the profound formation should be exceptionally eye-catching. However, from what Xianxia could see, there was only a patch of darkness between the 2 peaks, and not one bit of the golden profound formation could be seen. Which meant that the profound formation that sealed Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley had indeed been broken. Looks like what I predicted had indeed come true. The Little Demon Empress had indeed come to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, and there was indeed a way to forcefully break the seal to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, Xianxia muttered. It was also obvious that after the seal to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley had been broken, it would not recover immediately, and people that came later could freely enter as well. Xianxia took out a sound transmission jade, and was about to inform Yun Qinghang of the news that Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley's profound formation had been broken. But just as he was about to talk, he put down the sound transmission jade and said to himself, "I better go closer to confirm things." Xianxia closed the distance quickly, and soon he could see the entrance to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley in front of him. He could clearly feel that the surrounding air was becoming hotter and hotter, and when he was 1.5 kilometers away, the scorching heat had become unbearable for any normal human. Then, Jasmine suddenly said, "Quick, get down. There's someone at the entrance." Hearing this, Xianxia quickly descended from midair and slowly walked to the entrance. Using hidden flowing lightning, he became silent. Previously, even the Little Demon Empress could not detect his existence when he was close by, not to mention other people. Every time his proficiency in the Great Way of the Buddha increased, the sensitivities of Xianxia's 5 senses increased. Stopping 1 kilometer away, he stood behind a huge boulder as he looked across the darkness, and indeed, at the entrance of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, he clearly saw the figure of a person. Although he could not see the person's face clearly, this person did not withhold his aura, and from the profound aura, Xianxia felt a sense of familiarity. This aura, this slight pressure, was not foreign. This person was, Xianxia thought for a short while before his heart stirred fiercely. Hui ran. Duke Hui's eldest son, the strongest of the illusory demon's 7 scions. The one he beat miraculously during the ceremony by sending him flying with one swing of his sword. Why would he be here? Xianxia thought for a while before his heart sank. Hui Ran appearing here could only mean one thing. The members of Duke Hui Palace had, as he feared, learned of the actions of the Little Demon Empress and had entered Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley after the Little Demon Empress had entered. Their motive was obviously to kill the Little Demon Empress at such an excellent place like Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. To perform such an act, nothing could be leaked, and there must be no signs of the act. Therefore, the ones who performed the act must be the ones Duke Hui trusted the most. As such, his immediate relatives would naturally be involved, father or son. To ensure that the assassination was successful, it was definitely not possible with Duke Hui alone. Then, the person Duke Hui would most likely bring along would definitely be his father, who had disappeared for a long time, but was most likely be hiding behind the scenes and was at the pinnacle of profound cultivation. Duke Ming. Hui Ran was obviously here to act as a lookout, to prevent anyone from approaching and realizing that Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley's seal had been broken. If he could defeat this person, he would definitely silence him, and even if he couldn't, he would clearly know who had approached. Xianxia hid his body again, took out the sound transmission jade, and sent a sound transmission to Yun Qinghong. Unfortunately, my guess was right. The profound formation to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley has been opened. Duke Hui Palace's Hui Ran is guarding the entrance. When he finished speaking, Xianxia kept the sound transmission jade. He believed that when Yun Qinghong heard this, he would definitely rush over immediately. "What are you going to do?" Jasmine asked. Xianxia thought for a while and said, "I'll guard here for now. Even if I disregard Duke Ming and Duke Hui, I'm also unable to beat Hui Ran. The only thing I can do now is to observe and wait for father and grandfather to arrive." However, what grandfather said previously is true. The Little Demon Empress definitely won't let down her guard so easily. After leaving the palace, she most definitely rushed towards Golden Crow's ancestral land that is within the depths of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Even if the people from Duke Hui Palace reacted right away, it would not be possible for them to chase up to her. Within the Golden Crow's ancestral land, the Little Demon Empress would not encounter any danger. When her bloodline has been awakened, even if Duke Ming personally attacked, it wouldn't be possible to kill her. After saying these, Xianxia's eyebrows did not relax but knitted even more tightly. "Oh, is it?" Jasmine snorted. "After saying all this, you don't find anything wrong. How smart are Duke Hui and Duke Ming, who are always behind the scenes? How would they not think of something your grandfather thought of? They're able to predict the Little Demon Empress movement and chase her to this place. So isn't it obvious that, just as you were afraid of, they had already learned numerous secrets about the Demon Emperor's clan? What they know would definitely be much more than what your grandfather knows. If it were just like you had said, why would they chase to this place knowing fully well that it would be a waste of energy, and even leave one person to stand guard at the entrance?" Jasmine's words were also what Xianxia had been wondering about. She stopped for a moment, changing the tone in her voice, and she coldly laughed. "Regarding the bloodline of the Golden Crow, I just remembered something interesting." "Something interesting? What?" Xianxia was stunned. "In the world that I was in, there's an astral plane called Flame God's Realm. That place is dominated by flames, and the people there all succeeded the bloodline and strength of fire beasts from the primordial era. There were flame killins, azure divine birds, zhurongs, nine-tailed divine foxes, scarlet sables. Almost all the legacy of the flame-type divine beasts from the primordial era were concentrated in the Flame God's Realm. Above them were the 3 strongest flame forces, which naturally were the races of the vermilion bird, phoenix and golden crow, which possessed the supreme flame divine powers and bloodline." Xianxia: "I've once said before, among the 3 flame supremes, although the golden crow is ranked last, if one were solely judging based on the might of the flames, the golden crow would be the strongest. However, within the Flame God's Realm, the combined strength of the golden crows is far inferior to that of the vermilion bird and the phoenix, not even half of theirs. Do you know why? Could it be that the golden crow flames are too intense? Not only is it intractable, it would harm one's body." Xianxia thought for a while and replied, because Jasmine had once said similar words to him. Furthermore, within the illusory demon realm, the purest heirs of the Golden Crow, the demon emperors, only had a very short lifespan. After their bloodline awakened, they could only live for more than 1,000 years. In addition, no demon empress managed to live past 1,000 years. HMPH, that's right, Jasmine said. Within the flame god's realm, men who cultivated the golden crow flames usually had lifespans that were half of those who cultivated the vermilion bird and the phoenix flames. Females who cultivated the golden crow flame had half the lifespan of males who did so. They were even often subjected to the pain of the flame burning their hearts. This is because the golden crow flame is the most supreme yang flame, and it does not allow the existence of even one bit of yin energy. The more pure the golden crow bloodline, the more true this is. The vitality of women is innately yin. If one bore the bloodline of the golden crow and cultivated the strength of the golden crow, wouldn't the golden crow flame harm their vitality? Xianxia looked up vigorously. Jasmine, what do you mean by saying all this? Jasmine laughed coldly. What I meant is that if that was the case for the women in Flame God's realm, for the little demon empress who possessed an ordinary body, simply inheriting the golden crow's bloodline would cause her excruciating pain. For them, the so-called awakening of the bloodline simply means obtaining a pure drop of blood from the soul of the golden crow. Heh, she's merely a woman. If she were to obtain a pure drop of blood from the golden crow ancestor, then, no matter how hard she tried to resist and withstand, her vitality would be burnt up within a year. If she were still a virgin and still possessed her vital yin, she would not even survive past a month. What? Jasmine's words caused Xianxia to become deeply shocked, and he nearly shouted out loud. Jasmine then continued. However, if the soul of the golden crow has some brains, it would not do the stupid thing of wasting the precious golden crow blood on a woman. Even if Little Demon Empress managed to see the soul of the golden crow, she would most likely be chased out. Xianxia was greatly shocked. Jasmine's words definitely wouldn't be wrong. But if this were all true, then the Little Demon Empress' attempt to awaken her bloodline would only end in failure. Even if she were to reach the Golden Crow's ancestral land, the only result would be her being chased away by the soul of Golden Crow. Because even he would not believe that a divine beast which had its own will, such as the soul of the Golden Crow, would choose to waste its bloodline on a successor that would quickly perish after receiving it. Then, unable to awaken her bloodline, she would soon encounter Duke Huoi, who entered after her. Xianxia stood up immediately and did not hide his action one bit. Even his profound aura was released without restraint. He instantly swept up a storm and rushed straight to the entrance of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Who goes there? Xianxia's action had undoubtedly caught the attention of Huiran, who stood up intensely, releasing an aura of dismay which condensed the air within a radius of 30 meters. What do you want to do? Jasmine asked displeasingly. Obviously, I need to rush in, Xianxia said as he gritted his teeth. If all of this is real, the Little Demon Empress would be in great danger. There's no time left to wait for father and grandfather. No matter what, the Little Demon Empress cannot perish. Otherwise, the Yun family would be doomed. With your strength now, what use is there even if you were to rush in? Regarding people who have the ability to kill the Little Demon Empress, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to stop them for even a breath of time. If I can find her and she isn't dead yet, then I'll have a plan. Hunger come out? Xianxia howled as a red radiance flashed in his hand, and the heaven-smiting sword appeared in his hand. Without even a word of greeting, the sword smashed straight at Huiran. Boom! A loud noise suddenly exploded within the deathly silence of the night. A violent flow of air that was more ferocious than a storm swept all around, and scorching phoenix flames shot into the sky. The flames spread and clearly illuminated the two people's faces. It's you! Although Huiran immediately recovered and stood firmly after he was sent flying by a swing of Xianxia's sword, his arms were still severely numb and his muscles shrieked in pain uncontrollably. Seeing that the person who suddenly appeared was Xianxia, he immediately swept around himself with a peculiar gaze before quickly searching behind Xianxia. Heh, don't worry, there's only me, Xianxia relaxingly said, lifting the heaven-smiting sword. When he attacked Huiran just now, he also suffered the recoil due to Huiran's strength. Although he looked to have gained the advantage, Huiran had blocked his blow with just one arm. The profound strength of someone in the 8th level of the Tyrant Profound realm, along with powerful profound arts and a shocking physique. His strength was truly frightening. Xianxia's words caused Huiran to be shocked for a moment. What are you doing here? Changing the tone of his voice, he shouted, You're courting death. Courting death. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed madly in disdain. Is some trash who was beaten by me in 3 moves worthy of saying those 2 words in front of me? Hui Ran was someone who was extremely arrogant and looked at everyone else in disdain. And for someone like that, he was easily angered as well. Expectedly, just one sentence of disregard caused the aura around Hui Ran to increase tremendously. His bloodshot eyes made him seem as though he was a devil that came from hell, as he said angrily, "Yun, Chi, this Duke will personally turn you into minced meat." After the ceremony had ended, Duke Hua had personally said that no matter how much he had wanted Yun Chi to die, he could not touch Yun Chi. However, Yun Chi had appeared at a place where no one was allowed to come on this night and even insulted him. No matter what, he was going to torture him to death tonight. Yun Chi wagged his finger in contempt. "Tusk, Tusk. You really are useless, you so-called prince of a Duke palace. Your father and grandfather had wanted you to stand guard to prevent any accidents. If you had really attacked, aren't you afraid that the commotion would spread to illusory demon realm?" At that time, when everyone gathered to figure out what happened, the plan to kill the Little Demon Empress might end in failure. When the enraged Hui Ran that was about to attack had heard what Yun Chi had said, his pupils shrunk in shock. He was shocked that Yun Chi had figured out their Duke Palace's plan, and even more shocked that he had mentioned the word grandfather. His grandfather, Duke Ming, was their Duke Palace's biggest trump card and well-kept secret for the past 100 years. This was a secret that no one had managed to see through. Tonight, the Yun Chi in front of him had figured it out in one go. Never mind Hui Ran, if Duke Hua had heard these words, he would be greatly shocked as well. Yun Chi's initial words were meant to cause Hui Ran to become angry, and his latter words were to test him while he was still enraged. From the change in Hui Ran's expression and eyes, Yun Chi was shocked as well, because from Hui Ran's reaction, it was proven that the frightening guess of Duke Ming being involved had become reality. If Duke Ming was involved, then Little Demon Empress' fate was absolute demise. He could not wait any longer. Hui Ran was now standing in front of him, letting out a strong killing intent which shot to the skies. "You know too much, you must die." Boom. The boulders surrounding Hui Ran were shattered and the ground cracked. Following the ignition of the crimson-black flames on his body, a thick, dark chain appeared in his hand, and at the ends of the chain were two huge, round hammers that were filled with spikes. Meteor hammer, and it was a twin meteor hammer. A meteor hammer was a very lethal weapon that was extremely difficult to handle. However, with Hui Ran's physique and strength, the meteor hammer in his hand would undoubtedly be nightmarishly powerful. Be careful, this twin meteor hammer of his, each hammer weighs at least 50,000 kilograms, Jasmine warned. Each hammer was no less than 50,000 kilograms, and adding up the two, their weight was nearly that of the heaven-smiting sword in his hands. "Don't worry, I don't have time to waste on him now," Yun Chi muttered. And just when he had finished speaking to Jasmine, Hui Ran swung his arm and a meteor hammer that carried crimson-black flames flew violently at Yun Chi. Wherever it went, the air distorted vigorously and the ground below sunk madly. The surrounding boulders of numerous 100 kilograms all disappeared like bubbles being popped. Even with Yun Chi's physique, if he were to be hit by the hammer, it would not be easy to bear. Yun Chi's gaze focused as he retreated. However, he did not avoid or dodge, and instead swung his sword at the meteor hammer. Boom! With a loud bang, Yun Chi retreated in panic. His arms that held the heaven-smiting sword was feeling numb, and yet, the corners of his mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Hui Ran, who wielded the frightening meteor hammer, was sent flying into the air when it collided with the sword. The meteor hammer's surface seemed to have been branded with an indentation. What? Hui Ran was extremely shocked. His meteor hammer had been forged with a lava core made of flame, devil heart-shattering steel, which possessed the strength to destroy mountains. Ever since he had started using it, nobody below the sovereign profound realm dared to face it head-on. This swing had been made out of rage, and he had used nearly 80% of his strength. He originally thought that he would see images of Yun Chi's arms shattering. Yet, he had never imagined that when his meteor hammer collided with Yun Chi's great sword, he would be the one sent flying. Besides being shocked, Hui Ran was furious. In front of his eyes, Yun Chi's heavy sword had already arrived instantly, bringing along blazing phoenix flames. He stared widely and howled. His fallen flame surged in an instant, and the twin meteor hammers swung in unison, which made them seem like two flame devils that came from hell as they smashed forward. "Go and die!" Boom. With a loud bang, all the dark clouds in the sky scattered, and within a 3-kilometer radius, the earth was completely overturned. Crimson-black flames filled the entire sky, and the entire scene looked as though doomsday had arrived, under such catastrophic strength. The greatsword that had infused with phoenix flame shattered into numerous tiny fragments right in front of Hui Ran's eyes and disappeared from sight. Yun Qi's figure disappeared with it. Taking where Hui Ran stood as the center, a massive, deep pit that spanned farther than 3 kilometers appeared. In the air, there were shattered, flaming rocks raining down. Grabbing his meteor hammer, Hui Ran had an extremely downcast expression, and after 5 breaths of time, he had finally reacted. What he had shattered just now was obviously just Yun Qi's profound handle, and Yun Qi had used that opportunity and snuck into Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley's entrance. He turned and looked towards the entrance of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, but did not give chase. His face revealed a cold smile as he laughed. "Idiot, with your speed, if you wanted to run, this Duke might not be able to kill you. However, you chose to court death yourself. Then, you shall become the Little Demon Empress companion in death." Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, Core Region, Princess Kei, it's been 150 years, how have you been? "Oh no, I guess I should address you as Little Demon Empress." The man was of medium stature, looked elegant and handsome, and his face was rather pale. Overall, he looked as though he was a weak scholar, yet he was emitting an extremely frightening pressure from his entire body. The world of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was shrouded in exploding flames and the constant rumble of thunder. At every corner, a disastrous elemental storm was present. However, around him, it was frighteningly silent, and there was no sign of any flames or lightning. There did not even seem to be any trace of airflow. His hair and sleeves were all still, just like his surroundings, where his frightening aura seemed to have condensed the air around him. He was dressed in a red robe and looked to be only around 30 years old. Standing in front of Duke Hui, he seemed to be even younger than Duke Hui. Furthermore, the Duke Hui, who usually treated everyone indifferently and was feared by many others, not only stood upright behind him, but he also had a posture of respect. The Little Demon Empress stared closely at this person, as her expression and gaze changed, revealing the shock and horror in her heart. Within the Golden Crow's ancestral land, she did not obtain a desirable result and was expelled by the soul of the Golden Crow. Without much hesitation, she swiftly returned because she could guess what Duke Hui would do if he had predicted her course of actions. And at the same time, she had a bad feeling. There was only an entrance to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley and no exits. The only way to exit from Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was to wait for one to be forcibly expelled a day later when the seal was reactivated. However, since the Demon Emperor's seal had a way to allow her to enter forcefully, it must also have a way for her to leave as well. But she had to get back to the place she entered from first. When she was flying back to the core region of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, she saw Duke Hui regarding Duke Hui's appearance. She was already well prepared and was not surprised. However, she never expected the person that accompanied Duke Hui. He was a person that has disappeared for 150 years without a word. "Duke Ming!" The Little Demon Empress' chest rose intensely. For this person to suddenly appear here today along with Duke Hui, she would not naively believe that he was here to welcome her. At that instant, in her shock, she had finally understood facts that she had previously dared not to believe. "It's been 150 years, but your highness still looks the same," Duke Ming spoke with a slight and gentle smile. If it were not for the frightening flow of air, anyone who saw that smile would feel that the smile was like a warm spring breeze. "It's such a pity. Although your highness possessed the purest of the Demon Emperor's bloodline, even if you forcefully seal your vital yin and maintained your body in a youth-like state, the feeling of the bloodline eating away at your body must be unbearable. It must be hard on you to bear it all these years. Although the Little Demon Emperor died early, there are many men within illusory demon realm. You could have found any of them to release your vital yin and live comfortably for the past 100 years. Ha 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 ha. Duke Ming and Duke Hui both laughed hysterically. Their words of insult had caused any hope within the Little Demon Empress to shatter as she continued staring closely at Duke Ming, staring at this person that her father used to trust and value, this person that she herself used to greatly respect. In her heart, her anger was like a volcano that was exploding crazily. She also clearly knew how frightening Duke Ming's profound strength actually was. Then, he was the third strongest person in the entire illusory demon realm behind the Demon Emperor and Demon King. However, now that both the Demon Emperor and Demon King had passed on, he had become the undisputed #1 within illusory demon realm. Within 150 years, his strength had obviously risen greatly. Under the effect of his profound energy, even at the Little Demon Empress level, her body was frozen cold, and her chest felt a suffocating pressure. "Duke Ming, you have hidden very well." The Little Demon Empress' gaze was like an ice-cold sword, and golden flames had already ignited on her hand, which was holding the Demon Emperor's seal. Yun Qi shot like an arrow towards the entrance of Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, and suddenly the space in front of him distorted completely. Once the darkness had dissipated, what presented itself before his eyes was a world where scarlet fire and purple lightning wreaked complete havoc. The outside world was completely enshrouded by the ink-black curtain of night, but there was not a hint of darkness here. Wherever he looked, he saw raging volcanoes and boiling lava. These volcanoes were grouped inconceivably tightly together, and while their heights differed wildly, each and every one of them burned with a bright red flame. There were some as tall as 3,000 meters, and they seemed like huge flame devils which set the heavens ablaze. The earth was so hot that it had turned red, and every grain of sand released a shocking temperature. If a normal person came here, they would burn to cinders in the span of a few breaths. Yet the sky was a deep purple color, as storm clouds howled like furious devil gods, and every now and then the ground was struck with thunderbolts that shook the heavens and the earth. Boom! A bolt of lightning that was several tens of meters thick exploded in front of Yun Qi as it instantly cleaved a volcano in two. Countless volcanic rocks and magma flew through the air. This scene, which would terrify anyone who witnessed it, was instead extremely commonplace here. The degree of activity of the fire and lightning element in this place exceeds what I had anticipated. No wonder it was able to become the highest-level training ground within illusory demon realm, Jasmine said in a bland voice, as she observed the vibrations of the spirit energy around her. She let out a soft sigh and said in a seemingly disdainful yet astonished voice, "The fire spirits and lightning spirits birthed in this place aren't bad at all. At the very least, they are not of the lowest grade." Yun Qi swept his eyes across the world in front of him, and he did not let his guard down at all, but there was no indication that Hui Ran had run in after behind him. He turned around, and to his amazement, what he saw was the same boundless crimson world that he had seen in front of him. There was no trace of an exit, not even anything similar to a teleportation profound formation. "What is going on?" Yun Qi said as his brows furrowed. "Could it be that we can only enter from the entrance, but we cannot exit from the same place? This place is the same as the Heaven Basin Secret Realm and the Primordial Profound Arc. It is a small world, and its laws are not the same as those of the outside world, but neither of these laws interfere with each other. That entrance was only a spatial profound formation that was meant to send you into this world. As for exiting this place, if you do not have any special method, you can only wait for the energy field of this world to expel you from this place. That is also the reason that Hui Ran person did not think of chasing you inside." After hearing Jasmine's words, Yun Qi suddenly recalled what Yun Qinghang had told him before, that one would be expelled from Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley 24 hours after entering it, unless one died in this place. This condition was indeed exactly the same as the Heaven Basin Secret Realm and the Primordial Profound Arc. The reason why Hui Ran did not follow him inside was because he was scared that even though it was easy to enter, he could not exit it as he pleased. Yun Qi did not let go of the energy that he had gathered. He soared into the sky and immediately pushed his speed to its limit as he rushed crazily towards the west amidst the interweaving gleam of fire and lightning. A great number of fire and lightning spirits wandered and danced in front of him. Even though most of them were only as big as his palm, they released the aura of the Sky Profound Realm, and some even had an aura of the Emperor Profound Realm. Occasionally, there would appear a high-grade spirit that would actually release the aura of the Tyrant Profound Realm. If one were able to subdue and refine these fire and lightning spirits, then they could be directly converted into one's own profound energy. Refining a low-grade Emperor Profound Fire Spirit was equivalent to the result of many years of bitter cultivation for a normal Emperor Profound Realm practitioner. In order for these spirits to be born, some extremely exacting conditions had to be met. It was only in an environment where an element was extremely active and pure did they have a possibility of appearing. An example of such an environment would be the heart of a glacier or the bottom of a lake of lava, and even then, the chance of a spirit appearing was extremely low. Thus, even a low-grade elemental spirit could be sold for an astronomical fortune. But in this Golden Crow Lightning Valley, they appeared in groups and swarms. No wonder the power levels of those who lived in Demon Imperial City were so shocking. It was not surprising that since the Yun family had been barred entry to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley for 100 years, its power had weakened to an astonishing degree. However, Yun Qi ignored all of these things, and he tried his best to evade them instead, so he could avoid being attacked by them. Using the extreme mirage lightning, before these lightning and fire spirits could approach, he was already long gone. He needed to immediately find the Little Demon Empress. Before that happened, she must not die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yun Qi had swiftly flown over hundreds of kilometers when he suddenly felt the air start to vibrate. This vibration did not happen every now and then. Instead, it steadily continued, and it actually grew fiercer and fiercer as he pressed forward. His ears were barraged by the ceaseless explosions while thunderclouds above him stirred fiercely and in an agitated fashion. Boom, the sound came from an extremely distant location, yet an extremely heavy explosive sound reached all the way here. Yun Qi focused his gaze towards the front, and in a faraway location of indeterminate distance, a scarlet-yellow cloud of smoke and a crimson-black cloud of smoke soared into the sky. Smoke filled the blue sky, and below the smoke were two clusters of unimaginably far but brilliant pinpricks of firelight which hurt the eyes. That was. Yun Qi fiercely ground his teeth, and his profound energy swelled as he pushed the extreme mirage lightning to its limit. His whole person seemed to morph into a meteor which streaked across the horizon, and he was so fast that he barely even left any afterimages behind. Boom! Two clusters of fire collided in midair, yet it made a terrifying sound, as if two mountains were colliding violently against each other. In an instant, heaven and earth turned dark and the ground frantically broke apart and was launched into the sky before being swiftly reduced into bits and specks of dust. And the rocks here were definitely not normal rocks. They were high-grade, profound stones which had not melted despite existing in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley for the last 10,000 years. In the sky, the scarlet-yellow flames and crimson-black flames struggled to devour each other. Within the flames, two figures could be seen clashing against each other like two streaking bolts of lightning. Every collision caused the sky and the earth to howl. The rocks below continued to break apart, and volcanoes were being completely uprooted by the extremely terrifying energy that was being exerted. Fire and magma filled the sky as a bizarre red mist filled the sky and became thicker and thicker, to the point that a person would not even be able to see his own hand if he held out it in front of him. On the ground, a huge crater that was over 300 meters wide had long ago formed, and the surface of the crater was as sleek as a mirror. This kind of power was much more fiercer than the explosion of any volcano, because this was a life and death battle between monarchs. Boom! Yet another explosion ripped through the air. The dazzling scarlet-yellow flames suddenly tore apart the seemingly demonic crimson-black flames and rushed forward explosively, instantly engulfing one of the figures and sending that flame-wreathed silhouette crashing into the ground. For an instant, the earth trembled, and the winds and clouds scattered as a fire pillar that was more than 300 meters thick shot into the sky, traveling thousands of meters. In the distance, an immense mushroom cloud had risen into the sky, and it did not dissipate for a long while. Underneath the mushroom cloud, the Little Demon Empress calmly floated in midair. Her gray robes gently swayed in the air as her long hair splayed out behind her, and her crystalline eyes were as dark and sinister as a death god's. In front of her, Duke Huai had flown up from the deep crater to meet her once more. Even though his expression was calm, and a faint, cold smile still adorned his face, his appearance was extremely miserable. His embroidered clothes were riddled with thousands of holes and half of his hair had been completely scorched. His entire left hand had been severely burnt, and two rivulets of blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. In the sky far above, Duke Ming stood by idly, his eyes faintly open, his expression tranquil and content. It was as if he was simply enjoying some beautiful scenery. Duke Huai, if it were just you alone, you would still not be worthy of taking this Empress life. The Little Demon Empress voice was even deeper than the rumble of thunderclouds. Heh, is that so? Duke Huai wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth, and he flew even higher at an even pace. His expression was not the least bit resentful as he said, "Ah, the Little Demon Empress is indeed worthy of her reputation. Even though this Duke had never believed that he was your opponent, I had never thought that you would actually be able to suppress me to such an extent. The late stages of the 5th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm. You're no longer any inferior to the young King Hong of 25 years ago. It truly brings tears of joy to this duke's eyes. Heh, Little Demon Empress, you are after all the last remaining member of the line of the Demon Emperor. If you simply died like this, it would be such a waste. So before you die, why don't you let this duke play with you for a while? The longer you amuse me, the longer you'll live. Ha 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 ha. The Little Demon Empress Golden Crow bloodline was far purer than Duke Hui's, so the Golden Crow flames that she released would have a great suppressive effect. Therefore, even though their profound strength was equal, if they went all out, Duke Hui would definitely not be the Little Demon Empress match. But the key qualifier was that the Little Demon Empress had to go all out. As he laughed wildly, Duke Hui raised his hand and grasped a flaming longsword that had appeared out of nowhere. The flames that engulfed the body of the blade were definitely not the scarlet yellow of the Golden Crow flames. Instead, the flames had the color of thick blood. Devil blood sword. The blood flames spread over Duke Hui's body, causing his aura to fluctuate violently and even turning his face into something horrifying and sinister. He wildly brandished the blood demon sword, and every slash produced a huge swathe of crimson-black flames. These crimson-black flames congealed together in midair, finally forming a 300-meter-tall giant flame devil. Duke Hui was the same as Hui Yi. He also cultivated the powerful fallen flame devil art. If Hui Yi could use the flame devils, then it was natural that Duke Hui could do so as well, and his flame devil was many, many times stronger than the flame devil of Hui Yi. Duke Hui roared, and with a wave of his hand, the immense flame devil let out a gloomy and sinister wail that seemed to come from the depths of hell as it fiercely threw itself at the Little Demon Empress. Just looking at that 300-meter flame devil would cause one to be scared witless. But the Little Demon Empress' expression was as cold and calm as a lake that had been sealed in ice, and not a single ripple appeared on her face. She raised her arm and her broad gray sleeves danced in the air, and in an instant all the fire, lava, and volcanic rocks in a 3,000-kilometer radius seemed to come to life and converge together in front of her. In the next instant, it congealed into a 300-meter-tall, 30-meter-wide fire greatsword. As more and more fire and rock congregated together, it grew bigger and bigger, and a majestic, blazing power seemed to completely envelop the sky and the earth. Duke Ming had not yet made a single move. Instead, he wanted the ill-matched Duke Hui to exchange blows with her first. The Little Demon Empress was completely mystified by this, but at this late hour, she was finally alerted to Duke Ming's terrifying intellect. As a person possessing such intellect, he naturally clearly understood the meaning of the phrase, "A long delay gives rise to many hitches." He had come to take her life, an opportunity which would only come along once every blue moon. So the wisest thing to do would be for him to personally attack with all of his power, so that he could kill with her within the shortest amount of time. He should have understood that the longer he delayed it, the more likely it was for an unforeseen event to occur. Once an accident occurred, not only would he lose this extremely rare opportunity, but he would also expose himself and be put on the defensive. But Duke Ming was still doing what anyone would term as an extremely stupid action. He tasked Duke Hui with taking the Little Demon Empress' life, while he just stood there idly watching, without even the slightest intention of taking action himself. Even though the Little Demon Empress had her suspicions, she did not have any idle time to consider them. Because even though her power was greater than that of Duke Hui, she definitely could not relax. It was hard for her to devote her attention to anything else as she faced off against a Duke Hui who was going all out. SSSS. The flame seal between the Little Demon Empress' brows suddenly flashed with a golden yellow light, and as she raised both her arms, the gigantic flame sword shot forward as it rent the sky apart. Even though it looked like it was moving at a slow speed, it had directly stepped across dimensions and bored into the body of the onrushing giant flame devil. The sword pierced through the flame devil's body without the least bit of resistance, as it bore the gigantic fallen flame devil god aloft and drove it into the sky. Boom, the flaming greatsword which pierced the fallen flame devil exploded and produced an extremely terrifying, profound energy storm which descended with a huge explosion. The sound of the explosion was so huge that it sounded as if a star had exploded in midair. The howls of the struggling fallen flame devil echoed across the sky. But within the span of a few short breaths, the fallen flame devil had been blown apart and was swiftly reduced to a countless number of fire fragments which filled the atmosphere. The thunderclouds in the sky had disappeared. Or, it was more accurate to say that, one could no longer see the sky as it was completely filled with berserking golden crow flames. Apprehension finally appeared on Duke Hui's face as he retreated at the swiftest possible speed he could muster. Even though he had never thought that he was the Little Demon Empress match, he had also never thought that she would be quite this powerful. At this time, Duke Ming, who had been standing by idly watching the show, revealed a sinister, cold smile as his eyes flashed. Before anyone could observe his movements, a wild gale blew and his entire person seemed to vanish from its original spot. An afterimage that moved so swiftly that the naked eye was unable to capture appeared behind the Little Demon Empress' back. Even though the Little Demon Empress had easily broken apart Duke Hui's flame devil, she had put her all into that strike, not holding back in the slightest. Furthermore, Duke Ming's profound strength was superior to hers by half a realm, so it was only when Duke Ming was within 30 meters of her that she detected his presence. But by then, it was far too late. Bang! An extremely ear-piercing shattering sound ripped through the air as the space around the Little Demon Empress fractured in an instant. The Demon Emperor's seal flew out, and under a strong attractive force, it instantly flew into Duke Ming's hand at the same time. An extremely violent windstorm smashed into the Little Demon Empress' body. The Little Demon Empress gave a low groan as she was smashed 100 meters away before finally coming to a halt. Heh! As he raised the Demon Emperor's seal that he grasped in his hand, Duke Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and displayed a bland and placid smile that would cause discomfort to anyone who gazed upon it. "It has gone perfectly according to my royal father's plans," said Duke Hui, no longer trying to attack the Little Demon Empress. Instead, he sidled over to Duke Ming's side. Even though his body was covered in wounds, the smile he displayed was incomparably self-satisfied. "Your goal was the Demon Emperor's seal." The Little Demon Empress held a hand to her chest. Her expression may have been calm, but she radiated a bone-piercing killing intent that caused the air around her to freeze solid. Low-level profound practitioners used spatial rings as storage devices, but once one reached the rank of monarch, one could open a personal dimensional pocket. One could store important objects in this dimensional pocket, so that these things would not be so easily lost or stolen like the objects in a dimensional ring. Stealing something from someone's dimensional pocket was far harder than killing that person. If one truly killed that person, his dimensional pocket would collapse as well, and the items inside that pocket would either be ripped apart by the spatial energies or fall into the cracks between dimensions. Either way, those items would never appear again. The reason behind Duke Ming not personally taking action and letting Duke Hui attack was to take advantage of the instant when the Little Demon Empress would be powerless to defend herself once she had used her full force to deal with Duke Hui, and seize her dimensional pocket, stealing the Demon Emperor's seal that lay inside. "You really need to thank this thing because it has let you live until now," said Duke Ming, dangling the Demon Emperor's seal in front of him. His voice was as tranquil as water, but it would cause the heart of anyone who heard it to palpitate. This Duke knows that as long as a member of the Demon Emperor's clan has it on their person, once they encounter any life-threatening situations, it will automatically drink your Demon Emperor blood to help you use the blood escape technique. And it can even help you directly leave this Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. The price would merely be the loss of some blood essence. This Duke has waited far too long for this day to come, so how could I give you such an opportunity? Duke Ming grasped the Demon Emperor's seal tightly, and his normally placid smile finally turned rather sinister. The Little Demon Empress' face paled for an instant, and she ground her teeth silently. She replied in a deep voice, Why do you know the secrets of the Demon Emperor's seal?" "Ha ha ha ha!" Duke Hui gave an unbridled laugh. "Little Demon Empress, the things that my royal father knows far exceeds what you have imagined. There are some secrets of the Demon Emperor's clan that my royal father knows of that even you do not know. This Duke does not mind telling you that when the ceremony was suddenly stopped halfway, even though this Duke suspected that you were going to do something, I did not have any clues to act upon. However, my royal father knew very clearly where you were headed all along. Because my royal father knew that you could use the Demon Emperor's blood within you to activate the Demon Emperor's seal, and forcibly open the sealing profound formation that sealed Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. And once you were inside Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, you could use the Demon Emperor's seal to force your way out as well. The Little Demon Empress. But Little Demon Empress, it has to be said that your decision to halt the ceremony once you had received the Demon Emperor's seal so you could awaken your bloodline as soon as possible, was truly a wise and brilliant choice. If not for the guidance of my royal father, this duke would not have even begun to guess it. Even if I had managed to deduce your actions, I would have arrived far too late, because if you had truly awakened your bloodline, it would have caused a great hindrance to this duke. But it's just too bad. Duke Huai let a mocking grin form on his face, that in the end, you, the Little Demon Empress, are a mere woman. If a woman were to dare to awaken the Golden Crow bloodline, it would lead to only one result: death. From time immemorial, the Demon Emperor had always been a man, so no one had ever known about this particular detail. Even you direct inheritors of the Demon Emperor's bloodline did not know. Yet my royal father had complete knowledge of it. So not only were you unable to fulfill your wishes by coming here, you have even given us an incredible present. You pitiful woman, how could you possibly think that you were my father's adversary? The Little Demon Empress tightly clenched her hands, and both her small face and her lips had been drained of all color. But her eyes were filled with a nearly golden-colored firelight. In that moment, her fury and her profound energy were raised to their extremes. Without the Demon Emperor's seal, whether by the blood escape or the dimensional escape, you no longer have any possibility of leaving this place alive, Duke Ming said as his smile filled his face, and he extended his palm towards the Little Demon Empress. Within his palm, a small cluster of crimson-black flames swayed. So now you can let go of everything and die, and when you reach the Yellow Springs, do not forget to help this Duke send his regards to your pitiful royal father and royal brother. Oh. Duke Ming's voice suddenly stopped, and his head tilted and looked southward. A disdainful laugh escaped from his mouth after that. Oh, it seems like a little rat has scampered inside. Princess Kei, looks like your luck isn't so bad after all. Before you die, someone actually specially volunteered himself to be your burial partner. After Duke Ming had said those words, both Duke Hua and the Little Demon Empress felt an aura approaching fast. It was definitely traveling at the speed of a sovereign profound realm practitioner. But the aura being emitted was abnormally low. It was only at the sky profound realm. At most, it was only at the peak of the sky profound realm. An aura at the peak of the sky profound realm, yet it displayed the speed of a low-level monarch, and it was only one person. Whether it was the Little Demon Empress or Duke Huai, they had only seen this kind of person once in their life. Moreover, the rapidly approaching aura was not unfamiliar to them. Could it be? Duke Huai violently swiveled his head, and his face revealed a deeply incredulous expression. The elements in this place were incomparably active, so the rate at which Yun Chi's great way of the Buddha absorbed the energy of heaven and earth was far faster than it was in the outside world. When Yun Chi had flown from the starting point to the central region, he could maintain his maximum speed without exhausting too much energy or tiring out. Once Duke Hua and the rest had discovered Yun Chi had already firmly locked on to the Little Demon Empress position. Whoosh! A fierce gale blew past, and as an afterimage faded away, Yun Chi's figure was standing in front of the Little Demon Empress. Once he saw that the Little Demon Empress was not dead and did not even seem to be wounded, his heart instantly felt better. Yun Chi, he was in disbelief before, but at this moment, Yun Chi's face had clearly appeared in his field of vision. Duke Huai's pupils instantly dilated and his throat trembled with astonishment. A low and deep howl that carried a deep hatred and bloodlust rose from his throat. For him to react as if he had met a great adversary proved that Yun Chi had already formed a shadow in his heart and soul. Oh, Duke Ming raised his eyebrows immediately. An unexpected appearance, a young face and a speed that was not matched at all with his profound strength. All of these already caused Duke Ming to take interest in the young man in front of him. And once Duke Hua had yelled out that name, it caused the interest in his gaze to immediately grow by several times, and he slowly swept his slightly narrowed eyes over Yun Chi's body thrice. Why did you come here? Yun Chi's sudden appearance undoubtedly caused the Little Demon Empress great shock, and also caused a layer of dark clouds to descend on her heart. Because once he appeared at this place, Duke Ming and Duke Hua would definitely not let him leave this place alive. Oh, I just came out for a stroll so I could take in the night breeze. But to my surprise, I saw that the seal over the entrance of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley had disappeared, so out of curiosity, I decided to take a peek inside. Yun Chi said in a carefree and relaxed manner, as if he completely missed the danger that he was in. He said these words to relax the guards of both Duke Ming and Duke Huai. If they found out that he had already informed Yun Qinghang regarding the opening of the seal, they would definitely act in an incomparably decisive manner. So given the current scenario, every second he dragged out increased their hope for survival. Since Yun Qinghang was already alerted to the fact that Duke Ming may be the real mastermind, he would definitely not come by himself. Instead, he would bring along a group of experts that could deal with Duke Ming as well. It was only if he could drag it out until that time comes that they could dispel the danger surrounding the Little Demon Empress. Idiot! The Little Demon Empress naturally did not believe Yun Qi's words, as his previous lightning speed had already betrayed his anxiety. She said in a low voice, "Leave this place right away. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to turn back." After saying that, the flames wreathing the Little Demon Empress rose 10 meters into the air. Yun Qi gave the Little Demon Empress an astonished look. The Little Demon Empress, who gave other people the impression that she was devoid of all emotions, was actually planning to use her full strength to obstruct Duke Ming and Duke Hua in order to give him a chance to escape. It looked like she was not as cold-hearted as she made herself out to be, but it was clear that her plan was untenable. Yun Qi shrugged his shoulders and said, "I think I'd rather not waste the energy. If it's an opponent that even you cannot flee from, then it is even more impossible for me." "Stupid. Why are you so stupid that you have come to die?" The Little Demon Empress yelled fiercely. Her face, which looked like that of a young maiden, had fury and gloom written all over it, emotions that completely clashed with her young and tender childish face. "Oh, so you are that Yun Qi," mused Duke Ming as he had finished measuring Yun Qi, his face revealing a rather interested smile. Yun Qi turned around and looked at Duke Ming, and there was a smile that did not seem like a smile plastered on his face. He said, "Oh, the renowned Duke Ming actually knows this humble one's name. This humble one is completely overwhelmed by the favor you have shown to me." Duke Hua gave a cold snort, and he wanted to step forward to say something, when his face suddenly froze over, because when Yun Qi had spoken just now, he clearly mentioned the two words Duke Ming. What was going on? How could he know the name Duke Ming? Even the people in Demon Imperial City had not seen him for over 100 years, and his existence was practically forgotten. But this Yun Qi, who had only arrived in Demon Imperial City for 3 months, why would he be able to yell out the two words Duke Ming? For an instant, astonishment flashed across the Little Demon Empress face. Oh, Duke Ming's eyes instantly narrowed into 2 long slits, and the gaze directed from those slits unerringly rested on Yun Qi's eyes. "Interesting, you actually recognized this Duke." "Of course I would recognize you," Yun Qi said as he crossed his hands across his chest. In front of this terrifying character whose strength dominated illusory demon realm, who could cover the sky with one hand, and whose intellect and shrewdness were deep and unfathomable, Yun Qi did not even seem the least bit nervous. Instead, he smiled merrily and replied, "I not only know that you are Duke Ming, I also know that. It was you who colluded with mighty Heavenly Sword region 100 years ago to kill the previous Demon Emperor, and it was also you who personally killed the Little Demon Emperor." Yun Qi's words were undoubtedly both astonishing and earth-shaking. The Little Demon Empress' entire body shook dramatically, and she fiercely and suddenly raised her head. She seemed to slip into a daze for an instant, while Duke Hua did not have enough time to conceal the look of pure astonishment which appeared in his eyes. Even Duke Ming, who had been staring straight at Yun Qi all this while, had turmoil flash in his eyes for a moment. Yun Qi's brows immediately sank. This guess turned out to be 100% truth. "Are you agitating him? This guy's profound strength has actually reached the 10th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm. If he wants to kill you, even using one finger would be enough," Jasmine said in a solemn voice. "In this world where profound gods were only a mythological existence, the 10th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm was the very peak of all profound practitioners. No matter if it were in profound sky continent or in illusory demon realm, these existences were true monarchs who looked down on everything under heaven and could not be surpassed. An existence which humans would brand as God. Yun Qi had never dared to think that he would actually face this kind of peak expert so quickly, a person who was truly unrivaled under the heavens. Yun Qi silently sucked in his breath and replied, "Jasmine, I definitely do not want to agitate him, but you must know, curiosity is one of humanity's great weaknesses. And in this world, there are very few things left that would make a kind of person like Duke Ming curious. But the words I have just said will definitely be enough to induce him to keep questioning me. Every additional word spoken will increase our chances of escaping." What did you say?" The Little Demon Empress' tone was deep and stiff, and it revealed an incredible, violent confusion. Oh, Duke Ming lifted his eyes, looked at Yun Qi with some interest, and said, "This Duke doesn't seem to understand what you're saying all that well." He. Yun Qi's face revealed a sneer, and his eyes even showed obvious disdain and mockery. You, Duke Ming, have the ambition to take over the world, have unparalleled profound strength, a calculating mind that even ghosts and gods can't predict, and a heart that is 10,000 times even more vicious than snakes and scorpions. I thought that you were a formidable person that couldn't be more qualified, but too bad seeing you today. It seems that you are just a chicken who only dares to do but doesn't dare to confess. It really disappoints me. You have a death wish? Duke Huai instantly became furious and abruptly reached and grabbed towards Yun Qi. This was the first time in his whole life that he saw someone actually insult his own father. However, Duke Ming reached out and stopped Duke Huai. Following, he lifted his head and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. You are indeed the young man who had made my son fail miserably. Your mouth and devious mind are really sharp like knives, and your words are so harsh that this Duke doesn't even know how to respond. Duke Ming narrowed his eyes once again. The light coming from the narrowed, long slit of his eyes were even more frightening than those coming from a poisonous snake. This Duke knows that you are trying to drag out the time. However, there are very few things in this world that interests this Duke, and very few things that I want to know the answer to that. It's sad. So this Duke is going to grant you some more time to live. Here, tell this Duke, what else do you know? The words that Duke Ming said was not a question, but rather an implied confession. The Little Demon Empress' breath was completely messed up, and the flames on her body suddenly ascended high, and the flame burning in her eyes was not simply the Golden Crow's flame anymore, but it was like gruesome hatred from hell's purgatory. Yun Qi sneered softly and said without hurry, "Back then, profound sky continent suddenly invaded illusory demon realm. That was because of you. You used some kind of method to let the four great sacred grounds of the profound sky continent know the existence of illusory demon realms, mirror of samsara, that was treasured by the demon emperor, and falsified that the mirror of samsara had some godly powers, triggered their ambition, and caused the people from profound sky continent, with all their resources, to invade illusory demon realm, just to seize the mirror of samsara. And the reason they were able to invade again and again, and be able to retreat unharmed, was because you were their man on the inside." Yun Qi pointed at Duke Huo and said coldly, "And the reason you did what you did was to replace the demon emperor, and become the owner of illusory demon realm. The reason the previous demon emperor would chase to profound sky continent personally was absolutely not because of out of rage and recklessness. He must have fallen into your trap. The little demon emperor's death was not because of acting rashly after drinking too much and forcefully barging into the profound sky continent, but he died in the hands of you, Duke Ming. Are you going to deny these things?" Almost each sentence that Yun Qi had said made Duke Huo's face change each time. Deep inside, his eyes were filled with shock. He thought that the things that he had said in the whole world were secrets that only they, father and son, knew, and it was absolutely impossible for the third person to know. Even those people in profound sky continent didn't know the identity of their inside man back then. Clap, 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 clap. Ha 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 ha. Duke Ming laughed loudly and clapped his hands, and his eyes were without any ripples. "Brilliant. You really are brilliant. Yun Qi, looks like it wasn't wrong for the son that I am proud of to lose face in front of you. This Duke will generously admit it. What you said was absolutely correct. The reason those sacred grounds of profound sky continent invaded illusory demon realm was because of this Duke. This Duke merely told them back then that the illusory demon realm's mirror of samsara that was treasured by the demon emperor contained a divine profound mystery. If they could crack the secret of the mirror of samsara, then they could break through the limit of the sovereign profound realm, step into the divine profound realm, and become the legendary profound god. Those people were even greedier and stupider than this Duke had expected. Not only did they believe it, but a year later, then already couldn't wait and were preparing to step into illusory demon realm. This Duke naturally was happy to help them construct the spatial tunnel and tell them what this Duke wants them to know. These people from profound sky continent really didn't disappoint this Duke. They brought Demon Imperial City into complete chaos and made the deaths of the Demon Emperor and the Little Demon Emperor go even more perfectly than this Duke had planned. Duke Ming laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. What profound sky sacred grounds. They were only chess pieces that this Duke used and played within my palms. As for that Demon Emperor and Little Demon Emperor in the hands of this Duke, they were only two pitiful little bug. This Duke merely used a small trick and easily led the Demon Emperor to where the spatial tunnel was. Of course, no matter how stupid he wouldn't rashly chase into the spatial tunnel and suicide in profound sky continent's territory. It was this Duke's timely appearance that helped him. Princess Kei, your pitiful father, was really surprised when he saw this Duke's appearance. Until this Duke approached to a distance of just 2 steps away from him, he didn't have any guard, and he was kicked lightly by this Duke into the spatial tunnel. Little Demon Empress, Xianxia. On the other side of the spatial tunnel, there was the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation waiting for him. As soon as he entered the Heaven's Might soul-suppressing formation, even if he had the strongest profound strength, he wouldn't be able to use it. Duke Ming laughed lightly. His expression of boundless arrogance was as if everything in the world couldn't escape his control. As for the Little Demon Emperor who had just ascended the throne, it was even easier. On the night of your grand wedding, he was just like the you today. He generously gave this Duke an absolutely great chance. He actually went to commemorate the previous Demon Emperor alone, but this Duke didn't kill him. I merely crippled him and threw him into the spatial tunnel that led to profound sky continent. This way, there would be no trace of this Duke left behind. This Duke only randomly left some last words for him. The next day, the whole illusory demon realm knew that the Little Demon Emperor who had just ascended the throne acted rashly after drinking too much at the wedding night with the Little Demon Empress, and barged into profound sky continent alone, compared to grieving for the death of the Little Demon Emperor. There must be even more people cursing at his stupidity. Ha 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 ha, Duke Ming! The flames on the Little Demon Empress were waving furiously. Her small body was even trembling in an incredibly violent way. Xianxia, who was closest to her, could clearly felt that her anger, hatred, and murderous intent were bursting out so strongly that it was almost going to completely tear up the space. He gave a sideways glance at the Little Demon Empress and found that even though she was covered in flames under the reflection of the scarlet gold flames, her face was still as pale as a white sheet of paper, and at the corner of her mouth there was a bright red blood slowly dripping down. She wasn't hurt when she was fighting against Duke Huai. That trace of blood was from the internal injury caused by her rage and hatred that was too intense. And at this moment, a deep respect rose in Xianxia's heart for the Little Demon Empress. Until today, she had not known that the culprit that got her father and brother killed wasn't profound sky continent, but was the Duke Ming in front of her. He killed the 2 people that were closest to her, caused the extinction of the bloodline of the Demon Emperor's clan, caused chaos in Demon Imperial City, and even harmed the whole illusory demon realm. Xianxia could imagine how strong that hatred and murderous intent must be. But even so, she was able to strictly keep her rationality, and didn't drop everything under the influence of the hatred that pierced her bones to attack Duke Ming. Because not only was it impossible to kill the Duke Ming, whose ability was incredibly terrifying, but she and Xianxia would only die even sooner. At this moment, this second, she must gain every breath of chance to live, so there would be a possibility for her revenge in the future. Duke Ming rolled his eyes, then narrowed them and enjoyed the Little Demon Empress expression at this moment. That's right, enjoy. That hatred that so strongly wished to burn his bones to ashes, that hatred that so strongly wished to tear him into pieces, made him enjoy and gave him pleasure. Knowing the truth and still able to refrain from attacking this Duke, you are indeed Princess Kei. It was worthwhile letting this Duke not getting the perfect chance to kill you for this 100 years. You should thank this Duke gracefully, letting you know who destroyed your clan before you died. Oh, that's right. You know, back then when the Little Demon Emperor clearly saw this Duke's face, how remarkable his expression was. Tusk, it was so remarkable that even when this Duke thinks about it now, it gives me endless aftertastes. Duke Ming! The Little Demon Empress voice was so raucous and deep that it didn't even sound like a human's voice. The 2 short words were so cold it was as if it was from the hell's purgatory, but it couldn't be compared to a 10,000th of the hatred in her heart. Even though Xianxia's face was calm, the hatred in his heart was no less than that of the Little Demon Empress, because his grandfather's, Yun Kanghai's death, was also because of Duke Ming. The Yun family's descent, the tragedy of Xiao Yun and his destiny, it was all because of this Duke Ming in front of him. He took a deep breath and said coldly, Duke Ming, your clan was able to be a royal clan. That was all because of the Demon Emperor's clan. You not only weren't grateful and failed to serve loyally, but you grew your own ambitions and were cruel to this point. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning because of your sins? Such childish words. Duke Ming smiled lightly. The emperor of the world should naturally be someone with ability. From the moment this duke was born, I was determined to be the one to rule the people under heaven. The people who get in this duke's way, no matter who it is, this duke will do anything to get rid of the person. These so-called loyalty and righteousness are things that belong to ridiculous weaklings. What you want this duke to confess, this duke has all confessed. Now tell this duke about the information of this duke. How did you find out? Duke Ming looked straight at Yun Qi. The gaze from his eyes was like two sharp knives. It almost pierced through his heart and soul as Duke Ming continued. This duke thought that no matter what I did, I wouldn't leave any trace. Over this past century, the whole illusory demon realm has never had anyone who suspected this duke. How did you, Yun Qi, find out about it? Could it be that this duke made any mistakes on the way? Very simple. Yun Qi casually stepped back, stood by the Little Demon Empress and said, "You should already know that even though I am the son of the Yun family, I am from the profound Sky Continent. When I was in profound Sky Continent, I was in contact with mighty heavenly sword region of the four sacred grounds. These were naturally heard from mighty heavenly sword region." Mighty heavenly sword region. Heh, Duke Ming was obviously not satisfied with this answer, but he didn't continue to ask. Instead, he made a sneer, and his eyes, which were already revealing a dangerous light, immediately becoming even more chilly. This duke will believe your answer for now. Then your goal of dragging out the time is already perfect enough, but unfortunately, the backup that you have been waiting for didn't show up. Next, how are you going to save yours and Princess Kei's lives in front of this duke? Amen, Yun Qi also sneered and said, "Then does Duke Ming think that the reason I came here despite knowing you were here was to die for nothing? So this duke is curious. Why do you think you could escape from the palm of this duke's hand?" Duke Ming asked with a smile. His dangerous but calm expression was as if he was telling Yun Qi that even if he had some great trick, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from him. Is it based on the frost crystal of absolute heaven that you've been holding in your hand? Duke Ming's words triggered Yun Qi's heart and evoked a strong, unsettling feeling. He then immediately crushed the frost crystal of absolute heaven that was in his hand without any hesitation. He would dare to rush in and wanted to save the Little Demon Empress from Duke Ming. And what he counted on the most was indeed this frost crystal of absolute heaven that Mu Feiyin had just gifted him. Because when Mu Feiyin gave him the frost crystal of absolute heaven, his face was full of pride, and promised that as long as Yun Qi had it on him, at a crucial moment, it could form a protective barrier that no one could break, and it could last for as long as 6 hours in this amount of time. It would definitely be enough for Yun Qinghang to get here. But following a soft sound, the frost crystal of absolute heaven was crushed by Yun Qi very easily. A wave of blue light spread in haste. In an instant, it formed an ice-blue barrier with a diameter of 10 meters, enveloping Yun Qi and the Little Demon Empress within, and cutting Duke Ming and Duke Hui out. Even though the process was short, to an extremely strong practitioner, a short breath of time could allow him to do a lot of things. But Duke Ming only watched while smiling. There wasn't even a sign of him trying to stop them. When the protection barrier appeared, his expression also didn't change at all, except in his eyes, which held an additional trace of disdain. When Duke Ming called out the frost crystal of absolute heaven, that was held tightly in his hand, Yun Qi already had a bad feeling about it, and the expression on Duke Ming's face right now magnified the unsettled feeling in his heart a dozen times more. For being able to open up the protective barrier at the first instant, Yun Qi had held the frost crystal of absolute heaven in his hand from the very beginning, and to keep the aura from leaking out, he naturally used his profound energy to safely trap the frost crystal of absolute heaven's aura. But Duke Ming called him out so easily. Merely based on the aura, he knew that it was the Mu family's frost crystal of absolute heaven. It was obvious that he was absolutely no stranger to it. Then he wouldn't be unaware of the toughness of its released protective barrier. But even though Duke Ming already knew that he was clearly holding the frost crystal of absolute heaven, he didn't look for a chance to seize it, didn't stop him from crushing it, and wasn't even surprised or panicking. His reaction was all outside of Yun Qi's expectations. Ha. Looking at the protective barrier formed by the frost crystal of absolute heaven, Duke Ming only laughed recklessly. So that's what it was. This duke was originally looking forward to what kind of clever way you would use to escape from this duke's hands, but the result really disappointed this duke greatly. It was only this mere frost crystal of absolute heaven. Xianxia locked his eyebrows tightly, and his heart was suddenly alarmed. He said without weakening his momentum, the frost crystal of absolute heaven is the Mu family's most protective treasure. Since you look down on it so much, you can try breaking it." "Ha ha ha ha." Duke Ming laughed recklessly once again as he slowly stepped forward. Even though there was a protective barrier in between them, every step Duke Ming got closer. The pressure on Xianxia multiplied. In front of the protective barrier, he reached out his palm and slightly recounted. If it were 100 years ago, it would be true that this duke wouldn't have the powers to destroy it, and in the whole illusory demon realm, no one could do so. But now this duke is no longer at the 9th level of the sovereign profound realm, like 100 years ago. I am at the 10th level of the sovereign profound realm. It is the peak realm in this world. Upon reaching this level, this duke's palms can already almost touch the laws of this world. Even this space under the palm of this duke could in an instant be shattered. Duke Ming suddenly twisted his wrist, and at that instant a large swirl abruptly appeared and spread in speed. This wasn't a swirl caused by airflow, not a swirl caused by profound energy, but it was a completely twisted space. The twisted space didn't disappear in an instant, but it was spreading fiercely like sea waves, and in a blink of eye it spread onto the ice-blue barrier. The barrier that was originally thought to be tough and unbreakable, under the extremely horrifying space swirl, was instantly twisted like a fragile soap bubble, and it continued to twist even more violently, until it was twisted into an extremely exaggerated shape, perhaps. In the next breath, it would be completely torn apart. Xianxia was solidly surprised. He subconsciously blocked in front the Little Demon Empress, his eyebrows locked tightly, blue veins popping out from both sides of his hands. The protective barrier that the frost crystal of absolute heaven formed was promised by Mu Feiyan that it could hold on for 6 hours. And even if his grandfather were alive, it couldn't be destroyed. What kind of person was Mu Feiyan? Not only was he Xianxia's grandfather, he was also the highly respectable patriarch of the Mu family. What he said was absolutely authoritative. And on top of that, the exaggerated reaction of Mu Yubai and the others when Mu Feiyan took out the frost crystal of absolute heaven, and the joyous expression revealed by his father and mother towards the strong protective ability of the frost crystal of absolute heaven. He naturally had no reason to doubt it, or else he wouldn't dare to just barge in and face the extremely strong Duke Ming. Never mind 6 hours, even if it only supported him for 2 hours, it would be completely enough for Xianxia. He never thought that the life-saving barrier of the frost crystal of absolute heaven was so vulnerable in front of Duke Ming. That's ripping off your grandson, and it's ripping off his little life. This frost crystal of absolute heaven is indeed a rare protective item in the illusory demon realm. Duke Ming stopped the movement of his palm, but the twisting space was still continuing, and the protective barrier was on the edge of collapsing. If Duke Ming continued his movement, it would completely shatter, because the profound energy level that it can resist is only up to the 9th level of the sovereign profound realm. But against a level exceeding that, it is no different from a thin layer of ice. In all of illusory demon realm, only this duke can destroy it this easily. Xianxia, you miscalculated. Xianxia. Duke Ming's eyebrows loosened up slightly, and the corner of his mouth raised a little. The face without any expression became a leisurely soft smile. Xianxia, honestly, this duke would hate to kill you. You have an abnormal skill, and you are smart, and your potential is even more surprising. Under the gaze of this duke, you didn't panic at all, and this means that your mental strength is also unusual. You dare to barge in knowing that this duke is here. Your bravery and boldness is even more unusual. With your age, having this type of ability, even this duke cannot help but be impressed. If you just die like this, it would be such a waste. So, Xianxia narrowed his eyes, could Duke Ming be prepared to give me a chance to live? Let this duke plant a soul imprint on your body, and from now on be loyal to this duke. Then not only can you life, when this duke rules the world, you can enjoy riches and honor in your life, and this duke can even spare your young clan. Duke Ming said softly. This duke has never hesitated, and became soft-hearted when it came to killing someone. You are the first. This is the utmost grace that this duke is giving you. Do not disappoint this duke. Grace? Heh! Xianxia sneered deeply. Your so-called grace doesn't even amount to a penny to me. Even if I die, I will not let someone like you who cannot even be compared to an animal taint my own soul. Very well. Duke Ming nodded his head slowly. Since you choose stupidity, then, die. rumble, the space trembled crazily, and the enormous space swirl immediately swallowed the protective barrier that was built by the frost crystal of absolute heaven, and it ripped it into countless of shattered pieces. At that instant, it was as if the whole heaven and earth was drawn into the horrifying spatial whirlpool. Because of the extremely terrifying profound energy suppression, Xianxia almost suffocated. His legs couldn't even move, and he couldn't make a sound from his mouth. At this moment, a small, grayish-white shadow slightly swayed and blocked in front of him. At the same time, the space swirl viciously collided onto the grayish-white shadow. A deep, suffering moan swept across Xianxia's ears. Afterwards, his arms were grabbed tightly by a small, delicate hand. On the wrist of the small hand, a dark scarlet bracelet instantly broke and released a flame-like bright light. Clang! The instant that flame brightness flickered, the figures of Xianxia and the Little Demon Empress disappeared at the same time, and the spatial whirlpool swept across, crushing the layers of space. Under this extremely horrifying power, even a normal monarch, not to mention a normal person, would be easily crushed into pieces. Duke Xiao was surprised and hurried forward. Royal Father, what happened? How did they disappear? Could they have? Heh! Duke Ming put down his palms without a hurry. There was not a trace of panic or an unsettled expression on his face, not even an expression of surprise. It seemed like this was also within his expectations. It was only the crushing of the scarlet blood bracelet that launched a dimensional escape. There is such a thing existing in the Little Demon Emperor's memory, and it was just as this Duke expected, that the Little Demon Empress had equipped it. But too bad Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley is an independent world. The Demon Emperor's seal's blood escape can help her escape to the world outside, but the scarlet blood bracelet could never do that. It is just a pitiful struggle before their death. How can they escape from this Duke's palms? Said Duke Ming as he slightly turned his body, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. His eyes were directly focused on the northwest. The corner of his mouth slightly raised a smile, soft and gentle as a breeze. The light from the slits of his eyes were even more cold and bone-piercing than the world's most vicious poisonous snake. Northwest of Golden Crow, Lightning Flame Valley, borderland. The world was immediately several times hotter, and the air was so thin that it was almost impossible to breathe. Xianxia was swung away by the Little Demon Empress and landed on the ground roughly. After a short duration of being stunned, he suddenly understood what happened. He stood up, looked at the surroundings, and asked, Where is this place? Northwest borderland? The Little Demon Empress had her back turned against him as she said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly froze and an arrow of blood spat out from her mouth, landing several meters away. Her whole body lost all her strength, and she knelt down onto the ground. Little Demon Empress! Xianxia immediately stepped forward, wanting to hold her up, but when his hand just touched her shoulder, he was pushed away hardly by her. Don't touch me! Xianxia stood there and didn't dare to move. The Little Demon Empress painstakingly struggled to breathe for a little while, finally stood up slowly and turned around. The young girl's cheeks were without any color of blood, but the blood stain at the corner of her mouth was still hard to look at. Xianxia hurriedly, in his calm mind, started to appear the scene from a few breaths ago. Duke Ming's attack wasn't pointed at the Little Demon Empress first, but it was him. At the pressure of a peak monarch's profound energy, how was it possible for him to avoid it? He was able to live, and not only was it because the Little Demon Empress escaped with him using the dimensional escape, but it was more because the Little Demon Empress used her own body and endured Duke Ming's deadly attack. Xianxia's chest was violently rising and falling. He said sincerely, Thank you for saving my life. Compared to this, his unreliable grandfather Arg, the frost crystal of absolute heaven that Mu Feiyin gifted him, not only failed to save his life at a crucial moment, it almost killed him. Because if it wasn't for the frost crystal of absolute heaven, he wouldn't just barge in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley like that. Save your life? The Little Demon Empress held her chest and said in a low, cold voice, Ridiculous! You think you could live past today? The Demon Emperor's seal has been seized by Duke Ming. We cannot leave Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley at all. With Duke Ming's ability, it won't be long before he would be able to find us again. You self-righteous idiot. Why did you barge in here to suicide for nothing? I was just worried that Duke Ming and Duke Xiao had got to you already, Xianxia said with an innocent face. The Little Demon Empress said angrily, If you already knew it was Duke Ming, why did you still barge in? With your ability not to mention Duke Ming, even in front of Duke Xiao, you are no different than an ant. Do you really not cherish your own life one bit? If Xianxia was yelled at like this normally, he would have already returned it several times harder already, but at this moment he couldn't get angry at all. Each one of the Little Demon Empress words was filled with hatred, but none of that hatred was against him. Inside the Little Demon Empress voice that was yelling at him, what he heard more was unwillingness and self-blame. If you die today because of me, after I die, how will I still have the face to see the Demon King? Ugh! The Little Demon Empress said as her body violently shook, and she spat out another large mouthful of blood, her already pale face becoming even paler. She clutched her chest, and her body slowly swayed, almost falling. At this moment, she was like a young, weak girl who was seriously ill and on the verge of dying. Even her eyes, that were normally cold as an ice lake, that people couldn't dare to even look into directly, had already darkened, continuously revealing a sense of absent-mindedness. Anyone seeing her at this moment couldn't feel the majestic feeling that belonged to the Little Demon Empress. They could only be deeply sympathetic. Are you okay? Xianxia stepped forward a little in a probing manner and asked worriedly. Her lifeline has been cut. She doesn't have much longer to live, Jasmine said softly. What? Xianxia was shocked in his heart. How is that possible? She only suffered an attack from Duke Ming. Even though Duke Ming is strong, the Little Demon Empress also has mid-stage monarch's profound strength. How could it be possible? HMPH, what did you think? Jasmine scoffed in disdain. When you reach the sovereign profound realm, a small realm would mean all the difference in the world. That Duke Ming is an entire half a large realm stronger than the Little Demon Empress. On top of that Duke Ming's attack was harsh, and even if that strike wasn't 100% of his strength, it was at least 90%. Also, the Little Demon Empress placed herself in front of you in a rush. Not only did she not have the chance to defend with all of her strength, it hit her vitals. Forget about being able to breathe and live for a little more. Even if she died on the spot, it wouldn't be strange. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. His heart and soul trembled uncontrollably. Duke Ming's ability was so terrifying to this extent. Even the powerful Little Demon Empress was seriously injured like this in one strike. Even the Little Demon Empress was like this. If it wasn't for the Little Demon Empress taking the hit from Duke Ming, he would have already died. Whoosh, Xianxia's heart was twitching violently, somewhere deep inside his heart and soul. It was even touched harshly and couldn't stop under the violent trembling. Why block that strike for me? Yeah, you didn't know that the one thing Xianxia couldn't stand in my whole life is owing my life to a woman, because that was how Linger died in my arms, my promise to her. And my promise to my own soul, if the Little Demon Empress died, and I was able to escape by myself in the end. Then, in my heart and soul, there would be another layer of chains that I could never resolve in this lifetime. How would I be able to face Linger? What are you preparing to do after this? Wait for your death? I never knew what waiting for my death meant. Xianxia said with gritted his teeth. My great way of the Buddha is at the 4th stage. If we can escape from here, even if her lifeline has already been cut off, if she could hold on for 10 days, I am 60% certain that I can save her life. Xianxia, I ask you. The Little Demon Empress suddenly spoken up. Her voice was already very weakened, but she still tried her best to support her deep vocal tone and the prestige of the Little Demon Empress. Back then, when the Demon King and the Yun family's 10 seniors died in profound Sky Continent, was it also because of what Duke Ming had done? Yes. Xianxia nodded in reply. Back then, when my grandfather and the others left, the location of where the spatial tunnel pointed to, were all clearly taught to the profound Sky Continent side. As soon as they arrived in profound Sky Continent, they directly fell into the heavens might soul-suppressing formation that was prepared beforehand. Or else, with the strength of my grandfather and the 10 seniors of the Yun family, how could they have all been completely annihilated? The Little Demon Empress body was releasing an extremely deep hatred. What else did Mighty Heavenly Sword Region tell you? What else did Duke Ming do? This, Xianxia took a breath and said, everything about Duke Ming wasn't actually heard from Mighty Heavenly Sword Region. Then how did you find out? The Little Demon Empress locked her eyebrows. It was a guess, and these guesses have all become reality, Xianxia sighed and said. 3 months ago, when I first came to Illusory Demon Realm, based on what I had seen and heard, the situation of Demon Imperial City, the reason and process of how profound Sky Continent invaded, the illogical actions of the Little Demon Emperor, combined with everything my grandfather had told me about how once he entered the profound Sky Continent, he walked into a trap. I logically thought that there must have been someone colluding with the profound Sky Continent within Demon Imperial City, and it was most likely Duke Huai Palace. After I told this to my father and grandfather, father brought up that if these were all true, then Duke Huai Palace's ambition didn't grow after the previous demon emperor was killed. But before and then, father mentioned the name Duke Ming. After thinning it out, everything suspicious pointed to him. When illusory demon realm was in commotion all these years, and he had completely disappeared for all this time, it already made that an enormous suspicious point. And the truth was as so, Duke Huai's ambition and some of his actions were only for show. The real conspiracy was 10,000 times scarier than what the people of Demon Imperial City had seen. What Demon Imperial City's citizens had seen was that after the Demon Emperor's bloodline was cut off by profound Sky Continent, the Little Demon Empress, as a woman, was unable to awaken her bloodline, and there couldn't be any more successors. So Duke Huai emerged with his ambitions, pulled forces to his side, and wanted to replace her. Even though the nature of it was conspiring a treacherous act, in the eyes of the people, it didn't count as something that angered both human and God. Many strong practitioners had even agreed to Duke Huai's actions. The Demon Emperor's bloodline had gone extinct, with only the Little Demon Empress left. For another clan to become the Emperor was something that would happen sooner or later. Duke Huai had enough ambition and ability, and even enough forces. If he became Emperor, it would be more acceptable than a woman being the Emperor. After the Little Demon Empress abdicates from the throne, the only force qualified to control illusory demon realm would only be Duke Huai Palace. So Duke Huai's actions, from another angle, was only an act with undue haste. It was also because of this that more than half the guardian families and Duke palaces, which had been loyal to the Demon Emperor's clan, for 10,000 of years favored Duke Huai. But the truth was that Duke Huai Palace colluded with an outer force and murdered the Demon Emperor, murdered the Little Demon Emperor, cut off the united illusory demon realm, and the Demon Emperor's clan that had let the world be peaceful for 10,000 years. This was an action that was devoid of humanity, troubled the world, and angered both human and God. If the truth were known by the world, then, even if the guardian families and Duke palaces had 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to fall on Duke Huai Palace's side. Duke Huai Palace would become the target of public criticism, the enemy of everyone under heaven, being despised and punished by everyone. But now, even if the Little Demon Empress and Yun Qi knew the horrible truth, and even if they escaped from Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley today, they couldn't expose the truth to the world. Because Duke Ming's measurements were incredibly brilliant, a series of conspiracy and murder didn't leave a trace of mark. The Demon Emperor died in profound Sky Continent, the Little Demon Emperor died in profound Sky Continent, and the Demon King also died in profound Sky Continent. Every single thing, all pointed to the profound Sky Continent, and none of them pointed towards Duke Ming. If the truth were exposed to the world like this now, they would instead be incriminated by Duke Huai Palace. Duke Ming was truly an extremely horrifying person. If it weren't for Yun Qi meeting Yun Kanghai under the coincidence of fate and the arrangement of the heavens, and found out about his grandfather being plotted against as he stepped into profound Sky Continent, then until now, perhaps they wouldn't have known the whole truth, and they would still have ignored this Duke Ming person's existence. The Little Demon Empress gazed at Yun Qi as a peculiar light shone from deep within her eyes. Then, how did you know that Duke Ming, who was behind all of this, would appear here? Did you also guess that? Amen, I guessed it. Yun Qi raised his head. When you were at your best state, you suddenly cut the grand ceremony short after receiving the Demon Emperor's seal. The most reasonable explanation that I could think of was that after you received the Demon Emperor's seal, you would awaken your bloodline at the first moment. Subsequently, I thought that you might have had a way to force open Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley's seal. So I was worried that if Duke Huai Palace's people also knew, and they would seize this extremely good chance of killing you. I told all of this to my father and grandfather, but they weren't worried, because even if this all became true, once you entered the Golden Crow's ancestral land, even if Duke Ming attacked you personally, they couldn't harm you, but I wasn't able to relieve myself from the guesses and worries. So I came to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley to confirm for myself. At the entrance, I didn't see the seal, but I saw who he ran from Duke Huai Palace, so I knew that all of my worries had become true. I confirmed from who he ran that Duke Huai and the Duke Ming that my father had spoken of had both entered Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, and at the same time, I found out that even if you entered the Golden Crow's ancestral land, you were doomed to not be able to awaken your bloodline. Today's actions were only giving Duke Huai Palace a chance to kill you. Thus, I couldn't wait for father and the others to arrive, and came in here myself first. Yun-Chi lied a little bit, because he couldn't say that he found out that the Little Demon Empress wouldn't be able to awaken her bloodline from Jasmine. I didn't know that your father was stabbed in the back by Duke Ming before. As for the Little Demon Emperor getting schemed upon by Duke Ming, I only thought of that after I entered Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. Yun-Chi said with a steady face. You were able to force yourself into Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. My father and grandfather didn't know about it, and so it means that it is a secret of the Demon Emperor's clan, but Duke Ming was very clear about it. Even you didn't know that women could not bear the Golden Crow's ancestral blood, but Duke Ming obviously knew. The people in the world that knew your Demon Emperor's clans secret better than you are possibly only the previous Demon Emperor and the Little Demon Emperor. So I thought of the only possibility, that 100 years ago, when the Little Demon Emperor was attacked by Duke Ming on the verge of dying, and his consciousness was unfocused, Duke Ming searched his soul and seized all of his memories, and what Duke Ming said before proved it to be the truth without question. The Little Demon Empress' heart trembled violently in her heart once again. Today, Duke Ming seemed to clearly know about her coming to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, and that she would gain nothing as a result. Also, he even knew clearly that the Demon Emperor's seal could launch the blood escape at a crucial moment. This kind of savior trump card was a secret that absolutely couldn't be known by anybody of any race, but Duke Ming knew clearly. Yun-Chi's words, the Little Demon Emperor back then was plotted against by Duke Ming, and even his soul was searched. This guess pained her heart so much that it almost suffocated her, but it was the only explanation and possibility. And once a person's soul had been searched, the person would directly become a soulless shell, become a pitiful, living dead. Ah! A strain of almost black-colored blood flowed out from the corner of the Little Demon Empress' mouth. That wasn't the blood from her internal injuries, but it was the blood under her suffering and extreme anger all these years. She was vigilant against Duke Huai Palace, but the extreme hatred in her heart was always towards the profound sky continent, and she even swore that for as long as she lived. When the time came, even if it would kill her, she had bathed the profound sky in a bloodbath, and get her absolutely irreconcilable vengeance. Today she just found out that all these years she was hating the wrong person. Her father was a worldly demon emperor who controlled illusory demon realm in his palms, and the whole world bowed to him. But the real culprit that killed him wasn't the profound sky continent. He was plotted against by one of the people that he trusted the most. Her royal brother, who was also her husband, didn't die tragically because he was trying to save their father, but was also plotted against. And died so tragically. All these years, what she saw was all an illusion. What the whole illusory demon realm thought of was also an illusion. Everyone, including her, the Little Demon Empress, were played in Duke Ming's palms. Even the profound sky continent's 4 great sacred grounds were still mere tools used by Duke Ming. Duke Ming! The Little Demon Empress' hatred filled up her heart and soul. She grabbed tightly onto the gray clothes before her chest, and her trembling 10 fingers were pale without any color of blood. Duke Ming, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you get away with this. The Little Demon Empress spat out another large mouthful of black blood, and within the blood were worrying pieces of blood clots. Following that, she gradually knelt onto the ground, her eyes occasionally losing focus and occasionally looking dull. Seeing her vomit blood, Yun-Chi suddenly felt his heart clench as he rushed forward to support the Little Demon Empress' thin shoulder. Just as his hand had touched the Little Demon Empress' shoulder, she slapped it away heavily. Let me tell you again, don't touch me. The Little Demon Empress looked extremely weak, but her slap was not light. It had caused Yun-Chi to retreat several steps, while her body trembled intensely and nearly collapsed. She then looked up, her tender face looking so weak that it caused one's heart to ache. But her gaze still exhibited the coldness and stubbornness that could never dissipate, solely based on the fact that you visually violated my body that day. Even if you're the Demon King's descendant, I should dig out your eyes. If you dare touch me again, I will kill you. Her lifeline had been severed, and both her mind and body had been severely injured. Yet she still cared about such things. The corners of Yun-Chi's lips quivered as he rebutted with displeasure. I already said that I did not peek at you on purpose that night. I had been there all along. It was you who did not detect me and stripped. Even before Yun-Chi had finished speaking, a scorching wave swept the area and the Little Demon Empress' tender white hand grabbed onto his neck. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Although the Little Demon Empress was weak, she still possessed the strength of a mid-stage monarch. Even in her current state, killing Xianxia was a simple task. Xianxia nodded and replied seriously, "Amen, because you do not have any killing intent towards me." Immediately after he spoke, Xianxia was afraid the Little Demon Empress would storm off, and he quickly continued, "We have already been forced to such a peril, so now we need to think of how to escape. Even if you want to kill me or dig out my eyes, at least wait until we have escaped." HMPH, Little Demon Empress flung her hand and pushed Xianxia far away. "Escape. Are you so naive to think that we can escape from Duke Ming's vicious clutches? Now is only the calm before the storm." Xianxia's eyebrows knitted as he replied, "I have encountered situations more dire than this at least 10 times. However, I'm still alive now. That's because before I lose my breath, I will struggle with everything I have. Even if there were 10 more Duke Mings, I would not sit still." Little Demon Empress, you're the monarch of illusory demon realm. For the past century, you've suffered the pain of losing all your closest kin and have been bearing pressure far beyond anyone's imagination. You had to face the judgment of the world, worry about the future of the Demon Emperor's bloodline, and handle the wild ambition of Duke Huai Palace. Even so, you've still held the position of the monarch and protected the remaining pride of the Demon Emperor for the past 100 years. Duke Huai could not defeat you, and even the powerful Duke Ming, who harmed the late Demon Emperor and the Little Demon Emperor, had been unable to realize his wishes all this while because of you. Every time my father talks about you, he holds you in high regard, and after I realized the truth, I also came to respect you greatly. It can be said that among all the women I've seen in my life, other than my master, you're the most outstanding one. You're the powerful Little Demon Empress, the only female monarch in the entire history of illusory demon realm. Such an outstanding person, would they be willing to accept fate? I know that in order to save me, you were severely injured and your lifeline was severed. However, as long as we are able to escape today, even if your lifeline is broken, I have ways to let you live. Don't forget, my parents had been severely injured for more than 20 years but were still completely cured by me." Little Demon Empress. Xianxia walked forward and stood in front of her. "Little Demon Empress, I would never believe there is anything absolute in this world. Also, there is also no absolute peril. If you're still unwilling to die, if you still want to personally exact revenge for your royal father and the Little Demon Emperor, then follow me. Make use of the short remaining time to come up with a plan and escape no matter what." The Little Demon Empress was stunned as she looked straight at Xianxia's eyes. Within them, she saw concern, but no fear nor one bit of hopelessness. The look on his face did not change one bit. This was the first time in her life that someone's look was so bright that she felt it was eye-catching. She lost focus for some time, and even the darkness in her soul started to waver. Furthermore, and most importantly, Xianxia said extremely seriously, "You should know that the Demon Emperor's bloodline possesses a secret that only Demon Emperors and the Yun family patriarch know. Before, when the late Demon Emperor was harmed, he could not pass the secret on to the Little Demon Emperor in time, and my grandfather had also been harmed in profound Sky Continent. However, when I met my grandfather, not only did he pass me the Demon Emperor's seal, he had also told me this secret, which was crucial to the Demon Emperor's bloodline, and told me to personally pass it on to you." Xianxia words caused the Little Demon Empress to be shocked once again. As the daughter of the Demon Emperor, she certainly knew the existence of this secret, but did not understand why the patriarch of the Yun family could know this secret when the Demon Crown Prince could not until he succeeded the throne. No matter whether it was her or whether it was the Little Demon Emperor, they did not ask about this matter, despite their curiosity. Originally, she had thought that this secret was lost when the Demon Emperor and Demon King had met with harm and would be buried forever. However, Xianxia had actually brought this secret of the Demon Emperor back. She looked at Xianxia when he spoke. His eyes did not show any signs of lying. "There's naturally a reason why this secret was not imparted upon you earlier. It's because this secret can only be used during the most dangerous and desperate of times, like the current situation with the illusory demon royal family. If this was mentioned earlier, once one did not have sufficient determination, something disastrous would happen. Because this was a way to let the heir to the Demon Emperor advance to a half-god realm and let him possess the strength of someone half a step into the divine profound realm. Half-god realm, half-step divine profound. This was something that only existed in the imagination and legends, and even to the Little Demon Empress, it sounded too much like a dream. "What did you say?" she uttered in disbelief. What I just said was something my grandfather personally told me. If I had said any lies, I would burn within the depths of hell when I die. Yun-Chi looked at Little Demon Empress straight in the eye and said with absolute seriousness and uncertainty, "At that time, personally killing Duke Ming wouldn't be any difficult task. Destroying Duke Huai Palace would also be simple. You can rebuild the entire illusory demon realm and no one would dare disobey you. The people and families that had betrayed you would tremble below your feet and regret. As long as you can survive today, all of it would come true. Therefore, there's no more reason for you to sit still and leave it to fate anymore. Half-step divine profound. Avenge her father. Avenge her husband. Rebuild the might of the demon emperor. Reform the entire illusory demon realm." Each of Yun-Chi's words was like lightning striking directly at her soul. Her eyes started to lose their dullness and lifelessness, and they started to tremble intensely as a strong desire started to frantically appear. Crack. Boom. A thick bolt of purple lightning struck down from the skies, shattering the tough, profound stones on the ground and causing a huge pit to appear. The strong shock wave traveled towards them and violently swept the weak Little Demon Empress away. Yun-Chi quickly flew up and caught the Little Demon Empress in midair, gently wrapping his right arm around her waist. Although the Little Demon Empress' clothes were big, her body was extremely thin. In particular, her slender waist was tender like the branches of a willow, allowing Yun-Chi's arms to completely wrap around it easily. The Little Demon Empress' body froze slightly, but this time she did not attack Yun-Chi and instead just said softly, "Go, I want to kill Duke Ming to avenge my royal father and royal brother. I cannot die here. Bring me away, no matter what, I cannot die here." Yun-Chi's words had undoubtedly given the Little Demon Empress a large amount of hope and desire. Yun-Chi smiled and nodded firmly. The arm around her waist wrapped around even more tightly. "You are more familiar with Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley than I am. Which direction is the most advantageous for us to head toward?" "To the east. The ancestral land is in that direction, although we cannot enter without the Demon Emperor's seal. If we are able to reach that place before Duke Ming finds us, the Golden Crow Divine God might not watch without interfering." "Okay," Yun-Chi replied strongly and activated the extreme mirage lightning, shooting towards the east like a bolt of lightning. In actual fact, whether it was Yun-Chi or the Little Demon Empress, they clearly knew that it was near impossible to arrive at the Golden Crow's ancestral land before Duke Ming. Even if they managed to arrive first, the answer as to whether the soul of the Golden Crow would intervene was already clear. Because, with the power of the soul of a true god, the situation within the entire Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley was definitely clear to the soul of the Golden Crow. If it had wanted to intervene, it would have done so when the Little Demon Empress met Duke Huai and Duke Ming. After all, it was the one that provided the bloodline of the Demon Emperor with the power of the Golden Crow. It was their entire clan's benefactor, but not protector. It would not bother to meddle in such affairs. The secret regarding the half-step divine profound that Yun-Chi had explained to the Little Demon Empress was not a lie. When the Demon Emperor's clan faced the danger of being exterminated, they could use this secret of the Demon Emperor to obtain the strength of half-step into the divine profound realm, becoming unbeatable in this world. This would cause the situation to change and allow the Demon Emperor's bloodline to rebuild. However, all that Yun-Chi had described was only half the entire truth. The other half was that although this secret way could indeed allow someone with the Demon Emperor's bloodline to obtain the profound strength of half a step into the divine profound realm, their longevity would in turn be left with only 3 years. This was also the reason why Yun-Chi did not immediately tell Little Demon Empress the secret that Yun Kanghai had passed on to him, even though he had already been in Demon Imperial City for 3 months. Using extreme mirage lightning, Yun-Chi's speed became faster and faster, to the extent that even Little Demon Empress was shocked. He only possessed the strength of the Sky Profound realm, and there were no strong profound fluctuations coming for him, yet he could raise his speed to the level of a low-level monarch. Based on the understanding of any profound practitioner, this was something that was basically impossible. Along the way, Yun-Chi had shook off numerous fire spirits and lightning spirits. His eyebrows knitted tightly as his eyes scanned the road in front, searching for any possibility. The Little Demon Empress had mentioned before, this was the northwestern boundary of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, and looking northward, there were no longer signs of the scorching earth and no signs of the volcanoes that were engulfed in flames. All that was seen was a frightening scene of redness that was boiling, as though it were a boundless purgatory of blood. Yun-Chi could not help but ask, "What surrounds the borders of the Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley? A spatial barrier?" "No, it's 1,500 kilometers of lava. This lava is not made of any molten rocks, but comprised of the most scorching, profound stone refined by the Golden Crow flame. This 1,500 kilometers of lava surrounds the entire Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley and is named the Sea of Death. If one dares to touch the Sea of Death, even at Duke Ming's level, he would instantly be injured. If he submerged within the Sea of Death, just a few short breaths of time would be able to turn him into ashes. If we were to suffer at the hands of Duke Ming here, he would undoubtedly throw us into the Sea of Death to eliminate any evidence." Just as the Little Demon Empress had finished speaking, a very gentle voice that to them was like a nightmare sounded from the sky. Hey, Princess Kei is indeed as clever as I had expected. You had the same plan as this Duke." Yun-Chi abruptly stopped moving, gritted his teeth and looked forward, about 100 meters in front of him. The air distorted violently, and the distorting space was torn apart violently. Duke Ming walked out slowly from within, his face revealing a casual smile. He was followed by Duke Huai, who was smiling coldly. "Duke Ming?" Little Demon Empress stared intensely at Duke Ming, who appeared in front of them as she uttered the two words that filled her with deep pain, as well as the strongest hatred and killing intent that she had ever felt. "Alishu, please raise your hand if you got trolled by the title. Don't be shy now." "Oh, Little Demon Empress, you don't seem too well. Your heart vessel has been severed and your internal organs are all damaged. You must be feeling quite miserable now, right?" Duke Huai laughed arrogantly. "This Duke has been unable to do anything to you, but now that my royal father has personally acted, even if you're the Little Demon Empress, you're still vulnerable." "Oh, judging by the looks of the two of you, did you imagine that you could have escaped?" "Ha. Duke Huai started to laugh hysterically. "This Duke had thought that you two would choose to honorably end yourselves so that we could get the chance to kill you ourselves. However, I did not imagine that there would be anyone in this world that would have such a laughable imagination. Since you want to escape, then run all you want. Let this Duke see where you can escape to, ha. The speed at which Duke Ming had appeared was much faster than what Yun-Chi had imagined. His gaze turned cold, and his breathing also became heavier. Duke Huai's hysterical laughter and arrogant words caused his soul to fluctuate while he concentrated solely on Duke Ming. "Hug me tightly." Within the Little Demon Empress mind, Yun-Chi's voice suddenly rang. "Hug me tightly, and no matter what happens later, don't loosen up nor let go. As long as you have any consciousness, remember to not let go. This is our only hopes of escape. Believe me." The Little Demon Empress was stunned. What they were facing now was the true definition of peril. Even without Duke Ming, Duke Huai alone could easily put them to death. Now, even if Yun Qinghang arrived, there was no possibility of survival. As for Yun-Chi, in front of this frightening person from illusory demon realm, no one would believe that he had any chance of escape. It would be impossible for even a slim chance of a struggle. However, as though she did not have any control, the Little Demon Empress opened her arms and followed Yun-Chi's instructions, hugging his waist tightly. During the Demon Imperial Reign ceremony, he had continuously defied what people thought to be impossible with earth-shattering results, and repeatedly turned their laughter into shock. By himself, he rebuilt the reputation of the Yun family and decimated Duke Huai's foolproof plan, causing her to feel deep admiration for the first time in her life. Now she also could not help but to trust him. Hugging this 22-year-old man who was weak and yet ignored all danger to protect her suddenly made her feel more assured. She was immersed in this mysterious, foreign, and incomprehensible feeling. In the depths of her head, a muffled voice seemed to be telling her, "This is the feeling of relying on someone." Duke Ming raised both his hands and looked towards the sky, saying, "Princess Kei, your demon emperor's bloodline has already ruled over illusory demon realm for 10,000 years. It's time for this to end. From today onwards, there will no longer be any demon emperor within illusory demon realm, and my son will no longer be Duke Huai. Instead, he will immediately ascend the throne and become Emperor Huai. As for your demon emperor's clan, you'll soon be forgotten by the illusory demon realm. And you, Princess Kei, will not only be the last ruler of the era of demon emperors, you'll also become the shameful conclusion to that era of demon emperors. It's such a pity you won't live to see all this." "Royal father," Duke Huai said, "let me deliver their ends to them. These two pathetic worms are too lowly for royal father to personally act. Especially Yun-Chi, let me kill him personally to quell the hatred in my heart. Duke Ming glanced and faintly said, "You're a mid-stage monarch and the person that is about to ascend the throne of illusory demon realm. Yet you actually took initiative and are so desperate to kill this person whose age and strength are far below you. In front of him, you have failed miserably." Duke Ming's faint words caused Duke Hui's body to stiffen as he hung his head in shame and say, "I am useless." "No, this Duke did not say that. You're wrong." Duke Ming slowly continued. "This was the first time in your life your plans were messed up. Your emotions lost control, you were shamed, and all this was because of a mere youth older than 20. This was something you could not comprehend. And perhaps you have not realized, but in your heart he has already planted a demon. The only way for you to completely exterminate the demon in your heart is to personally kill Yun-Chi." "Kill them?" Duke Hui suddenly looked up and replied, "Yes. Also, facing someone you must kill, no matter how weak that person is, even if he's like the meat below your knife, you must not toy with him. You must eradicate him in the shortest amount of time possible." "I will remember Royal Father's teachings." Duke Hui immediately appeared in front of Yun-Chi and locked onto him with a strong aura. Duke Hui smiled as his casual and arrogant gaze made it seem as though he was looking at two pathetic worms. "Yun-Chi, this Duke has been thinking for the past few hours how he could tear your corpse to shreds personally to quell my hatred. However, it's no longer important now. This Duke going to be the ruler of illusory demon realm soon, and you no longer have the qualifications for this Duke to hate you. You don't even deserve to be looked in the eye by this Duke. Having the Little Demon Empress accompany you in death sure is a lucky thing. Then, you shall continue protect the Little Demon Empress in hell." Duke Hui's face revealed ferocity as he raised both his hands and laughed hysterically. A skull-shaped crimson-black flame then appeared above his head and grew more than 30 meters in size instantly. The sky was now darker, and the fire spirits and lightning spirits escaped frantically as though they were scared of something. Duke Hui had always put Duke Ming's words in his mind, and this blow of his was nearly 90% of all his strength. This fallen flame that was used against a sky-profound realm profound practitioner was no longer simple overkill. This was strength that could even destroy the Little Demon Empress in one move in her current state. There was an instant of darkness as the massive fallen flame devil shot straight towards Yun-Chi with a devilish howl. Although their main motive coming to Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley today was to kill the Little Demon Empress, both Duke Ming and Duke Hui targeted their attacks at Yun-Chi and not the Little Demon Empress. Perhaps within their consciousness, Yun-Chi was the bigger threat as compared to the Little Demon Empress. Such a frightening attack would put even an overlord to death, needless to say someone in the sky-profound realm. The profound energy in the Little Demon Empress surged as she wanted to defend, ignoring the dangers to her heart vessel, when she heard Yun-Chi shout, "Don't move!" Yun-Chi retreated at full strength as his right hand supported the Little Demon Empress waist tightly. However, under the pressure emitted by Duke Hui, it was extremely difficult for him to move as he saw the fallen flame devil approaching. At the instant the fallen flame devil was about to hit him, he turned abruptly and allowed the fallen flame devil to strike against his back, sealing cloud-locking sun. Boom. Following a deafening blast, the fallen flame devil that came from Duke Hui exploded and filled the air over tens of kilometers, which made the surroundings seem as though it was a world where the flames of doomsday had arrived. Yun-Chi had been swept several kilometers away, as though he was wind blown by a typhoon. Seeing the figure that was a distance away, the smile on Duke Hui's face stiffened and even Duke Ming's expression darkened. "What?" A strike that was nearly full power from a mid-stage monarch. Even 100 or 10,000 sky-profound practitioners would be destroyed instantly without any trace. However, Yun-Chi had only been sent several kilometers away, and his body was still intact. Although his aura was extremely weak, he was still alive. Even his consciousness did not seem to dissipate. He was still carrying the Little Demon Empress and rushed towards the north with a speed that was not possible for his profound strength. He actually didn't die? Duke Hui's eyes stared widely and did not revert for some time as he could not believe what he saw or felt. However, how could he know that Yun-Chi had possessed the body of the dragon god, was under the protection of the great way of the Buddha, and had undergone 18 months of refinement within the spatial storm without using any profound strength? A normal tyrant was unable to harm him. Furthermore, the protection of sealing cloud-locking sun and his high resistance against flame-profound arts. Even a blow at full strength by him, Duke Huai, was unable to take Yun Qi's life. HMPH, although he did not die, he's severely injured. All his organs have been shifted and half of his meridians have been severed, Duke Ming said calmly, but the shock in his eyes still did not dissipate. A sky-profound realm practitioner forcefully receiving a blow of a mid-stage monarch without dying, and still even possessed enough strength to escape even for someone as strong as Duke Ming. It was something that shocked the depths of his heart. If this person did not die when he matured, his strength would be frightening. Luckily, he was bound to die today. Quickly give chase and kill them, Duke Ming said deeply. Yun Qi pushed his extreme mirage lightning to its limits. While severely injured, his vision was sometimes clear and sometimes blurred. However, his speed did not drop one bit. They were originally already at the borders of Golden Crow Lightning Crow Valley, and now, just below them, was a bloody red scene. That was the sea of lava which had been boiling for 10,000 years. 1,500 kilometers of the Sea of Death. A warm fluid gradually flowed onto the Little Demon Empress' hand. She then turned and looked at her palms. Her two slender and snow-white arms had now been completely dyed with blood. It was as though she had just been soaking in a sea of blood. The Little Demon Empress' body trembled slightly. She looked up, her eyes meeting Yun Qi's at that instant. From Yun Qi's face, she could not see any signs of pain. Instead, she saw a gradual smile. "Don't worry, I'm all right." The warm voice and the gentle smile seemed to have its own indescribable magical powers as it strongly touched the depths of the Little Demon Empress' soul, making her lose focus and forgetting how to speak. "Do you feel that? I'm very outstanding, hey?" Yun Qi laughed. As they went closer and closer to the Sea of Death, the surrounding air had become 10 times hotter than what a normal human being could bear. Little Demon Empress. Behind them, Duke Ming and Duke Huai approached swiftly, and within a few breaths of time they had already closed the distance by half. However, when they were finally above the Sea of Death, their speeds had clearly slowed down. Perhaps they had guessed what Yun Qi had done, or maybe it was because the Sea of Death was too frightening and they did not dare to approach it. They actually entered the Sea of Death, Duke Huai gritted his teeth. Before, he did not manage to kill Yun Qi in one move and looked as though he still could not comprehend. "Looks like you've chosen an honorable death," Duke Ming replied faintly. "HMPH? All right, it'll save us the trouble. The eventual results of dying in our hands would also be being thrown into the Sea of Death." Yun Qi's speed had also slowed down until he completely stopped. He did not turn around to see how close Duke Ming and Duke Huai were, but instead looked ahead at the blood-like sea that seemed boundless. "I do not know what your chances of survival are from me doing this, however. This was the only way that I imagined where we had any chances. Hug me tightly, close your eyes." Yun Qi released his profound energy and phoenix flame. The scarlet flame wrapped around him and the Little Demon Empress, and yet, it did not make Little Demon Empress feel any sensation of heat, just the feeling of a warm breeze blowing around her. Yun Qi closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. His hands wrapped around the Little Demon Empress tightly as he removed his profound energy that was causing them to float and crash down along with her. They fell straight into the Sea of Death below them and silently sunk into the seemingly boundless, blood-like sea.